Hello, hello, hello. Oh man, here we are. Stupid. Hello? This fucking dude. Twitch's client is so bad. Christ. Alright, let me get this open on my phone so I can moderate you fucks. Uh, yeah, we're gonna warm up with the crossword just because things are unhinged. It it's a nightmare out there. Oh, it's not that bad. Yeah, again, we're just warming up. So, oh man. Okay, fucking hell. That's gonna get really old really fast, but I don't care. It doesn't even get routed through my mic, which is nice. It's just a desktop audio. But my stream management panel now is I've got YouTube, Twitch, and then a little tiny window with all these.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
Oh god, it plays that so many times. Okay, that might not be a good one to keep around. Okay. Alright, new high school student. Freshman. Freshie? Frosh? I don't know. They're here today, gone tomorrow. I don't know. Complete. Whole. Total. All. Swanky Tokyo. I don't know. Where's the thing Japan crowd? Supplier of oxygenated blood? The heart? Page for online answers? I have no idea. Stick up? Like Rob? I'm gonna say this probably isn't art. Source of minerals is ore. Aorta? Maybe. I don't know. Part of many purses. Strap? Like a clasp? Is this actually Frosh? Okay. It's buried the hatchet. Okay. Stick up is Rob. Okay. Oh, FAQ and Qbert. Okay, whatever. Cost of a cab. Fair? Alec Baldwin. Oh yeah, was he the boss baby? Damn, I can't believe the boss baby killed somebody. That's crazy. Imbecile adult? Fads. Okay, that makes sense. Overhead light. The sun? A lot like. Oh, trees. Nope. I do not know Gucci's first name. Cajun cooking. Would this also be okra? Zest? I a lot alike? Maybe? And this would be awkward, I guess. Complete? No idea. It's 110 cross. Devious character who's the subject. Okay, well. Hold on, let me just. It's just a. This is a shot in the dark here, but. Latin list shortener at all, maybe? Yeah. Non kosher sandwich, BLT. Upper limit is the max. Tomb. Olays. Acme. Hmm. Reason to atone is a sin. Am I stupid? Delphi, maybe? I don't know. Prime Retail? Main Street? Maybe? Just got a notification that Megyn Kelly blames Obama for the Kirk shooting. We're gonna get to that in a bit. The docket does have a lot of Fox News and shit like that on it, so we're in for a grand old time there. Guys, Fox News is sounding the alarm. Wait, no, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted. No. Wait, where's the alarm? Oh shit, I gotta find an alarm. Alright, this is gonna be painful for all of us, so. That's so loud. Oh my god, that's so loud. Stop.
¡Despierta, basura humana!
Okay.
Buenos días.
No. Oh my god, no. Nope. Just play it once. No. Nope. 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 No. Okay, that's just one. Fucking. God, that was awful. I did not enjoy that. Oh my god. Oh, sorry for that. That was awful. With little excess? I thought it would be like frugal or something. Toy Story? No. Mm, I should definitely know this. Eddie? Run down. Mild salsa? That's kind of stupid. It falls in the fall. A leaf? Mel Blanc? I don't. Sob story. Thank you. I. It's snared and trapped. Is it not Delphi? Delphi? Hmm. All Hallows Eve? Oh, yeah, Halloween. Okay. I. Celebration dedicated to a saint. First day? On the feast? Feast, maybe? Tied up evens. There, okay, that makes sense. Oh, defame? Run down? Defame? Leanly. Yeah, I guess. Kinda. Yeah. Here's what I should do. I should have fucking Fox News playing while we do this. Hold on. Let me just open up. Oh god, that's not what I wanted. Let me just pull up Fox News here. See what's going on there. Oh god. Man, they really do get everyone in the Trump cabinet on. That's crazy. Oh boy.
Joining us now.
All right, let's see what millions of Americans are listening to. Oh, why put on Fox? Well, one, it's not like I'm irresponsibly platforming them. I don't know how much more platform they can get. And two, like, this is what people are consuming, like, on the regular. This isn't, this is like the news. This is gospel to folks. Although, unfortunately, I don't know how I can make this so that some of the clues aren't covered. I guess I'll just go back to this view. Yeah. Okay. Well, that'll just have to be how it is. All right. Let's see what's going on Fox News wise.
Speaker of the House Mike Johnson from his home state of Louisiana. Speaker, welcome back to Fox News Sunday. I know you're going to be part of a vigil tonight that is about Charlie's life, but more broadly about bringing this country back together. How do we do that?
We do that by carrying on his legacy. This has been a very difficult week in America, to say the least, Shannon. People are very saddened. They're very angry. Many people are afraid. It cast a shadow across the country and certainly on Capitol Hill. But as Erica said so well, so clearly, our friend Charlie would not want us to be consumed by despair. He would want us to carry his message forward, and that's exactly what is going to happen.
So a lot of grief, obviously, today, but fear as well, frankly. Here's what one of your colleagues, House Oversight Chair James Comer, here's what he said a couple of days ago. He says both parties have some guilt, so hopefully we can take a tragedy like this and try all to do better. And I think we...
That's great. What? Well, okay, before I get too hopeful... Oh, that's not something I should leave up. James... Is his name Comer? Please tell me that he keeps this message consistent. They're deposing the former press secretary for Biden's... Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking the time this morning. And we know that you held a moment of silence in the Oversight Committee's hearing yesterday before we knew the gravity of the situation, before his death was confirmed. What message do you have for those watching this morning? How has his death affected you?
Well, look, I mean, Charlie Kirk inspired a whole generation of young people to become active in the political process. He was the champion of free speech and debate. He made campuses realize that there were two ideologies and not just one. And you know, there's a void in America right now with this great young leader, and you know, our thoughts and prayers go to his family. I can't imagine what they're going through right now. But the mood in Washington was very solemn when the word got out that first he had gotten shot, and then later when he passed away. And I think there were a lot of people in the chamber that hopefully we're going through a little bit of self-reflection, because the political temperature in America is too high.
Yeah.
And I think we've just seen a radicalized left that has just really, when you look at the last few mass shootings and the last acts of political violence, they've been perpetrated by people that have a far left ideology.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'll give credit where credit's due. Many Democrat leaders, I mentioned it earlier, including former Presidents Biden and Obama, along with California Governor Gavin Newsom, quickly condemned this act of blatant political violence. But we're still seeing a disturbing amount of people on the left, on social media, celebrating this, blaming Charlie Kirk himself, or even blaming President Trump. Take a listen.
Political violence, unfortunately, has been ratcheting up in this country. We saw the shootings, the killings in Minnesota. We've seen other political violence occur in other states. And I would just say it's got to stop. And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it.
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the president of the United States? Right? And every ugly meme he has posted, and every ugly word.
You've called us Nazis for 10 years. I mean, come on. What do you make of this, Mr. Chairman?
Well, it's very disappointing. You see people's true colors in times like this, and it's...
What do you mean true colors? Oh, my God. Yeah. Okay.
Very disappointing.
Yeah.
I hope that, again, people will have self-reflection, because Charlie Kirk was a great American. He was a patriot, just like what President Trump said. His life had meaning. It was a purpose-driven life. Not only was he a great inspirer of the next generation to be active in the political process, he was a tremendous Christian leader, and I think that's how he'll be remembered. And I hope that people on the far left will get their radicalized ideology out of their way and realize that we've got to come together as a nation. It's okay to disagree. That's what Charlie Kirk's life was about. It was open debate. He wanted and welcomed people that disagreed with him to come out and debate him. And that's what America's all about. And we've just got to get back to that. And I hope that people will remember Charlie Kirk when we have, moments of discourse in America, especially right here in Washington, D.C.
Information.
Okay, well, so that was on Newsmax, which he retweeted on September 11th. This was today on ABC. Oh, so this is on ABC News. But, okay. I want this to be taken at face value, but I just, again, with what he's saying on Newsmax, it just doesn't seem like this is the actual line.
We can all do better, myself included. Do you get the sense there is some real soul searching on both sides of the aisle about how we got here?
I think there is. I've spoken to a lot of members on both sides of the aisle, and there's this recognition that, people have got to stop framing simple policy disagreements in terms of existential threats to our democracy and all these phrases you...
Okay. The thing is, some things go beyond policy disagreements. Like, J6, that's not a policy disagreement. That's an attack on the institution of democracy. Okay, that's different. Femboy Hooters, big fan. Big fan. We need to see more of that. That's why I voted for, or wanted to vote for Kamala, because I believe there would have been publicly funded Femboy Hooters. I got a soundboard, so you're going to be hearing a lot of this.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
That one's fucking loud. And can't go without this one. That's what I'm going for.
Skill issue. Skill issue.
This fucking soundboard is going to be the death of me.
Biden blast.
It's so good. I can't believe that a metal bar falling is like arguably one of the funniest sounds in the last like 2-3 years.
You hear all the time. You can't call the other side fascist.
Okay, can we just have... I'm gonna need this on repeat. Harris calls Trump... Wait, how do I see, Donald Trump... Like, there's a website where you can... Quotes, audio... fuck, what is it? It's, there's some website where you can, like, look up a word. In less than half a decade, 30s Germany will refer or revert to liberal values, hopefully. I mean, we've got the fascists versus the tankies already. Like, it's... We're on the path. And with the attacks on our institutions, like, it's... No. Voice quote. Search. Yes, I think this is it. Interview. Wait, not just interview. Okay. He's Hitler, he's a fascist. Is this it? Is this one of them?
But, you know, we do have an enemy from within. We have some very bad people, and those people are also very dangerous. They would like to take down our country. They'd like to have our country be a nice communist country or a fascist in any way they can.
Nice.
And
so, okay. All right. This is... like...
The whole thing, it was the biggest scandal maybe in television. But this is potentially, because think of what they did. It's election interference. They gave
he sounds
her
awful in this.
An answer.
Right.
It was worse than that. They took the answer out and put a new answer in.
Mr. President, I think you should call them 61 minutes from now on, because they added an extra minute. So I think it's a mistake to call them 60 minutes. You're giving them too much credit.
But you see my point.
In public speeches,
right?
just
like,
refer to them 61. They add an extra
Trump,
minute for Kamala.
But how about David Muir? Everything I said.
Right. Crime is down.
They're calling us
everything
fascists.
I said,
It's just a...
He questioned. There wasn't a thing. Every single thing I said, he questioned.
God forbid.
He was wrong, I think, on every one of them, I'm pretty sure. But
fucking, that's what you're
questioned
supposed
her.
to do.
And she talked about Charlottesville. She talked all things that have been, as they say, debunked. Another term I don't like, but it's a pretty accurate term.
I think
all totally debunked. Bloodbath.
One thing I've come to realize is that, you need to make art. 1 second. Okay. What kind of art?
And enemies of the state, and not understand that there are some deranged people in our society who will take that as cues to act and do crazy and dangerous things. And that's what we've seen in increasing frequency. So members of Congress and all public officials have an obligation to speak clearly into this and calm the waters. We can have vigorous disputes. I mean, Charlie Kirk was an expert at that. He loved debate. But Charlie also advanced another really important idea, and that is that he loved the people on the other side of that table.
No, he did. He really didn't. Like, let's be so real here. Like, he had some pretty extreme views, and a lot of people know people that he would have wanted to see harmed, removed, or etc. Like, he wasn't some moderate, nor did he claim to be. Like, I don't know. It's weird to, like, posthumously try and wash his reputation. Like, it was part of his thing. He wanted to be provocative, so I don't know. That was a big part of what he wanted to do. Like, that you don't need to erase that. That's fine. Like that, it's not like if he was provocative, all of a sudden it's justified. It's not. Like, I don't know.
Motivated by hate. He was motivated by truth and love. And that's what we have to do. That's who we are as Americans. That is follows the best of our Judeo-Christian traditions and heritage, our civil society, and we've got to get back to that.
Well, you talk about Charlie and how he was in engaging with people, and yet there are a lot of folks out there who say that's the opposite of his legacy. They're portraying him as a hateful, bigoted person. I want to play something from Congresswoman Ilhan Omar speaking about him and what he was really like and what his purpose was this week.
There are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
A complete rewriting of history.
These people are full of and
should we watch this? What is Mehdi Hassan's, like, what? No, hold on. Hey, it's me. His Democracy Now! His thing? Or what is this even on? Whatever. I mean, we'll just watch this after. Because it would be, I have trust in Betty Hassan to not be unhinged. But also not be like soy.
It's important for us to call them out while we feel anger and sadness and have, empathy.
And she was referring more broadly to a lot of people on the right that she says have now resulted in her having death threats and the need for around-the-clock security, which I know you've talked about. That's not something you can do for every member. It would cost billions of dollars.
No, but you have Trump on Fox News saying, well, they just got to get out there and keep talking. I'm doing that. I also have 100 times the amount of security, but they got to do it. It's like, okay, bud. Yeah, this close to the point, but
wasn't about civil debates.
Skill issue.
She clearly has no idea what she's talking about. She has not followed Charlie. She's playing into this characterization of him that the left has been advancing. There are people actually celebrating his murder online, and that tells you everything you need to know about that side. We've got to get cut through that. Look, member security is a serious matter. We're looking into all options to increase security measures so that they have plenty of coverage for their residential security and their.
What about security? No, whatever. Okay, I'll just let this ride.
Security
this isn't even on the docket.
And I think we'll be able to handle that. But there is this angst out there, and we got to turn the rhetoric down. That is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing, what you just saw in that video right there. And I hope all members of Congress will join us.
That's amping up the rhetoric?
Active in
a complete rewriting of history.
These people
this is amping up the rhetoric?
It's important for us to call them out while we feel anger and sadness and have.
That's insane.
We understood. We've got to advance and defend and protect the free marketplace of ideas because vigorous debate is what made our country so great. But the key is to remember that you can disagree with someone vehemently on
If you have access to like a voice AI, if you ran one of Trump's like rally things, oh my god! Wait, can you send me a link to that website? That sounds brutal. Oh, death of extremism.
Policy and not hate them as a person. And that's what Charlie was all about. Remember, at the end of his most vigorous debates, he was the very first person to reach out a hand of friendship, to put offer his arm around the shoulder of someone who disagreed with him vehemently because he understood it was about the person. It's about the people. It's about the heart.
YouTube. Okay. Let us. This is... I'm going to bookmark this because this is unlimited content. I don't know if I want to know.
Joining us now, Speaker.
Visualize. Yeah, wait. Is it? Oh.
Will you shut up, man?
Hey, thanks for the follow. Illusionary Moon. Despite everything, a lot's good. I'm worried about my country and the health of it. But, other than that, what's good with you? Also, Googly, am I missing something? What do I have to click? Is this? Like... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to spread the message of everyone calm the fuck down. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough when, like, Trump is out here saying, right-wing extremists are doing it for a good cause, and people on the radical left are people like Joe Biden and basically like justifying violence against the quote-unquote radical left, which is Yeah, again, Joe Biden. Like, I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm like, wait, that's me. Like, I'm a centrist, not centrist Dem. I'm center left, generally. But, like, that's the kind of person that he would kind of just be okay with violence for. Like, that's unhinged. Did it not work? Or, am I just, like, not getting a good link or something? Am I stupid? Oh, I have to make an account. Let me do this off screen so that you guys can't see my email. Although I've shown it so many times by accident. All right. Oh, for the love of God, visualize for $2? Wait, do you have like do you pay for this? Do I just do Control A, copy and paste? Yeah, we're just doing this. Found this mad Hitler quote while doing this. Oh God. And the right has further. The right has completely forgot that democracy is fundamentally not German. It is Jewish. That is certainly a crazy statement. Jesus. Okay. This seems very interesting. I just don't have the subscription for it, unfortunately. Illusionary Moon, do you feel safe in wherever you're at? I hope so.
And we've got to get back to that. We cannot shrink back from advancing that truth and advancing our
and
ideas.
Also, do you know what kind of trees are native to the Yukon? Sort of. We have another UK. Oh my God. That's funny. I think a good third of my viewers are from the UK. The other, I don't know, I think I have like maybe only a third of US viewers. Originally Bulgarian. Oh wow. Even though I really stick to mostly US domestic politics. But
we should double down. And I'm so encouraged by what Erica said, his dear widow, that she's going to go out and advance that herself. And that example is going to be very important for a lot of young people. I spoke at a vigil here at LSU in Baton Rouge Friday night.
What was the Gucci guy's first name?
Many students, over 1,000 students, filled the arena. It was standing room only, and they're encouraged to go forward. We're seeing that around the country. I'll be speaking at the memorial service tonight in Washington, D.C., at the Kennedy Center on Charlie's behalf, and you're gonna hear everyone saying that. Don't shrink back. Go forward. Now is the time to advance truth, and I think it could be a true turning point for the country it's so aptly named.
Do you worry that people will not want to get involved in political conversations in political office? Because frankly, they've got to worry about themselves. They got to worry about their families, people they care about.
I hate Mike Johnson with a passion.
They do. It's a calculation that everyone makes when they step forward to serve the public. Not unlike those who serve our country in uniform, on first responders and those who serve in the military. I mean, it takes a certain element of courage. But I want to tell you that I do believe that we can turn this back. This will not be an increasing trend. And if leaders on both sides of the aisle will speak clearly about this, I think we can turn.
One side of the aisle is speaking very clearly, saying, tone it the fuck down. Yeah, there is. It should be it should send an automatic message any minute now with the Discord link.
Turn it around. I really do.
One of the tough things you're going to have to deal with politically in the next few weeks is this idea of a potential government shutdown.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. No worries. Oh, fuck. I'm so bad at like internet privacy.
Another divisive issue. Here's what the president said
Russian ruler
about negotiations on Friday.
If you gave them every dream, they would not vote for it. That's how bad. I told them, don't even bother.
This, like, we might have to watch this again because I mean, I promise I won't turn it into 2.5 hours. But that's like This video is one of the most depressing hours for American politics that there's been in a long time. I think like January 6th and this are some of the worst moments.
Don't even bother dealing with them.
So how's that going?
Here, I'll just pull out the specific parts of that because I need to have this just on repeat. Hey, it's me. Trump Fox. Yeah, okay.
Judges.
So when he talks about right-wing extremists, he basically justifies them. Right. Okay,
on the left, people have watching all of these videos and sharing.
This is one of the worst 30 seconds in American politics.
Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want
Shut
these
up,
people coming.
Fuck, bye.
And we don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And
like, that is the most powerful man in the world saying that. And these people are throwing fucking pissy fits about random Twitter users. Oh, also, by the way, if we go to Musk, he had one where he's calling for, like, rage. Well, there was some stuff that was supposed to be released, but the Republicans blocked it. They were one vote away from getting that released. Yes. Yeah. Rage. Yeah, okay. Also, so this is that's a sentence from the most powerful man in the world. This is from the richest man in the world, retweeting, "The left just blew all their trust. Normies see a nice guy doing a simple debate, not a political speech, not a leading a rally." Okay, we'll ignore how, like, bad the framing of this is. They see a bunch of people, even their friends, cheering, clap, and dance. They ask why. "Well, you see, he was evil," they cry gleefully, their eyes feral. Jesus, this guy is like, whatever. The normie stares the screen. A clean-cut guy with a microphone is bleeding out horrifically. It reminds them of the scared young blonde that they saw bleeding out on the subway. What did he do that made him evil? He said things. Hello, Raj. And then Elon Musk just retweets it with rage. Like, you got these two egging on right wing to go do something insanely dangerous. Like, it's not a good time. And it sucks because everyone expects, and the left has been just saying, we don't support violence at all. This is bad. We disavow. We don't want this to happen at all. The right wing's like, no, you guys, this is your fault. We never do any of this, despite, the Minnesota state senators getting killed, attacking on Nancy Pelosi, trying to do an insurrection. And they're like, we need to keep fighting. I don't want to make peace with you. Like, okay, then what are we supposed to do on the left? Just say, okay, well, we'll just let you guys attack us until you calm down? Like, what are we supposed to do? Because even when we disavow and say this isn't okay, they're still like, we still hate you. Fuck you. It's like, okay, well now what?
Going to work. I mean, in the House, you've got a slim majority, which will still probably require some negotiation within the party. The Senate's a different story, much heavier lift for the majority leader Thune over there. Do you not negotiate? What do you do?
Well, President Trump and I talk about this all the time. We share the same frustration. Democrats currently are playing games
exactly
with this government
to what?
funding idea. They're trying to bring in extraneous issues. We've been working towards getting the government funding appropriations bills done in the House. Our appropriations committees worked, by the way, in bipartisan fashion to get all 12 appropriations bills through the committee. We've got 3 of them passed off the House floor, and now we voted just last week to go into a conference committee with the Senate to begin grinding this out. That's how the process is supposed to work. So if there's any Democrats who are suggest that they want to shut the government down, we're going to do everything possible to prevent that from happening. It does not behoove the country. And we may need a short gap funding measure, a CR, for a short period of time to allow the negotiation to continue. But it will be clean in its scope, and I surely hope the Democrats will not.
Okay, let's see. This is a crazy thing to just put in the Discord server. People, one, masses, work, great, Jew, German. Okay, revolution, Jewish. Okay, that's kind of what you'd expect, no? I don't know. I mean, not that it's good. It's just like, I don't know. I'm not like shocked that that's the word cloud.
Try to make this a big partisan fight.
Speaker Johnson, always good to see you. We'll see you back here in D.C. tonight. Thank you.
I can't help it. Yeah. Oh yeah, we got something from the NATO commander. Let's see. All right, let's go back to Fox News. I warm up with some opposition research. Charlie Kirk's death is a sign of demon possession. This sounds fun. Okay.
Charlie always said that when he was gone, he wanted to be remembered for his courage and for his faith. Now and for all eternity, he will stand at his Savior's side, wearing the glorious crown of a martyr.
Charlie Kirk was, above all, a Christian man, a strong Christian man.
Strong and faithful. Raised as an evangelical, he merged faith and politics, as you know, really encouraging young Christians to do more to defend their God-given rights and their beliefs.
Samaritan Purse President Reverend Franklin Graham joins us right now. Reverend Graham, thanks so much.
Fucking this dipshit.
For joining us on Fox and Friends this morning.
Big kahuna burger,
Thank you.
Yeah?
Good to be with you. Reverend, what do you say to the country right?
Repeating the admin talking points. Courage to say that any minority. Yeah, it is really weird how, like, the guy was a provocateur. That was what he aimed to do. Like, he was out there to make strong, like, far-right arguments, and they weren't, like, he was out to fight. Like, that was the point. And now people are like, he was just doing common sense things. Like, no, his stuff was pretty extreme. We don't need to, like, it can have been extreme, but also still say it was wrong to kill him. Like, both things can be true. Like, yeah, like, yeah, and, you know, and I was saying earlier, like, Dems are Dem politicians are like, look, we disavow this violence. This is not what our country should be, like, looking like, which I agree with. Like, shouldn't have violence. But then the right, no matter how much the left disavows the violence and says, like, this is not what we want our country to look like, they're still, like, calling for retaliation. and Trump's up here like talking about how right-wing extremists are justified. Musk is telling people to rage. Like, we're here on the left, or at least I don't know what your guys' political affiliations here. I'm here, a pretty center-left Democrat, getting called a radical leftist. Like, because Trump considers fucking Biden radical left, so anyone to the left of him, radical left. And I'm realizing, like, shit, these guys would probably want me, like, dead. What's a Democrat? So Democrat is our version of the Labor Party, although our Democratic Party lines up more with the UK's conservatives. Like, a UK conservative is close-ish to a US Democrat. But the Labor Party, the other side of the stick is way more conservative. So you can you can either vote in UK terms, it's you're either voting for the Conservative Party or like the Tories, or you're voting for Reform UK.
Now, I mean, it's one
gun and full throat capitalism. Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Nordic model is probably pretty good. I like that idea of, I think there's things, just to give you the brief rundown on where I sit politically, I think there's things the markets solve for better than governments, and I think there's some things that governments solve for better than markets. So finding a healthy trade-off between what's market and what's state-run, yeah. But all while remaining capitalist, just with healthy safety nets, healthy social programs, yeah, lots of public funding, all that. Anyways,
thing when you have a relative that is ill, and they
yeah, it was like their conservative UK interviewer was smoking. Wait, was Ben Shapiro on an interview recently? Do you have a link to that?
die, or they die in a car accident. But when a relative, when someone that you love and care about is assassinated, what do you say to the country?
Well, this young man thought
also, you UK folks, what do you guys think of the situation going on in Poland?
he could take Charlie's voice, and by killing him, he's just magnified it. We saw yesterday in London, was it, according to BBC and the police, about 150,000 people. A lot of this was motivated by the death of Charlie Kirk. So
that's crazy. Okay, sorry, so Poland had its airspace violated by Russian drones and had to scramble like F-16s and shoot them down. And they called for Article 4, which is basically convening NATO members to talk about what to do next. So it's a very significant step towards full NATO like activation against Russia, which is like which would be the start of World War III. Yeah, like we're inching pretty close to some scary shit. Dude. Oh god, not Howard Lutnick. I fucking hate that guy. Don't even watch the shit. Where do you get news? Like, how did you hear about the Nepal stuff, but not potentially World War III? Actually, I want to watch this.
Welcome to a Zeteo Live Town Hall. We are streaming live on Substack and on YouTube. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and I'm joined today by Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of the great state of Minnesota. Thank you for joining us on the live stream. You're here. I do want to talk to you about, obviously, the huge story in the news, the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk. But you're here specifically because...
I don't know. I'm usually a big thumper of nothing ever happens. For immigration, so in the U.S., we actually have a pretty robust system for immigration. I think making immigration methods easier and safer is a good way to make sure people come in, like, in a documented, tracked, able to be vetted fashion. I think there should be a lot more money spent on enforcement, but also more money spent on processing asylum claims and creating safe and effective pathways into letting people work faster, to get people integrated with their communities quicker, to have, you know, shared interest, like buy-in through taxes. Yeah. But, like, yeah, I think you got to show up to your court dates. You got to have a legitimate reason for asylum. But on our end of the bargain is we got to make legitimate, safe, and efficient pathways to come here if you want to work. Like, thank you.
You are introducing a resolution today to do what?
A war powers resolution to make sure that we actually enforce the Constitution, which, you know, sets powers of separation. It is Congress that declares war. And we have not been given that authority by,
We're also at war with
president.
Venezuela.
And it's, I think, really important for us to insert our authority in declaring war. What we are seeing with multiple strikes throughout
also, just for the stream, anyone's more than welcome to help out with the crossword.
The world that the president has authorized is that he does not have the authority to be able to do so. And specifically, the strike that was carried out in the Caribbean against the Venezuelan vessel, I think it's important for the people to recognize that we cannot just go out and terminate people. You know, this is not something that is allowed under international law, and is certainly not allowed under U.S. law.
Certainly, and the AUMF, the authorization for the use of military force for Iraq, I believe, was just rescinded in the House. That took decades. There is no authorization to blow up boats in the Caribbean 2,000 miles out from the U.S.
I haven't covered Nepal yet. Can you give me, like, the spark notes of what's happening there? Because that situation unfolded really fast, and I was kind of focused on my country almost erupting into civil war. Let me see if I can get a good video on. Sorry, I'm bouncing around a lot, but that's see if I can get a quick explainer on this. Holy shit. There's protests in France now, too. What the fuck is happening in this world? Holy. Alright, I'll look for a video on the side while we watch this one.
Shoreline say they're an imminent threat, as Peter Hegseth and Donald Trump claimed. There were 11, just to remind people watching, there were 11 people on board this boat the White House says they killed. They claim they were drug traffickers. No evidence has been provided to show that they were drug traffickers. Even if they were, there's no death penalty for drug traffickers.
I figured.
You can't just kill people because you say they're drug traffickers.
Some stuff from
and the New York
Indian media
Times
channels,
report that the boat was turning around. So even if it was filled with narco-terrorists, as they claim, it wasn't a threat to the U.S. It wasn't even heading towards the U.S. when they were bombed repeatedly.
Yeah, I mean, and well, one, yeah, that gets rid of the self-defense argument. We know that they don't have a clear justification in what they did, which is why they didn't come to Congress, which is why they haven't done a single briefing for members of Congress, especially those who have jurisdiction. whether it is the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Intel Committee, or Armed Services Committee. And that is because, one, as we've learned in the New York Times, the self-defense argument doesn't hold up. We know that they were turning that boat around. We know that our laws do not allow for us to strike people.
All right, hold on. Here we go. Let's do there's a like 2.5 minute Reuters
A
thing
sense
on
of
it.
calm on the streets of Kathmandu on Sunday after days of deadly protests that toppled Nepal's government and saw the appointment of its first female prime minister. The latest figures from the health ministry show at least 72 people dead and 2,113 injured in what was Nepal's worst unrest in decades. Largely organised through social media, the demonstrations were fueled by anger over corruption and inequality. Parliament was stormed and luxury hotels and the residences of political leaders targeted. But for Gen Z activists like 18-year-old Sajina Gurung, there is now a sense of optimism.
It feels really wonderful. Yes, we have achieved just in 2 days. This revelation was, I guess, will name in the history, and it was really good thing that we have did. Yeah.
So, going forward,
so ultimately a good outcome.
Going forward, I want my Nepal, my country, to be corruptionless and very like we does not have any opportunity. We did had a lack of opportunity.
The Gen Z movement had gained traction in Nepal in recent months. That was driven by posts showing Nepo babies, the children of Nepalese politicians, enjoying expensive vacations and designer lifestyle.
The fucking Straw Hat Pirates flag.
But it was a government decision to ban social media that then spectacularly backfired, triggering an unprecedented outpouring of anger among the youth. 19-year-old Pradeep Mangal describes how activists then used VPNs, virtual private networks, to bypass the social media ban. And central to the process was a former DJ and his previously obscure non-profit. Sudan Gurung, founder of Hami Nepal, or We Are Nepal, used Instagram and the Discord app, popular among gamers, to issue calls to action that the group says reached tens of thousands. Hami Nepal's early social media posts on Discord became so influential that they were referenced on national television. As protests grew violent, the group also identified messages it termed fake news and shared hospital phone numbers. Hami Nepal members, who asked not to be identified for security reasons, said Gurung and the group's other leaders have since become central to high-stakes decisions. That includes the appointment of...
Well, we will follow that. Poland confronts Russia. Okay.
Of the council.
Okay. We're bouncing around a bit, but this is largely the docket. We'll go back to the Kirk stuff in a bit, because I wanted to go through some of this stuff is unhinged. There's more stuff on the economy. Might play Oath of Office later. We'll see. Yeah. That's the docket for now. But this is something.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Marcin Boczacki, Secretary of State.
Thing broke. Oh, that's annoying.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Excellencies. I'd like to begin by thanking the Republic of Korea for convening today's meeting, and Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her excellent briefing. I also want to thank representatives of many Security Council members for your words, but also actions of support and solidarity with Poland. Allow me to start with a quote. The merchants of death are unbothered by the fact that their weapons methodically, deliberately, and intentionally hit civilian targets. The blood of dozens of dead civilians is on the hands and conscience of those who arm the regime. End of quote. Thus spoke Sergei Lavrov, Russian foreign minister, here in this very room at the UN Security Council meeting on Ukraine a year ago. Russian officials have repeatedly accused others, primarily Ukraine and its allies, of engaging in terrorist
I will refrain
attacks
from using that word
by using
and
drones
similar
to
ones
target non-military infrastructure.
Going forward.
The opposite is true.
I remember in, I think it was 6th grade, our teacher had us do a similar exercise where we had to cut out all filler words and ums. And it's like, oh my god, yeah, see? Yeah, it's tough. It's such an unconscious thing that you don't notice you're doing it.
In fact, it is Russia that uses these weapons against civilians. Events in Poland just 2 days ago prove once again every Russian accusation eventually turns out to be a confession. Today, for the very first time in history, emergency meeting of UN Security Council was called upon a Polish request. We did that, we asked for that, to declare that the sky over Poland, my country, a sovereign state, has been deliberately violated by Russia. On the night of September 9th and 10th,
yeah. the claiming that it's fucking an accident, that it just fell that way is bullshit, and Trump bought that because he was dodging questions about Poland, but when they finally got one through, he says, it might have been a mistake, and then just moves on. When it's like, or not. I doubt that. Well, they already invoked Article 4, but not Article 5. And Trump's calling for tariffs, but Europe already doesn't really do business with Russia. If we want to help them, we need to send more money to NATO, to Ukraine, and actually play our part in the defense of the Western world. Instead of trying so hard to make up reasons that Putin is actually the good guy. Oh, there's a true social I'll pull up that is like, makes you want to rip your hair out.
15 Russian military drones flying over the territory of both Ukraine and Belarus breached Polish airspace, thus trespassing borders.
God, opening this website, I feel like I'm, crossing into enemy lines, going undercover.
Of Poland, of NATO, and of the European Union.
Yes, we do.
Such incidents happened before, but this time we know that that was the first time since the beginning of Russian full-scale invasion on Ukraine in 2022 that Polish territorial integrity has been purposely violated on such an unprecedented scale.
All right. Rage bait. Coming from anyone else, it would be written off as, oh my god, this person is so ignorant. Ha. But it's the President of the United States. A letter sent by President Donald J. Trump to all NATO nations and the world. I am ready to do major sanctions on Russia when all NATO nations have agreed and started to do the same thing, and when all NATO nations stop buying oil from Russia. As you know, NATO's commitment to win has been far less than 100%, and the purchase of Russian oil by some has been shocking. Who is still buying Russian oil? Okay, whatever. I thought it was just India and China. Okay. By some has been shocking. It greatly weakens your negotiating position, your bargaining power over Russia. Anyway, I'm willing to go when you are. Just say when, with a question mark? I believe this, plus NATO as a group, placing 50 to 100% tariffs on China to be fully withdrawn after the war with Russia and Ukraine is ended, will also be of great help in ending this deadly but ridiculous war. Honestly, tariffing China to put pressure on Russia, not even the worst idea, but this part that's coming up next is nuts. China has strong control and even grip over Russia, and these powerful tariffs will break that grip. This is not Trump's war. It would have, in parentheses, it never would have started if I was president. Damn, that's crazy. It is Biden and Zelensky's war. How, like, that is a clear insight into the mentality of Trump. Like, the rest of this truth is whatever. Yeah, we should make sure that Russia's not getting any income via oil money. That's fine. But, man, calling this Biden and Zelensky's war? Oh my god. It's nuts. This man, how is this man the president? Yeah, so that's nuts. Yeah, no, I know that it was, the pipeline was India buys it from Russia, and then Europe buys it from India. Yeah, I mean, look, this war, one, Putin's always wanted Ukraine. Two, Ukraine has always been, or has recently desired to integrate more with the West because the West does better. The Western countries, NATO, the EU, they're better allies than Russia. So when Ukraine's like, yeah, we want to clean up our country, clean up the corruption, update our legal system to match EU standards, Russia's like, no, you can't do that. We even though you're a sovereign state, we're gonna invade you because we're like piss babies about people leaving our sphere of influence. And here we are, and they turned on the propaganda machine, and the US president is falling for almost everything, if not everything, that comes out of the Russian propaganda machine. Like, it's an embarrassing time for America.
We know.
Not to mention us almost devolving into civil war and, you know, abandoning the Constitution and everything our country was founded on.
I repeat, we know that it was not a mistake. Poland, together with allied Dutch, German, and Italian military forces, acted calmly, professionally, and decisively, executing our right to defend territorial integrity. The drones that threatened Polish citizens and critical infrastructure were shot down preemptively. Drones are instruments of terror that have shattered homes and communities across Ukraine. 2 days ago, they tried to target Polish homes. This is one of them in a village called Wyryki in eastern Poland. A representative of the Russian Federation claimed that maybe these were not Russian drones. This is the evidence of that, including
fighting against fascism.
Signs in Russian. Russian.
This will go
on
the
parts
queue.
Of the drone.
Least insane Russian propaganda. That'll be next.
I don't want to spend too much of your precious time on the Orwellian or neo-Orwellian language of our Russian colleague, combined with blatant lies. But let me just draw your attention into one factor. He kept repeating that the reason of this, again, neo-Orwellian phrase, alleged aggression, which caused, as he himself admitted, hundreds of thousands of innocent victims so far. The cause of it was
like, okay, fuck, I gotta stop opening sentences like that. It's just, I'm gonna own this. What is the point of presenting things to the world state? Actually, I know the point. Russia can sit here. Everyone should know that they're in the wrong. And Poland is made to try and defend, and Ukraine has to defend themselves on the stage here. There is no such thing as U.S. propaganda. No, I'm kidding, I know. But, like, I don't know, we don't get... When you're in the country that's doing propaganda abroad, you don't see it as much. Trumpist propaganda isn't even the good propaganda. Like, we used to be so much better at our propaganda. But I feel like the Western sphere of influence doesn't need as much propaganda because it's pretty plainly a decent deal to increase ties and relations, or at least it was until a couple of years ago. It's probably good. I don't know who that is, so that's probably a good sign.
Illegitimate regime or fascist regime. You know, we in the region remember the same kind of rhetoric by Russian diplomats when Russia, then Soviet Russia, attacked Czechoslovakia in 1968, Hungary in 1956, or Poland.
To be fair, Russian propaganda is pretty obvious, but people seem to have like a willing... People seem to have a willing desire to believe it. Like, I put out a tweet earlier today that's like, if World War III started, half of this country wouldn't know which side to fight for. And that is a bit of hyperbole, but the message is saying a lot of people in this country actually buy the Russian propaganda, and if NATO called on us to defend an invasion, I think there'd be large swaths of the right that would say, no, actually, that's a bad idea. We should actually tell NATO to tone it down. Just my feeling. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But I don't have a lot of faith in the American right to look at things and read them.
Together with Nazi Germany in September 1939, after the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. The fact is that in the region, among the neighbors of Russia, everybody is free, prosperous, and happy when there are no Russian troops on this country's soil. And one can only hope that Ukraine will be liberated from Russia's forces and will follow the suit, the history of Poland, Baltic states.
Like, should the Russian Federation not be laughed out of this? The Russia-Ukraine thing is so one-sided, it is depressing to see the world's reaction. Somebody clip that so it says we are happy when there is no Russia. It's like that Call of Duty thing.
Czechia, Slovakia, and Hungary.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Russia wants to set the region on fire. Here, in this chamber, sits a permanent member of Security Council, serve as defender and warrantor. We call upon the Council to respond to Russian
it's an
criminal
oligarchical
actions with
it's an
unified,
oligarchy. It's not
unequivocal,
communist.
and immediate condemnation. Condemnation that should...
People on the very far American left refuse, like the fucking Hassan Pikers of the world, have a really hard time condemning Russia because they still see it as the Soviet Union. But people on the right see it as this beautiful, like, white ethno-state with a strongman leader and a good subway system, and they're like, yeah, that's where I want to live. Just listen to Tucker Carlson. Glaze Putin.
Should serve as a critical preventive measure to de-escalate the situation and deter further acts of this kind. As for Russia, we expect to take full responsibility for this unjustified act,
fortunately,
to fully explain the reasons for the intrusion and to take all necessary measures so such incidents will not repeat in the future.
Wait, does he actually?
One more
That's crazy.
Important thought. You know, our Russian colleague called it possibly malfunction or mistake or coincidence. You know, once or twice it can be a coincidence or malfunction, but not 19 times, not 19 intrusions conducted within 7 hours. And not only those drones, those Russian military drones flew through the airspace of Ukraine. They also, which your ally, President Lukashenko, admitted, were flown through Belarusian airspace. The way to achieve stability and peace in the region is simple. Russia must stop its barbaric war against Ukraine.
That is wild.
Poland will not be intimidated. Our resolve to stand with Ukraine and defend the principles of sovereignty.
Yeah, I would not fuck with Poland. Like, if anyone's gonna, like, say bring it on, it's gonna be Poland. So, alright, let's watch this.
Fascism. It's a wannabe empire opposed to imperialism. It liberates Russian speakers by blowing them up. It's a country that produces nuclear warheads and 5th-generation aircraft, allegedly, while much of its population does not have access to indoor plumbing. If not toilets or running water, the Russian state does excel in one thing: propaganda. Now, we're all familiar with RT, Sputnik, Russian troll farms, and Viktor Orban. But far fewer people know about the Russian state-sponsored pulp fiction industry, a massive component of the Russian propaganda machine aimed exclusively at a domestic audience. It helps explain why the Russian public is still lukewarm about the war in Ukraine, even after 2 years, in spite of all the death, destruction, and daily Russian war crimes. One thing to note about the Russian government pulp fiction industry, it's quite the term, isn't it, is that its scale defies common sense. It started picking up in the early 2010s,
Wait,
and since then more than 2,500 books have been published. That's about one book published every 36 hours. For the past decade. These books are like a contagion. They can be found everywhere in Russia, from the smallest kiosks to the Moscow Central Bookstore. They are in fact more common within Russia than indoor toilets, thanks to the massive, centralized effort by the government to spread them absolutely everywhere. So what are all these books about? I want to talk about two main types. One is the so-called Battle Fantastic series, which is basically about the modern Russian army dominating every possible opponent in every possible conflict. Russia is great, our enemies are weak and pathetic, but also a mortal threat at the same time. Go Russia. The other type is called Popadanci, which roughly translates to people who appear suddenly. They are time-traveling alternative history books. Now, if you ever come across the term alt history online, you know you're in for some weapons-grade autism. These books are really no different, except they have the full support of the Russian state, and the stories are written from a pro-Russian, revanchist perspective, approved by a government agency. So how do we get from this graphical masterpiece to dude in an AKM shirt pointing a pistol at a 19th century British colonial trooper to Stalin becoming Darth Vader's Sith apprentice?
Hey.
Well, get your deep diving suit ready, because we are about to immerse ourselves in the world of Russian state-sponsored pulp fiction. The Battle Fantastic series is the tip of our proverbial iceberg. It features classic themes such as Russia fights the evil Ukrainian Nazis, 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 oh, and also Russia fights the evil Georgians, who are probably also Nazis. This notion of everyone we don't like are Nazis and fascists largely comes from their great patriotic war national myth.
What are these covers? What is even happening here? Oh, okay, this is a U.S. radar plane. Okay, what the fucking commandos here? And what's with a little strip of... Okay,
This notion of everyone we don't like are Nazis and fascists largely comes from their great patriotic war national myth, where Russia heroically fought and won against
Connecticut. I'm like northeastern US.
Nazism and fascism, thereby saving the civilized world from the likes of Hitler. Except, we'll get to that later. In the Russian context, the terms Nazi or fascist have completely lost their original meaning. Nowadays, both terms simply refer to anyone opposing Russian geopolitical interests. What's that? Georgia and Ukraine are seeking closer ties to the West? Wow, sounds like a bunch of fascist Nazism to me, comrade. Let's go liberate the Russian-speaking population. By blowing them up. Now, most of these books were published before the war in Ukraine. Looking back, their themes were repeated by official Russian propaganda nearly word for word in order to justify their invasion. They spent years and years manufacturing consent at home, so the domestic population will accept their justifications without questioning them. There is even a book about a soldier who for some reason looks like Sergei Shoigu, the former Russian defense minister, who travels back to 1944 with a GRU squad to kill or capture the Ukrainian leadership, who look like present-day Ukrainian politicians for some reason. The Battle Fantastic series is
wait.
leadership who look like present-day.
Is it not like, are these not just photoshops of these guys' actual faces?
Ukrainian politicians for some reason. The Battle Fantastic series is an effort by the Russian government to militarize popular literature and with that whip the population into a pro-war frenzy. Want to pick up some of them from Moscow's central bookstore? Why not grab some mock Russian military equipment in the process? It's right there next to the fiction section. Of course, this manufactured consent is also present in the West, only in more subtle ways. Think of the creative phrasing some news outlets apply, for example when comparing Ukraine and Palestine related headlines. Thankfully, Ground News is here to help you navigate through the media landscape. It's a news aggregator website that collects articles from around the world so you can compare how different sources report on the same story. It gives you important context
when are they going to sponsor
political
me?
bias, reliability, and ownership structure, among others, which is very important information when judging a news story's veracity. Let's take a story about a recent event. According to Ground News, this story was covered by 133 news sources so far, with a bias distribution leaning towards the left. The bias comparison feature tells us that the left emphasizes US rejection of election results, the center focuses on neighboring countries' reactions, and the right relies more on emotional appeals. Ground News even has a blind spot page where you can find news stories that have little to no coverage from one side of the political spectrum. Ground News is a powerful information tool helping you navigate the news information landscape, enabling you to stay on top of the news cycle. I can only recommend it. Go to ground.news/Aaron or scan this QR code to receive 40% off their Vantage plan, which includes unlimited access to every feature.
I'm trying to be
or you can
really
try their Pro plan
restrained.
for just $1 a month for great value. By subscribing to Ground News, you're not only supporting
Skill
me
issue.
in making more
Skill
content
issue.
for you, but also an independent platform making the media landscape more transparent. Thank you for checking out Ground News.
I was planning to use that a lot more on Fox News, and when we go back to that, we can do that. It's just some of this, like, I obviously want to be careful around the Kirk stuff. So we would watch his wife's speech. Obviously, there's not gonna be any soundboard stuff. But when Mike Johnson and Trump are talking shit, like, yeah, then I think it's fair.
Level of Russian state pulp fiction is books set in the 19th century, involving Russian czars. Here we start delving into the Popadancy or time traveler books. Oh boy. In this particular book, Tsar from the Future, a guy from today's Russia wakes up in the body of Nicholas II, prevents the Russian Revolution, defeats Great Britain, because of course he does, and then casually conquers Istanbul with modern weapons. Why Istanbul? Because that's the seat of Eastern Orthodox Christianity, the Russian Vatican basically. So in just one book, this guy defeats Russia's #1 archenemy, Britain, saves the Russian Empire, makes it a global power, and then basically conquers the Ottoman Empire. These books have zero chill. In another book, Rise Up Russians, this time two time travelers wake up in the bodies of Nicholas II and also his predecessor, Alexander III. The long-awaited sequel to best-selling Save Russia, a new journey into the past. Our contemporary, having taken possession of the body of Nicholas II, rewrites history in our favor. To help...
I am not a fan of Hassan. I think he's anti-electoralism. So him and his followers don't vote. They just antagonize the Democratic Party, and when it comes time to actually make, progress towards what they espouse, they don't vote in the general election. And I'm not for that. I think whether you want exactly what Joe Biden wants or Kamala Harris wants, or if you want 10 times more to the left of it, the only way to get to either of those outcomes is still to vote for her. You can fight as hard as you want in the primaries, but once it's in the general, you gotta show up. So, saying you shouldn't vote for Kamala Harris is just, or whatever the Democratic candidate is first of all, it's just not helpful to their movement, but it's also, parasitic to the left that does have a chance at winning. He pretends to be, but he's really not. The Marxist-Leninist movement is kind of turning against AOC and Bernie for not being extreme enough. If he was for AOC and Bernie, he would have told people to vote for Kamala Harris. He likes the mainstream attention he gets from talking to AOC and Bernie, but he knows him and his supporters wouldn't actually vote for them, at least not anymore. They're even turning on Mamdani. So it's that never enough, it's never enough, and we also aren't going to participate in the political process. So it's okay, we're not playing the same sport here. See ya. Because if they're not going to vote for the Democratic candidates when it comes time to it, when it comes time to vote, the Democrats are better served trying to appeal to their existing base and to more center people, trying to cast the net that way. If you want to be, if people like Hassan want to be included in the conversation, no, there's criticism, and then there's being a parasite. Okay? Criticism is fine. Criticism's encouraged. But saying Kamala Harris would be just as bad as Donald Trump, I know that was about Gaza, but even then that's not true. Or rallying against all electoral politics, that's not helpful. That doesn't help anybody. That's just lip service to people that think their ideology is going to rise from the ashes. It's not criticism. It'd be criticism if they actually wanted them to improve or supported them but had some pointers. I'm not a Hasanabi friend, but still, they both were gonna... I'm not... Oh. Yeah. Okay, but saying they were the same is not true. Harris would have been tougher. Because Trump is talking about, flattening it. Alright, Harris would have been better. That's just true. But my broader point is, Hassan will criticize and criticize and criticize the Democratic Party, not vote for them when the time comes, and then also encourage his supporters not to vote for Democratic candidates. Well, okay. He's talking about expelling Trump is talking about expelling the Palestinians and turning the Gaza Strip basically into a giant mall with hotels and like a resort. He's trying to create a mini like Emirati there. And he told Netanyahu basically flat out like, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. And you saw that, like, right after Trump got elected, they started Operation Gideon's Chariot. They started blocking aid. Like, I'm sorry, that would not have happened under Harris. And if they did, there would have been pushback significantly and probably action taken by the Harris administration. Whereas Trump was like, this is based. Can you hurry up the timeline so we can make hotels there? You can say that Kamala Harris wouldn't have been good on it. That's fine. That's a valid argument. But it is also an objective fact that Trump is 100 times worse on it. Yes, okay. But when you have people like Hassan telling people not to vote for Kamala because she's not good enough, and that playing a part, not a significant part, mind you, because again, their voice isn't big enough. But, it's a part of the base that could be voting. Not to vote for Kamala because she's not as good as they want her to be. Costs Palestinian lives. It costs lives from people receiving U.S. aid. Like, there's a real cost to ignoring slow improvement and having an incredibly high bar. And when it comes to it, too, how high does the bar have to be? If they're condemning Mamdani, they're turning against Bernie, they're turning against AOC. I'm sorry, the American public will not for a long time accept even AOC or Bernie as a viable presidential candidate. There's no point in this, purity testing. It's America. It's a democracy. It's a giant mechanism that you have to move inch by inch. So, my problem with him is he's harmful to the left movement. People on the right can point to people like him and all the radical things he says and his support of, terror groups and say that's what every liberal is like. And then, when it comes down to the elections, they don't even have the decency to vote for the Democratic candidates. So we get blamed. So myself, center left, some social left policies, get blamed for the hard left. But then the hard left also wipes their hands of the Democratic establishment. I'm sorry, they are a cancer on the Democratic Party. Anyways.
Him from the present day, other Popodanci arrive, under whose leadership the Russian Empire makes an incredible leap into the future. Industries developing by leaps and bounds. Grand Dukes race around St. Petersburg in cars assembled in Nizhny Novgorod. The Russian army and navy are actively mastering radio communication. The construction of the Trans-Siberian Railway is in full swing. Soon the temporary blitzkrieg begins to stall. Nikola Tesla, whom the landing party from the future invited to Russia, goes missing. The Russo-Japanese War begins 15 years ahead of schedule. Powerful external forces that do not want the prosperity and greatness of Russia in every possible way slow down its rapid development, trying to return history to its former rails. Who will win this struggle, Russian Popodanci or our enemies? Will it be possible to overcome the inertia of time? Will Russia have a bright past? Man, these things are like National Victim Complex, the book series. I guess one way of not dealing with the trauma is to write books fantasizing about going back in time and fixing it all. If only you could just go back to being 7 years old with your current knowledge and experience and that sort of stuff. Other than bizarre time-traveling stuff, there is also a bizarre amount of books dedicated to the complete destruction of Britain. Yeah, so you might have noticed Russian propaganda has...
Okay, that's the thing. You can't wait it out until someone perfectly lines up. You have to vote for If you want to advance towards your worldview, you have to vote for the candidate that moves you closer to that. I think I understand well, I don't like either candidate. I get it. Sorry, his support for Hamas and Hezbollah is terror support. The thing is, I just like Master Liberty, his main thing is the Constitution. Of the two candidates that were available to vote for, it was clear that one was closer to the Constitution and abiding by it, and one was farther. So to me, it makes sense to vote for the one that is more constitutional rather than the one that is less. I understand what they are. I understand that they are fighting against Israel. I'm not pro-Israel, but Hamas, and this is reflected in polling of Palestinians, is not helping the Palestinian movement anymore. It has become actively harmful. Okay, I get that, but at this point, Hamas being there and fighting is the excuse Israel's using to continue their campaigns. Hamas is not a good negotiating partner, right? Like, the difference is Hamas wants to just keep fighting no matter what, because that's what their whole infrastructure is. It's what they're built to do. Like, I'm not saying Israel is better. Like, the IDF and Hamas have a symbiotic relationship where their incentive is to always keep fighting. Whereas what's better for the people is to have some actual negotiations. But when you have Hamas and IDF, or Hamas that's denying every peace negotiation and then saying afterwards, oh, actually, we'll accept the last thing that we rejected. Again, it's not helpful to the Palestinian people. The Palestinians are protesting against Hamas. Like, yeah, it would be better if they had like a military objective, but the objective is just to fight. Like, there's no end. Like, there's deals on the table, and they're just not happening. They haven't happened. The polling from within Gaza says they don't want Hamas to continue their campaigns. I haven't looked into them in a bit because that conflict, like, is depressing because, again, both sides are incentivized to continue fighting forever. Because the best outcome for Hamas is that they keep fighting, they get to continue their attacks. That's what they want. And Israel, if they keep fighting, if Hamas keeps fighting, Israel has all the justification they need to continue to fight, take territory, and expand settlements. Like, the best move for everybody is if a third party, an international partner, comes in and says, you fucking motherfuckers need to chill the fuck out. Hamas, you can't be running the strip anymore. The people don't want you there. And Israel, you need to stop expanding. You need to retract some settlements in the West Bank. I would... I don't know about that. I don't think that's true. I think there are extremists within the Israeli government that don't want it. But I think generally a two-state solution is the plan. And I would turn that back on Hamas. I would have an impossible time imagining Hamas wanting a two-state solution. I think it's pretty clear they just want to attack Israel until Israel's wiped off the map. Like, anyways. Okay, I'm sorry, if that is Hamas's goal. Their attacks are planned to inflict as much damage on Israel as possible. Their goal is to free Palestine from the river to the sea. Like, which is the entire area. So... I haven't had to bring up these talking points in a while. It is interesting to look back and say, okay, what would a better plan have been? Because in all of the plans, even back to like Sykes-Picot, Palestine just wasn't ever really accounted for. It was always like we'll figure that out later. And then it kept getting later and later, and then anti-Semitism starts on the rise. The Zionist movement starts. The world's going in Palestine. I mean, after the fall of the Ottomans, I don't know where else, because Europe didn't want Jewish refugees. The U.S. wouldn't take them. I don't know. It's really tough. It'd be great if everyone could, live in peace. But I think history's history, right? That's all happened. And Israel is not going anywhere. That's also, I think we can agree that that's kind of just... As it stands today, the fact of the matter is Israel's not going anywhere. So what do we do from here? I'm not saying it's good or justified that this is the situation as it is today, but that is where we're at. And it seems like we should be, as an international community, pushing very hard to actually get a two-state solution, putting pressure on Israel, putting pressure on Hamas, reinvigorating a actual negotiating partner within the Gaza Strip, and have the state recognition. Well, okay, Hamas won't agree to it, and some factions of the Israeli government won't. But again, that's why you need the international community to be like, okay, okay, I'm just saying the state of it is where it's at, right? I get that the history is a lot of injustices. That is true. Okay? But right now, the only way forward is a two-state, and then everything else can start from there. But once you have a recognized Palestinian state that has all the rights and responsibilities that come with statehood, you can start to move forward. But right now, the perpetual war is only helpful to Hamas, not the Palestinian or Gazan people, because Hamas doesn't want a two-state. That's the thing. But realistically, to move forward, and for the betterment of the people there, both Palestinian and Israeli, the international community needs to come together to enforce a two-state. There's no world where Israel gets wiped off the map. That just won't happen. And we can't let it happen. A valid point on why? Because they're a superpower. Breaking news from Banana Paw, welcome. Singling. Is that true? China's a cholera outbreak?
The thing about Britain. They use the term Anglo-Saxon a lot to refer to their enemies. That's because they consider the US and the UK enemy number 1 and number 2 respectively. And since the US originated from the Anglo-Saxon sphere of the British Empire, you get the idea. Pictured here is a time-traveling Spetsnaz team taking over the HMS Victory and capturing Admiral Nelson. So in Russian thought, if you could just go back in time and destroy the British Empire, then the US would not exist as we know it, giving Russia free reign to rule the world hand in hand with Nazi Germany.
This is crazy. Okay, if a two-state is enforced by the international community, Israel will not have any justification to attack. Trust me, Russian boy. Am I Russian? I'm a loud and proud American, brother. Alright, I'm gonna let you two fight out the rest of the Israeli-Palestinian stuff. I'm here to think about Civil War breaking out in the US, hopefully not, and World War III breaking out. And we'll see what Poland does.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, welcome to the next level of Russian state pulp fiction. The Hitler stuff. During World War II, Nazis and Soviets famously tried striking an accord with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. It was a non-aggression pact governing the relationship between Soviets and Nazi Germany. It famously broke down when Hitler attacked the Soviets. But few people know that there was a second, parallel attempt at an agreement, the German-Soviet talks, where the Soviet Union officially petitioned to become the fourth Axis power next to Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and Imperial Japan. These talks also broke down, however, after Stalin was overly aggressive with his proposals and demands. But an actual agreement was already within reach at that point. The Soviets were this close to becoming the fourth Axis power. If you think this contradicts the great patriotic war myth of Russia being the great bulwark against fascists and Nazis, you're right. The fact that they actively tried to join them a year before kinda ruins the narrative. The most notorious books in the Hitler pulp fiction subgenre belong to the Comrade Hitler series. Russian Popodanets time traveler in the body of Adolf Hitler. Will he succeed in defeating England by carrying out Operation Sea Lion, an invasion of the British Isles? Will he dare to lead a military...
You were right. These book covers do continue to get crazier.
coup to remove the Nazi party from power and destroy the SS? Will Comrade Führer be able to prevent a clash with Stalin, preventing a suicidal German war against the USSR? Oh, how progressive. They actually want to get rid of the Nazis. Well, not really. In official Russian state canon, the only reason they hate Hitler and the Nazi party is because they attacked Russia. So when the writer has the heroic time traveler get rid of the Nazi party, it's not because of some principled action opposing the far right, but because they were the mean people who attacked Russia. In the real world, following the destruction of Nazi Germany, Germany, Stalin continued ethnic cleansings, putting gay people into camps, and otherwise the Soviet Union carried on with its rich history of anti-Semitism. Still, at least the Popodanets in this book gets rid of the Nazi party. Oh, but wait, there is another part. Comrade Hitler, Book 2. Hang Churchill. Our Popodanets, transferred into the body of Adolf Hitler, changes the history of the Second World War. What price will have to be paid for the invasion of Britain? Will Churchill be hanged as a warmonger for crimes against humanity? Will the Reich's alliance with Stalin's USSR come to fruition? Will Comrade Hitler, together with Comrade Stalin, be able to defeat the US and build the atomic bomb before the Americans? Holy fucking... Okay, this is a bit more explicit. I guess the whole getting rid of the SS in the previous book didn't resonate with Russian audiences. This is why you should never believe tankies when they tell you, oh, Stalin didn't want an alliance with Hitler, he was going to heroically fight Nazism all along, he was just pretending. No, he fucking wasn't. In fact, as illustrated by the disturbing amount of Nazi-Soviet friendship-themed pulp fiction, many Russians would be ready to do so even today. Oh right, there's this gem as well. Assault for the Future, very subtle cover art of a modern Russian soldier palling around with a Nazi soldier, London, and a burning Sherman tank in the background. It's always the fucking Brits, man. This book is also on the progressive side, where Hitler gets assassinated, there is an anti-fascist coup in Berlin, after which the Wehrmacht immediately joins the Soviets, and then Stalin nukes the US and institutes a global Soviet world order. Great. These books are the apex of government-mandated cope. It's the loser incel guy under the shower thinking about all the ways he could have gotten Stacy for himself if that dumbass Chad didn't steal her away. It's that kind of cringy, daydreaming power fantasy, except it's done by the Russian state. Oh, this one's fun. A pilot from Novorossiya, that's the region Russia initially took from Ukraine.
I'm sorry, there's so much thought that you lose the ability to, like, move things forward if you constantly look at... Okay. Yeah, I don't think anyone's arguing against you. Is that they were buddy?
Ukraine in 2014, travels back in time and finds himself in the body of Stalin's son, who's also a pilot. His modern Russian jet and apparently smartphone are also there for some reason. So he goes to win the war with future technology and exposes Nikita Khrushchev, Stalin's successor, as a traitor and a Western double agent. Just so everyone is aware, Khrushchev was the one
How long are these books?
who ended Stalin's reign of terror. He presided over the period called the Thaw, where previously brutal repressions eased, censorship was relaxed, and Stalin's ethnic cleansings and deportations generally came to an end. This was Khrushchev's legacy. He ended Stalin's totalitarian terror state, and for this, he gets labeled a Western plant and traitor by contemporary official Russian propaganda. The modern Russian government has been making a massive effort to rehabilitate and repopularize Stalin. And so in this book and many others, the protagonists explicitly set out to save Stalinism. But see, we're not asking the right questions here. Instead of why Stalinism, we should ask why not Stalinism in space. Enter the final level, rock bottom, Red Padawan. In the year 1941, Darth Vader ends up at Earth for some fucking reason on board of a Star Destroyer. Noticing there is a war going on, Vader allies with Stalin and helps him win World War II. Vader's support, however, comes at the cost of Stalin's submission to him, but Stalin manages to overpower and defeat Darth Vader, then takes control of the Empire and destroys America. The book ends with the following line: Stalin liked his new Star Destroyer. Far below him, on the surface of the planet, burned the ruins of Washington. At least Ukrainians commemorated poor Vader when they turned a Lenin statue into him. That actually happened. And this is the kind of shit the Russian public has been bombarded with for more than a decade now. And sure, many of these books are stupid and or ridiculous, but if you get subjected to this shit constantly, around the clock, for more than 10 years, then eventually it just becomes the new normal. Not the time-traveling or the Stalin-defeating Darth Vader stuff, but the story's undertone. Russia is the greatest, Stalin was a great leader, Ukraine is run by fascist, pro-LGBT Nazis, the West is degenerate and wants us dead, and our nation's historical greatness was stolen by malicious outside actors. This gradual propagandizing and subtle brainwashing is why we see such incomprehensible ideological Gordian knot clusterfucks such as the Russian flag, the Soviet flag, and the Russian imperial flag flown right next to each other on giant flagpoles in the harbor of St. Petersburg. Three distinct forms of Russia whose values should be diametrically opposed to each other: the capitalist and democratic Russian Federation, the anti-capitalist, anti-monarchy, and anti-imperialist Soviet Union, and the very much imperialist and very much run by a monarch Russian Empire. How does all this compute? It doesn't. It's not meant to. It never meant to. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except the greatness of the Russian nation. Ideals of socialism, communism, capitalism, democracy, they're all just meaningless sugarcoating on millennium-old Russian imperial ideals. Subjugation of neighbors, consolidation of wealth and power in the hands of a ruling elite, purging or forcibly Russifying all non-Russian ethnic groups, and the murder and deportation of those who disagree. And this mountain of written slop aimed at a domestic Russian audience is just one small component of this imperial insanity. The only thing that ever mattered to the Russian elite, regardless of what they called their country at the time or what ideology they pretended to champion. And these books, especially since 2010, were a shining example of the Russian elite's true intentions. How come they got ignored by the West? Sergei Sumlevny, an Eastern Europe expert from Germany, also asked this question. After all these examples of Russian state-run preparation for a global war, militarization of people, spreading all possible weird violence fantasies, one may ask a question. How the hell did Western embassies ignore this? It was so obvious, right? It was not hidden at all. Revanchist books were sold everywhere, revanchist movies were blockbusters, they literally formed Russian culture after the 1990s. Literally nothing was hidden. My take is, it was a dangerous mixture of ignorance, Russia fascination, laziness, and corruption. One need indeed to have a special mood to dig into local culture while working abroad. You know.
And now we've got Russian propaganda so far permeated into our political system, our media system, into our goddamn president. This is... oh, man.
Learn the language, know cultural codes, read a lot of shit like these books. Many of those who went to Russia read Dostoevsky and believed they knew Russia. Instead, they had to spend a couple of years on LiveJournal and read Krylov, Holmogorov, Galkovsky, Kenny Tiger, Legatus_Minor, ever heard, huh? And others to understand what's going on. Warning signs were ignored because they spoiled the whole picture of economic cooperation and Wandel durch Handel. Some shitty books? We have them too, they said. Yes, but not of this number, concentrated focus on one topic and the level of hate. Warnings like this were ignored as nerdy, too detailed, focusing on abnormalities and missing the global perspective, over-exaggerating, or even Russophobic. I have experienced all such reactions. Maybe the very idea that a nation in the 21st century, which has got all possible cooperation offers, G8, G20, NATO-Russia Council, Partnership for Peace, World Trade Organization, etc., can willingly and gladly choose a path of war, was too scary for too many. At the end of this video, there are two more books I'd like to show you briefly. Think of this as the bonus round. You think you're ready, but you're not. Exhibit A, Red Lord. Stalin, after his death, awakens in a...
But is this supposed to be Lord of the Rings or Warhammer?
Fantasy world, adopts the Red Lord moniker, and turns that world's great magical war into a great patriotic war. I know, I have no idea either.
Trump should write a book where he defeats Darth Sidious and uses the power of the Old Republic to defeat woke. Yeah, I think that would do well. The problem is, I don't know if you can read, let alone write.
Genuinely don't know what I can add here. And Exhibit B, the tank driver of Mordor. A tank academy cadet gets transported to Middle-earth by a wizard with his tank, so the cadet can help Sauron win. I mean, is anyone even remotely surprised at this point? He agrees to this because apparently Mordor is a model of statehood for all of Middle-earth. We represent ideal organization and order. Wherever we come to power, we put an end to the arbitrary rule of little people who imagine themselves kings. Yes, sometimes our methods are harsh, but you can't plant wheat without pulling up a few weeds, can you? Unified power and unified order are the ideals of Mordor. We have brought the light of truth to the Far East and South. But the West? Apparently this is an actual quote from one of the characters. Oh, and apparently orcs are genetically inferior or something, so the tanker cadet gets recruited into the Mordor eugenics program, where he gets to have sex with orc women to produce a stronger orc breed. Okay, I admit this is a pretty creative spin on the Uruk-hai. Someone had to approve this story at a Russian government agency. I don't know, man. Yeah, well, I guess this is the end of the video.
Okay. That's definitely something. Fuck, what's the name? What's the name of the guy that does the war videos? Where he's just like sitting. Fuck, that's not descriptive at all. He does a lot of Ukraine coverage. Why don't we just watch Tim Pool? That seems like a good use of time. Could do Armchair Historian, but I feel like we've done a little too much slop recently. I want to... Why young men don't like the Democrats. We got Tim Pool and Jesse Waters together. Doesn't that sound like just an absolute blast?
Actually,
God. This is just a nightmare.
a right-winger. That he's from a Christian conservative family who loved guns, and in fact, he attacked Charlie for not being conservative enough.
Right.
And they've tried making similar claims pertaining.
God. Just remember, Tim Pool is bald as fuck.
To the man who...
Oh, shit. Isn't Moldova, like, actively being invaded by Russia right now? Like... Yeah, Tim Pool is super bald.
Tried to kill Donald Trump crooks in Pennsylvania. But it is absolutely absurd. I've been dealing with this since the beginning of my career. I have dealt with physical assault attacks from the left, from violent extreme leftists. We called them the Black Bloc back during Occupy Wall Street. This was covered extensively when I was actually championed by the left for documenting
Yeah, wait,
Occupy
there's
Wall Street.
Russian garrisons
And I was physically attacked
invading
by
Moldova.
leftists. Even to this day, the death threats that we receive, the security that I have to have every day is
Wait, I've got a question for you, Raj. Who do you got in the Russia-Ukraine conflicts?
It's tremendous. And I don't see the same thing among my liberal counterparts. They don't require the same degree of security. So it's a gaslighting campaign, in my opinion, because in order to maintain the lie that the right is more violent, they do several things. They try to gaslight us in situations like this, that a conservative would shoot Charlie Kirk. He was the greatest tool in the...
Yeah, there's things called groypers. They fucking hated Charlie Kirk. Crane for sure. What's with the dots?
arsenal of conservative values. And they go online, they use these
progress.
NGOs, these nonprofits, to claim that a run-of-the-mill moderate conservative is the same thing as a white supremacist who wants to overthrow the government. They're so far removed from each other.
Okay, hold on. Weren't there white supremacists trying to overthrow the government like 4 years ago?
As a white supremacist who wants to overthrow the government. They're so far removed from each other. That's the game they're playing now because they don't want to take responsibility for the rhetoric. The rhetoric they say every day when they accuse us of being Nazis or fascists or far right. They say this so that, as you've already pointed out, when the violence happens, no one likes a Nazi, right?
Okay. Okay.
But let me add this. I think the reality now that I've unfortunately had to deal with, that we are all seeing, is that this man who shot Charlie was much closer
But then again, why the dots?
to mainstream Democrat than any of us wanted to believe. I woke up to posts on Instagram from people that I thought were my friends that I have known for years. And mind you, they're liberal, but I always considered them to be moderate liberals, not particularly active. And they're posting messages saying Charlie deserved it. He
That's
got
a
the world
lie.
he wanted. And they know who I
I guarantee you, Tim Pool would not be friends with someone who would say that. And also, that's like no-name accounts on Twitter. I don't know if anyone you meet face-to-face is going to say, yeah, it was good. But it's Tim Pool. You could just lie for fun and get paid by the Russian government.
am, and they know that he was my friend, and I don't understand how these relationships can be repaired. Even
I don't know what this is. It looks
friends of mine who are not political, who are telling me I'm sorry.
Sorry,
this
Mooncake
happened,
is way better than Fondue.
are telling they're saying on their Facebooks there are people posting celebrating this that they didn't even realize were political, and I don't know how we recover from that.
That's got to be
so
a
how
lie.
did that culture begin? You're familiar.
That you don't go from being apolitical to saying, "Yep, I'm glad he's dead." That's not. It doesn't pass the smell test at all.
Familiar with the internet, you're familiar with Antifa, you understand the militancy that you see and you encounter when you go into these precincts. This kid, raised with good parents,
Googly.
it seems like, lives a normal life in Utah. How did he?
His only friends are Tesla. His only friend is Grok. This is a tough one for conservatives because he was raised Christian, both parents, nice Mormon white kid, dropped out of college to go to trade school. Okay, I don't know enough about Transnistria, to be honest, so.
He snap like that?
It's really hard to know,
I
but
bet he does.
I've talked about it quite a bit in my research. I'll try and keep it as succinct as I can. The algorithms of social media starting in the late 2000s. In LexisNexis data, you can.
No, not necessarily. There's one fucking Fox News host that said, "Oh, actually, he was in love with his trans roommate." First of all, there's no substantiation that his roommate was trans. There's just a photo of his roommate in a onesie, where from the angle he looks kind of feminine. That's all I've seen substantiated. It's just that there's a picture. I don't think there's any indications they were dating or anything. Remember, the roommate let the FBI go through all of the messages, instantly. And the FBI was like, yeah, we're not arresting you. So, I feel like Kash Patel would have said something if they were lovers. The silence is telling. When they're quiet, they realize, shit, this isn't a clean narrative. Alright, I'll do some research into Transnistria so I can speak intelligently on it another time. I just heard some people mentioning that Russia was invading Moldova. But I am out of my depth.
You can see the words like racism, white supremacy, fascism skyrocket in their usage in mainstream newspapers and online publications. This was likely due to the big tech platforms prioritizing algorithmic feeds. That is, they were going to show you content that got more engagement. And to the average person, a story of injustice and racism generated anger.
Okay. Someone from their side owns the largest media platform, Twitter, right? Which, noticeably, when Musk bought it...
Will you shut up?
Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. You got to hear the Biden. Fuck, what was I saying? But yeah, okay. And it became super, super right-wing. There are tons of Nazis on Twitter, and that's on, the main page. That gets pushed to people in the For You page. And they still... And Fox News is the biggest news program. Where is this victimhood coming from? You're not this silent voice that has to hide behind things. The most prevalent voices right now are on the right. What the fuck are we talking about?
Anger is the most likely to generate some content to be shared. It's the most likely to make someone share content. And so what we instantly saw were websites that were posting articles, say, about politics, realize if they write about police brutality, racism, or some kind of social injustice, they will get substantially more clicks, shares, and in turn, money. There was a really good example. It was reported, Mike.com, for instance, originally started as a Ron Paul libertarian website. But as they began posting police brutality videos and made more money off it, the narrative shifted towards left-aligned ideology.
If this wins, that's
Now, what do you think happens to a young man who is 13 years old on Facebook or on one of these other platforms?
Oh, Tim, you're so out of touch. Who the fuck is 13 and on Facebook?
And the algorithm is showing them nothing but social injustice, leftist ideology, and they may be normal. They may be in a Christian conservative family, but every day they open their apps, whatever platform they be using, they see nothing over and over again. Racism, white supremacy, racism over and over. And they see these messages from Democrats saying, we can't tolerate this, we can't let them win. Eventually, their whole world, they live in a paranoid delusional state where they would accuse Charlie of being racist,
Interesting.
of advocating for slavery, exemplified, in fact, by
and
Stephen.
When was this? Just like timeline-wise, and then what is Ukraine's position on it now?
King posting that Charlie Kirk had advocated the stoning of gays, which he never did, and Stephen King was forced to apologize for. These ideas that they spread through lies and fake news are crazy.
You know why? Because the guy lives alone in a cabin.
I got a big-ass book. Again, I'm working on getting through this. I'm sure I'll reach this at some point. It's just a thick-ass book, so I'm nowhere near the 1990s yet.
In the woods in Maine and just stares at a screen all day. I mean, he's like the perfect example of someone getting spun up by these demonic forces online.
Demonic forces.
That's very interesting analysis. Thank you so much. This is even a more challenging issue than I even understood. We appreciate it, Tim.
Is it?
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Is it okay. It's pretty clear that political violence is bad and that there's radicalization funnels on the internet. I don't think anyone's disputing that. What we are disputing is that it's one-sided. It is not just the left. It is not even a majority left. It is a majority right-wing radicalization ecosystem and violence that happens. I don't know. I hate the new fucking woke Republican Party. It's so fucking soy. It's crazy.
Public News founder Michael Schellenberger is here. So
Schellenberger's great too. Yeah, Schellenberger is great. So that brings, Tim was actually touching on what we were about to talk about before we jump to the Fox piece. This is a Newsweek piece. What is a groyper? What to know about Nick Fuentes' alt-right movement? Now, the reason that they're talking about this at all is because there are people out there trying to make
Long hot dog
that this kid wasn't a leftist, that he didn't have any left-leaning ideas, that the kid was actually so far right that he thought that Charlie Kirk was not far right enough.
Okay. Are you serious? It's the same field, just 1 year apart, and the same thing. This one has a better looking olive, but this one's a better looking pizza. No one here. Whatever. Fuck you.
Even though these same people that will make this argument are calling Charlie Kirk a Nazi, calling him a fascist, right? You don't get more far right than at least to a normie. I know there are people out there that are going to say, but horseshoe theory or what have you. Some people will say, well, Jonah Goldberg's book was right and the Nazis are actually left and blah, blah, blah. I understand those arguments. I'm aware of them. But the typical person...
someone live on this right now.
Is she up? Is she?
I see someone out there. I don't know. Just
yeah, he's just checking. It looks like he's just checking. Yeah.
Looks like mic check. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. No, wait. That's what I'm looking for.
But they're saying that this guy was so far right that he thought that Charlie Kirk wasn't far right enough, and they're saying that he was a groyper. So from Newsweek,
mind you, there is a chance that this is true. I don't think there's been any news today about the motivation. I could be wrong on that, But
killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk has reignited attention on a long-time simmering feud within elements of the far right, particularly between Kirk and the so-called Groyper movement led by white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Kirk was shot and killed on September 10th during an appearance at Utah Valley University. As authorities investigated the motive, online speculation has turned towards extremist factions that once targeted Kirk, specifically Fuentes' Groyper army, which has long accused him of being insufficiently radical. Well, hello, Tim Pool.
How's it going, guys? Pretty good. I saw you on Fox News a while ago.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Fox,
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to take the opportunity to reach out to as many audiences as I could. Fox had reached out, and earlier in the week, but I said, look, unfortunately I'm busy, but they do these things with satellite trucks or cell phone trucks, basically.
God,
and so they had one on, and it was an honor to be on the same day, you know, as one of the voices to speak before Eric has to make her statement.
We're going on this Groyper thing, but you made a really good point about the algorithmic thing. I know you've made it a lot of times, that in 2008 it was time sensitive feed. It was whatever the most recent, and then all of a sudden there was a switch to what's the most popular, and that just the beast spun out of control.
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy in that, to the average person, what's popular has a lot to do with what the.
I hate Tim Pool with a passion. I do not advocate for violence against him, because that is bad. But this motherfucker is so annoying. The fucking Luke Beasley Tim Pool debate is like, it makes me want to pull my hair out to like look like him.
New York Times, CNN, or Fox Entertainment decides. So if they say tonight we're going to run with a football game, tomorrow everyone's talking about football. When it went to Facebook, they said we'll do the same thing. Whatever people like, we'll show them. It created an algorithmic feedback loop where it whittles itself down to one singular topic: social justice. The right is bad.
Fine.
Everybody writing white supremacists are evil.
Probably should.
And they found their path to making money. White supremacy is abhorrent and everybody hates it. They need to find some white supremacists. And so that's what they've been doing for a decade.
Looking for nails with their hammers.
Well, and thereby that's actually created people that will essentially say, look, if you're going to call someone like Charlie Kirk a white supremacist, it doesn't matter. And I think that that's probably fed into why there are a small but possibly growing group of people that are like, yeah, I think that America should be just white people.
This Groyper psyop.
So, sorry. White supremacists exist because the left says people are white supremacists? Everything is the left's fault. Everything. Yeah. Oh, I'm racist? That's because you called me racist. And now I actually am. Yeah, that's right, liberal. Now what? Like, own something. People stand for nothing.
Is vomitous.
Can you explain? I know personally who are the Groypers. What is a Groyper?
It's Nick Fuentes' fan base.
Is it just like, are they inherently racist? Is that their thing? Is we're going to be like racist guys?
But for this to be on Newsweek,
I know,
right? I mean, journalism is completely dead. To your point, that was a brilliant analysis, by the way, because this type of
wait. I have a sound for this.
Be on Newsweek.
I know.
Right. I mean, journalism is completely dead. To your point, that was a brilliant analysis, by the way, because this type of injection of that, it is done
I can
intentionally.
Pause it. That's so nice.
And it's to increase likes and views, and you see that proliferation of that terminology. This is disgusting.
Smash that like button.
I'm sure you have too. I've been called a racist. I mean, just recently, the day before Charlie's assassination, I had.
Okay. Each of the six investigators believe that Robinson's anger at Kirk's views could be a key to establishing motive for the slaying of the controversial activist whose death sent shockwaves through American politics. Each of the six sources familiar with the investigation told Axios that investigators believe Robinson had a romantic relationship with his roommate. Okay. I would trust Axios' reporting a lot more than a Fox News tweet, so okay, I'll take this with more weight. Okay, the latest. Utah confirmed on Sunday on ABC News. Oh, wait. That Robinson... When was this? How did I miss this? Spencer... Cox... ABC. What? No. I'm not saying you did. I'm saying yesterday, this was brewing on Twitter. No. I'm not accusing you of finding that on Fox. Yesterday, there was a Fox News host that was propagating this on Twitter, and I was trying to find a source, and there wasn't any, so I was like, okay, this might be bullshit. So that's why I was asking if there's any more info. And I trust Axios a lot more than I trust Fox. Yeah, no, I'm not saying you got it. I heard it first from Fox, which is why I was like, I don't know if I believe this. Sunday. Today's Sunday. News. BC. This week? I mean, I watch it because it's opposition research. Like, I don't watch it outside of stream, but it's good. Like, Fox News is the largest cable news channel. So it's a pretty good insight into what about half the country is hearing on a regular basis. And what they're hearing is that radical leftists, mind you, that just means Democrat, like myself, are out to get them, and that they need to fight back. But that's crazy. That's nuts. That is insane. Like, all right, let's watch this.
And joining me now is Republican Governor.
Wow, they used the same filter they used on Trump. Why is he so smooth?
Of Utah, Spencer Cox. Governor Cox, welcome back to Meet the Press. Our condolences to the Kirk family, to all of you in Utah who I know are grieving right now.
Thank you, Kristen. It is a dark time in our state's history, in our nation's history. Our prayers and hearts go out to Erica.
There's another guy on the investigation called I think Wiener or Dix. It's funny. That's just
her children and Charlie's family.
Sorry, I report the facts here.
Governor, let me start by just asking you to update us on the investigation. What more have investigators learned about the suspect and the motive here?
Yeah, so there will be much more coming out on Tuesday when charges are filed. They're gathering evidence, interviewing known friends, people around the suspect. What we know so far, there are a couple things that we can confirm.
Hello?
That have been.
Oh, my headphones crapped out.
Reported. We can confirm that
I don't know if stream froze for you guys, but my whole computer kind of started lagging big time, and then my headphones disconnected and reconnected. Weird.
That again, according to family and people that we're interviewing, he does come from a conservative family, but his ideology was very different than his family, and so that's part of it. We do know that the roommate that we had originally talked about, we can confirm that roommate is a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. So we know that piece. I will say that person has been very cooperative with authorities, and we have additional evidence, forensic evidence that has been.
Okay. This is bad for trans people. This is gonna lead to, if not physical violence, rhetorical violence against trans people for a long time. Because remember, this is what the right needed. No, the adding fuel onto the fire that trans people are these violent, unstable people is gonna be dangerous for that community. That's not good. Because you saw the right wanted that narrative from the get-go, even before we knew anything. Yeah, sorry. Before we knew anything, they were trying to say it was a trans person that did it. Yeah, this sucks. This is going to be bad. I hope I'm wrong.
Process. We'll be sharing that when charges are filed on Tuesday. So everything that we know confirms that that this is the person. The why behind this, again, we're all drawing lots of conclusions and how someone like this could be radicalized. And I think that those are important questions for us to ask and important questions for us to answer.
Governor, you say that the boyfriend, the roommate, is cooperating with investigators. What specifically have you learned from this individual, and is the suspect cooperating?
So what we have learned specifically is that this person did not have any knowledge, was shocked when they found out about it. When he found out about it, the suspect has not been cooperating.
Did they have a microphone? Could they hear it? Because I don't know how far the sound waves would carry. I don't know. It is really specific, like when the shot went off. So it's hard to imagine that it was just chance. But again, there's a very real possibility it was just chance. Yeah, I don't know.
Operating so far, and so we're getting all of this information from family members, again people around the suspect, and then the forensic information that we have, which is confirming everything and more than what we were able to share in that initial press conference.
Governor, I want to ask you about something you said on Friday. You said, quote, there was a radicalization that happened in a fairly short amount of time. How was the suspect radicalized? How quickly did it happen?
Okay, you gotta be careful with your sarcasm. This is probably not the time to be making jokes implying violence.
Happened.
Well, again, those are pieces of information that we're still gathering, trying to understand. We do know, and again, this has been well publicized, that this was a very normal young man, a very smart young man, 4.0 student, I think a 34 on the ACT, went to my alma mater, Utah State University, but was only there for a very short amount of time. I mean, dropped out after less than one semester, and it seemed to happen kind of after that. After he had moved back to the southern part of Utah, clearly there was a lot of gaming going on. Friends that have confirmed that there was.
Yep, this is another. Yeah, the trans community is going to get attacked over this, but the real victim is gamers.
Kind of that deep dark internet, the Reddit culture, and these other dark places of the internet where this person was going deep, and you saw that on the casings. I think I didn't have any idea what those inscriptions, many of those inscriptions even meant, but they are certainly the memification that is happening in our society today.
Yes, that's
Governor,
true.
I want to delve into some of the
on to
messaging
say
that we have
unless
heard
you're a
from
sociopath
you.
like yourself.
Lawmakers, governors of both parties across the country have frankly praised what we heard from you on Friday, your unifying message. You said you see this as a watershed moment. How can this nation step back from the brink, Governor?
So look, this is you mentioned it in the introduction, but we have seen an escalation in violence that has been happening across the country. We've had periods like this in our past history.
Who is the Lance Twiggs person? So Shillen has the Lance Lance Twiggs person was the roommate of the shooter, who, according to this guy, was transitioning from male to female, and they were dating Although it seems like the roommate had no clue that the shooting was going to happen and has been very cooperative with authorities, and to my knowledge, they're not making any plans to arrest or charge them with anything.
I've mentioned before, in the late 60s and early 70s, certainly we saw these types of high-profile political assassinations, another dark time in our history. People keep waiting for somebody to lead us out of this, and I think that's a mistake. I don't think any one person, certainly not a governor, I don't think a president, I don't think anyone can change the trajectory.
I'm sorry, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. Trump can call on people to do shit. He can call people off. But instead, he's like, right-wing extremism is totally justified because they're doing it because they don't like crime.
Of this, it truly is about every single one of us, and I can't emphasize enough the damage that social media and the internet is doing to all of us. Those dopamine hits, these companies, trillion-dollar market caps, the most powerful companies in the history of the world, have figured out how to hack our brains, get us addicted to outrage, which is the same type of dopamine, the same chemical that you get from taking fentanyl, get us addicted to outrage and get us to hate each other. I'm seeing it in real time since the tragic death of Charlie Kirk. I'm seeing it in every corner of our society. The conflict entrepreneurs are taking advantage of us, and we are losing our agency, and we have to take that back. We have to turn it off. We have to get back to community, caring about our neighbors, the things that make American great, serving each other, bettering ourselves, exercising, sleeping, all of those things that this takes away from us.
Well, Governor,
how does this guy have a better message than the goddamn president? Dopamine rage hits like fentanyl. Yeah. Yeah, okay, it's true. Master Liberty, you're right. If he told his base to get along and play nice with the left, this country could heal because they take his word as gospel. I gotta say though, I've been on Reddit for a lot of my life. I don't think that's where a lot of the radicalization funnels come from, no. Like, Twitter, I would get it more. 4chan, I understand. Like, other, like, more niche forums. Reddit, like, I don't know. I could be wrong, though. Reddit's just an echo. Yeah, even, like, the extreme shit gets banned. Well, yeah. Kind of. At least from what I've seen. I don't go looking for crazy shit on Reddit.
Referred to social.
I mean, I don't know. There's limits to what can be on Reddit. This turned out to be a weird deep dive into the life of a 22-year-old in Utah. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the the steps are pretty clear. What happens every time there's a political violence event. First, everyone pushes their theory of who it was and why they did it. And then more evidence comes out, and the side that kind of is more in line with the shooter or violent person's rhetoric, if they're on the right, they try and pretend that they don't own them at all, it's not their fault. If they're on the left, they disavow and say this is wrong, we don't condone this. But we're in the stage now where people are digging up as much information as they can, trying to pin it on whoever they think their enemy is. So the roommate being trans is going to create rough times ahead for the trans community because the right is digging as hard as they can for ammo against that community, and they're gonna make sure that they use this. But yeah, we're just at this part. We're at the blame game part of the cycle now, and then from here, everyone could agree to turn down the rhetoric, but doesn't look like this is happening. Yeah, bro's the same age as me, which is fucking insane. That's not something I don't like hearing about any of this, but it is really bizarre. To be the same age as this guy, like that's insane. And like knowing the memes and whatnot, like I don't know, it's a bizarre feeling.
Social media as a cancer on Friday. That's an incredibly strong word. Do you believe that social media played a direct role in this assassination?
I believe that social media has played a direct role in every single assassination and assassination attempt that we have seen over the last 5-6 years. There is no question in my mind that cancer probably isn't a strong enough word. What we have done, especially to our kids.
Yeah, I mean, when this guy had to go up on stage and read, "Notices bulge, OWO, what's this?" It's not, like, the event isn't funny, but having a guy in a very serious, somber tone read that is wild. Yeah, the Helldiver's 500-kilogram bomb was crazy. Although, when they first found the arrows on the bullet, it was like, oh yeah, this is actually trans arrows. There was a ton of, like, right-wingers on Twitter. I think Steven Crowder was pushing that the most. That those arrows actually meant something trans. And it's like, no, it's a Helldivers thing. Like, come on. The guy was a member of the internet. Yeah, I'd imagine they would. Yeah. Oh my god, another thing too, whenever there's a violent event, every, like, online figure is in the background being like, please say they don't cite me, please say they don't cite me, please say they don't cite me. It's a fucking insane world we live in now.
It took us a decade to realize how evil these algorithms are, and we're doing everything in Utah, first state in the nation a couple years ago to pass comprehensive reform. Sadly, these most powerful companies on earth are suing us to prevent us from implementing these things.
I want to play you a little bit of what we heard from President Trump this week and get your reaction. Take a look.
Oh, this might be interesting.
The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street.
That's not just a saying, yeah, right-wing violence is actually kind of okay. It's an endorsement and support of it. He's saying this is a good thing. Like, where's my mouse?
The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy.
What is your reaction to that message from President Trump, Governor?
Well, look, I've talked to President Trump. President Trump is angry, and he has every right to be angry. A lot of Americans are very angry right now, and there clearly was a left.
You fucking pussy. Yeah, that's the both sidesers be like, see, he was actually nice to both extremists. But this guy who knows and has been softly pushing the message that no, violence on both sides is wrong. Now that he's heard Trump say what he said, he's trying to make excuses for it. Like, have a pair, man.
This ideology with this assassin, and so I totally understand that anger.
Because he wants to make, so he would throw in that compliment at the end to the left to make them seem like a bigger threat than they are. He's trying to both say, what he's communicating to his base is that the violence on our side is for a good cause, and our enemies are cunning and evil. Like, so it's not only you're fighting for a just cause, but your enemy is trying to outsmart you, and if you don't act, like, it's really fucking dangerous. And mind you, the violence he's calling for is against normal ass people.
I also wish you would have played the clip where he quoted Charlie Kirk about the importance of nonviolence, because he.
Shut the fuck up. Like this. How fucking. Oh my god. How spineless can you be? Those two things are not the same. Just because he said one thing about Charlie Kirk promoting nonviolence doesn't mean he didn't say that right-wing violence is justified. Like, and after he said that Charlie Kirk wouldn't want violence, he'd said he'd want us to get revenge at the ballot box. But then he goes on to say, but the ballot boxes aren't fair anymore. You can't do that anymore. So, implying that there's only one way to get back. It's hello, forever loyalty from me. How are you?
He said that too. And I can tell you that the president has reached out to me. He reached out to me after the press conference and thanked me multiple times for my words. That's probably a surprise to people. He also, the reason I'm doing these morning shows, I don't do much national press anymore.
I'm angry. Well, not angry. I'm frustrated with the state of things. I really wish the president of the United States would call his side off of violence, but instead he's stoking flames. So that's not good. Russia is testing the limits of NATO, and Trump is making excuses for them, so that's not good. Things are a bit stressful, both within the US and in the world, but we live. As long as the New York Times still publishes Crosswords, I'm all good.
White House asked us to come on and to talk about this because they're worried about the escalation that's happening out there. But again, I don't know why we feel like we need to take our cues, that we as Americans have to get up in the morning and decide how we're going to react or act based on what the president says or what a governor says or what anyone else says.
Sorry, I missed that.
But again, I don't know why we feel like we need to take our cues, that we as Americans have to get up in the morning and decide how we're going to react or act based on what the president says or what
a stupid son of a bitch.
Okay. He was able to put together January fucking 6th just by talking. There are people, yeah, I'm from the US. There are people that take his word as plans and action and gospel. It is important what he says. Would this standard ever be applied to Biden? Like, oh, it doesn't matter what the president says. We don't all wake up and just, listen to Biden to see. No. They'd say, this is evil, this is disgusting, how dare he. But when it's Trump, it's, oh, don't worry about that. He's only the president.
governor says or what anyone else says. In my conservative philosophy, and quite frankly, in my faith philosophy, we believe in agency. We believe that we are each individually responsible for ourselves. And the United States of America is a collection of a lot of different people. And again, no president is going to lead us out of this. It's going to be every single one of us.
Governor Spencer Cox, we so deeply appreciate your joining us and your perspective this morning and your updates on the investigation. Thank you very much for being here.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated.
God, that's rough. I can't. That's so depressing. God damn. All right, and now time to make my mood even worse. Let's go over to check out what Ben Shapiro's got to say.
Well, folks, obviously, we're all in mourning here at Daily Wire, and I think across the country for my friend Charlie Kirk. And this weekend, I wanted to re-release an interview that I did with Charlie. There's an America Fest in December 2024, shortly after President Trump's victory in the last presidential election. Charlie was in an amazing mood, obviously. So was I. As I've said many times, I knew Charlie for well over a decade, from the time he was a young kid to becoming one of the most important political players in the country. And so I wanted to provide that interview for you here. He talks about his origin story, his feelings about President Trump, his feelings about life. It's definitely worth the listen. Thanks for taking the time. Charlie Kirk, founder of TPUSA, my dude, you've built an actually enormous thing. Congratulations. Seriously amazing.
Thank you, Ben. It's great to see you, and thanks for being here. And yeah, it's been...
I'm trying to look for, like, reactions from various voices on the right. Oh, God.
All right, here.
Actually, this might be something.
We are. He's an author and a staff writer for The Atlantic, Tim Alberta, and he's the Daily Wire co-founder. His new book is called Lions and Scavengers, Ben Shapiro. Okay. Here are the questions from the people. What does the panel think about a West Point alumni group canceling an award it was planning to give to Tom Hanks? Oh, yes, I have all this information on this. An actor that Trump has called woke and destructive. Yes. Well, let me read you. I actually have the... they were going to give Tom Hanks an award from West Point, the Sylvanus Thayer Award. It said, Tom Hanks has done more for the positive portrayal of the American service member, blah, 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 which is so true. I mean, when you think about, I mean, my favorite movie of all time is Saving Private Ryan. All time. But I mean, he's played, you know, from the Earth to the moon. I mean,
Greyhound, yeah.
I mean, a million things where he's a patriot.
And for the military alone, I mean, he used to be a big part of bringing these honor flights of vets to DC every year.
Well, Trump says we don't need destructive woke recipients getting our cherished American awards. So, you know, it's just so typical of how things are probably not going to get better in this country, because it's like, wait, Tom Hanks? Oh, we forgot. He's on the blue team. Fuck him.
What does Ben Shapiro have to say about this?
No.
Do not like.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is disapproved.
by the
Thumbs
way,
down.
I will also say this. I didn't like it when Tom Hanks went on Saturday Night Live and did a sketch where he was wearing a MAGA hat and wouldn't shake hands with a black person.
Oh, come on. The Tom Hanks MAGA Jeopardy guy, that was... People still post clips from that one. I thought that one was pretty popular.
Not helpful.
I don't know.
I disagree. I thought it was a great sketch because it was a continuation of the earlier sketch where he's Doug.
But you think that's a fair portrayal of MAGA? I mean...
No, that's not what the point was, though, Bill. The point was that sketch was meant to show that Doug, in the continuation of the original sketch, that Doug on Jeopardy, as a working class, rural, white guy with his MAGA cap on, actually had a tremendous amount in common with the black panelists that he was competing against. And that was the entire idea of the skit, was that actually whatever...
But why would he not shake hands?
Right, that's the moment that Bill's objecting to.
No, I understand. But it's Saturday Night Live. I mean, I don't know that we should overthink it necessarily.
No, but I can totally see why that would piss them off.
Okay, the not shaking hands is a bit...
Plain enough, but...
It's a pretty...
I think it is fair, and I think it's a little... It's fair to say that there's a lot of racist people in the MAGA movement. Like, that's... Now, I'd say they're more nationalist than racist, but I don't know. They probably shouldn't have had him not shake a hand on TV. That might be a bit far optically.
Volatile area to be saying that, you know, it's one thing to have differences about how we should handle racial matters in this country. To take it to that level, I just think it's not helpful.
I mean, listen, when it comes to actors, Charlie is like the most sane actor there is.
Charlie Sheen?
I think so. Have you met many of the actors? Yes, he may be one of the more sane ones now. And so I'm not going to start removing prizes from people because,
right. But,
you know,
I mean, other than that, Tom Hanks, you know, impeccable record of service.
It's silly. It's silly.
And also a genius actor, and, you know.
He survived on that island all those days.
All that, you know, unbelievable.
We got a break, you know?
What does the panel think of CBS News announcing that its Sunday show Face the Nation will no longer edit recorded interviews with newsmakers? Okay, this is obviously coming from some pressure from Trump. Yeah. Kristi Noem was on there and complained about, you know, you edit me. I mean, I don't think this came from a good place, but as someone who's been edited...
It's a good result. Honestly, it's a good result.
I can't be too mad at it because I know that feeling of like, or even in a print interview where they just print, they don't print the question they asked you.
Right.
They just print part of your answer and they can make you look completely different than what really went on. But I don't know if this is the answer, but...
No, well, there's a difference between editing and misportrayal. I think you'd need to know more about the specific gnome thing. I would think that he'd be more ass-pained, or Trump would be more ass-pained about the Kamala thing when they edited her interview a bit, and he was just super ass-pained about that for some reason. I don't know.
Look, I mean, Gallup this summer, in the most recent survey they do on institutional trust, I think it was television news was down to 15% among all Americans. So any step you can take towards transparency, it's not going to hurt, right?
Yeah, okay. Let's ask about 9/11, because that was yesterday, and a lot of people are too young to even remember, and so it's not really a big deal to them. But it was a big deal for the country. We're almost a quarter century out from there. You mentioned it during the show, like we didn't handle it right going into Iraq. I mean, that's my view. Some people maybe think we did, and maybe in the future there'll be revisionist things, and oh boy, we missed it at the time. What a great idea that was. I don't think so. But, I mean, Afghanistan is well on its way to being in the 9th century, so...
Most U.S. don't think God played a role in recent presidential elections. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Well, I'm going to dig for a stat, and I'll let this ride while I do that.
There's $2 trillion well spent. I mean, what lessons do we have from a quarter century away?
I mean, the number one lesson, which actually was the lesson of 9/11, which we should have learned at the time, is that we have in the West a capacity to project our own values onto other countries and other people that is just false. The reason that many people thought you could just project democracy into Afghanistan or Iraq is because they're just like us. They have the same priorities we do. President Bush gave a speech where he said, every human heart seeks freedom. And so, well, does every human heart seek freedom as like the ultimate objective in the way that we see it? And the answer, of course, is no. And we should have known that from 9/11 when people flew planes into buildings and killed 3,000 people. It turns out that cultural differences make an awfully big difference, and we ought to know that going into conflict, and it ought to shape our war-fighting goals and our foreign policy more generally.
I just talked about institutional trust a minute ago. I think maybe the great lesson that we've learned or perhaps not learned is that trust really matters. If you think about Iraq, if you think about Afghanistan, if you think about really in the decade that follows, Hurricane Katrina, the financial collapse, we have all of these moments now that plot points, and as we go along, we see the ways in which by the time we get to the COVID-19 pandemic, that collapse of trust across the board, confidence across the board in all of these governing institutions in this country. I mean, higher education, the media, law enforcement, government, Major League Baseball, for crying out loud. I mean, Americans have reached a conclusion that no one is looking out for them and that they can't trust any of these people in charge. And I actually think that in some way we can trace a lot of that back to 9/11.
Okay, Ben, is Trump a scavenger or a lion? This is your book. Well, first, explain basically what you're saying when you're talking about we're divided into scavengers and lions.
So this is not a left-right thing, and one of the things I really tried to do in the book is not use the words right or left, because I don't actually think that the division between lions and scavengers is predominantly political. I think that lions are people...
Lions are the good guys, right?
Yes. Lions are the people who want to build, and scavengers are the people who want to tear down, who see the institutions of society as things that need to be predominantly removed. They're threats to them. They are violent. Luigi Mangione is a good example of somebody who's a scavenger. And again, I don't think that it's predominantly about politics. I even think that we all inside of us have both those tendencies, right? Sometimes you get up in the morning, you're ready to tackle the day and be productive and do something good. And sometimes you're just bitching about the world and you want to tear things down. And so when I look at political figures, I try to say, are they more of one than the other? And usually it's a combination.
Is this polling just this Washington Post, University of Maryland poll, random national sample? Okay, so it's done buy both of them, but it's not just polling people at University of Maryland. Okay.
And so I see aspects that I think are lion-like in President Trump. I mean, obviously, I think that his policies on foreign policy are excellent. I think they're much more aggressive than a lot of people thought they would be in a lot of ways.
He didn't quite get it how hard it would be to solve wars, though.
I mean, that's true. But the thing about President Trump, just as a politician, and this really isn't to the lion scavenger point, is that he is heterodox but responsive, is the way that I would put it. He tries things, and then because he's not actually ideological, if they fail, he tends to untry
to say the least.
Thing.
Yes, he's definitely. He's definitely flexible.
He's pragmatic,
which is not always a bad thing at all.
Yeah, exactly.
The mane is very lion-like.
But I must say,
Zohar Mamdani would be an example of a scavenger, somebody who's a complete lifelong loser, he was a rapper with less successful record than I have as a rapper. That's not even a joke. That's real.
Well, all of us in our 20s try things that don't work out.
Do we become mayor after doing nothing? Literally nothing?
Obviously, his forte was not in rap. It may be in politics.
I mean, it seems like his forte is destroying the real estate market in New York, increasing crime rates, and importing the Intifada. So
it's not my kind of candidate either. But I must say, reading your book, which is really interesting. I mean, it's not quite the page turner Charlie's is, but you know. It did put me in mind of two authors that I don't know if you would want to be compared to, Nietzsche and Ayn Rand.
So I quote both of them critically, actually, in the book, particularly Nietzsche.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the theory is a little Nietzschean.
Yes, I mean, in the sense that there are people who are more...
This is crazy. Just your best guess. In this year's election, do you think each of the following will be a major problem, a minor problem, or not a problem at all across the country? People using illegal or fraudulent means to cast votes. 74% of Republicans, 47% overall. Votes cast by people who are by law not eligible to vote. 74% of Republicans, and then defeated candidates refusing to concede their loss, 25. Like, hello? That's so insane. Oh my God.
Creative and diligent, they ought to be rewarded, and the people who tear things down ought to be not rewarded. But I think that's also baseline morality.
I mean, he also went into the fact that, his theory about Christianity is really a religion of losers.
Right.
Because, you're saying, I don't want this world. So what? I didn't do good in this world. My kingdom in the next world. The meek shall inherit the earth.
Right.
That's when God says, when I die, you'll inherit the earth.
Yeah, no, that is his obvious critique of religion, is that he basically says that biblical religion upholds the virtue of poverty and failure as opposed to upholding the strong. That's his critique. I think that's an unfair critique of religion, but I do think that, virtue, one of the things that I would hope that people who believe biblically, and I know, that's not everybody, but I hope that good people who believe biblically, which is not everybody who believes biblically, believes that virtue should lead to better results in life than non-virtue. That to me is one, as a believing Jew, that is one of the central points.
I can't forgot about Ben Shapiro's ability to be incredibly boring. What else we got? Okay, I did want to see this.
They said he had become more political in recent...
Now, I don't know a lot of the history of Megyn Kelly. I've known the name for a long time.
Years. Now, how did that happen? What did he do in recent years? He went to college. Guess what college does? It radicalizes young people.
He dropped out of college.
I don't know what happened to this particular man, but that is what college does.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's a strong start.
Bill Ackman on this program talking about what happened to his daughter who went to Harvard.
1.1 million views.
Where they turned her into a Marxist, socialist, communist, which he was still trying to unwind.
Jesus.
This is a liberal New York billionaire. That's what Harvard does to your kid.
Holy fuck.
It's just, look, I don't know what happened to this kid at the university. I'm just saying, if we want to talk about circumstantial evidence on radicalization, there's zero for this kid being MAGA or a Republican or in any way in favor of Donald Trump. There's plenty of him hating Donald Trump. People are like, oh, you know, he was just a gamer. The fact that he wrote these things on the bullets just show he was nothing but a gamer. Yeah, okay, you missed the part where, again, he wrote them on bullets with which he shot Charlie Kirk. Fuck these people and their revisionism, their unwillingness to see what's obvious. Clearly, he had hatred in his heart for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is the one who got executed. Charlie Kirk, he did not go out and shoot a member of the squad. It's just, how do we reason with these people?
Okay.
It's like it's right there in front of your face. This kid got radicalized and obviously had some sort of a psychotic break. That's the other piece of it. How many times do we have to see this shit? Like, I'm not surprised one bit to learn he was 22. Not even a little. That he was a young man. We've seen this happen over and over. I am disturbed to see he appears to have come from a loving, intact family. And just by disturbed, I mean, were there any warning signs? You know, usually you look at like the background and you see something, you see a repeated mental health history. And to be honest, maybe there will be one. And I'm not ruling out, oh God, there was that time he killed the family cat. You know, that can still come out. Who knows? But if you look at the family social media profile, it looks like a happy family. It looks like a loving mom and a loving dad. He ruling out, oh, this kid got radicalized and obviously had some sort of a psychotic break. That's the other piece of it. The fact that he wrote these things on the bullets just show he was nothing but a gamer. Yeah, okay, you missed the part where, again, he wrote them on bullets with which he shot Charlie Kirk. Fuck these people and their revisionism.
I agree. Radicalization is a huge problem. That is very true. No disagreement here. But I think it's prudent that people in the media be honest, and the people on the right, media figures, politicians, be honest that radicalization doesn't just exist on the left. Because when you look at the data, an overwhelming majority of political violence events happen from the right. That is just a fact. Doesn't mean the left stuff is okay. What it means, though, is that we all need to tone it the fuck down. And that means we can't have Trump on fucking Fox and Friends saying, oh, the Republican or the right-wing extremists are justified in what they do. We need him saying, everyone, my side and the other side, calm the fuck down. Okay? But he can't do that. Did you see the Fox and Friends thing? Like, there's one clip that I'm going to keep playing forever.
People have gotten are watching
agitation against him and other people, because this is more than like
I know,
protest.
like, well, so here will be evidence to your assertion there, not the pedo part.
This is real agitation. This is riots on the street, and we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People have gotten are watching all of these videos and cheering.
But he can't do it.
Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
That is so dangerous to say.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming.
Because remember, when he said stand back and stand by, there's people in group chats that are like, okay, we are armed, ready, at your directive, Mr. President. What he says matters a lot to people, and saying that they're justified in extremism, they're gonna do something crazy. That's so irresponsible. Beyond
we
that,
don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy, although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone, they want open borders. The worst thing that happened to this country, because I've already solved inflation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, as someone on the left, we are 100%, we want to tone it down, but we also need you guys, we need the right, I don't know if you're on the right, but we also need the right to tone it down, because we can't just like, if you look at the response from Democratic politicians, everyone's disavowing, I'm center left, so I feel like we're going to have a lot in common here. Yeah, Democratic politicians are like, this is bad, this is tragic, we can't do this. And on the right, they're like, nope, we need to start a war. These people are evil. They're radical leftists. Mind you, Trump calls Biden a radical leftist. Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable policy. I don't have any disagreement there with you. But nope, we can't have shit. By the way, 1.1 million views for everything this woman says in this video. Remember, over 1 million people in a single day have viewed this.
Their unwillingness to see what's obvious. Clearly, he had hatred in his heart for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is the one who got executed.
By the way, this kid dropped out of college after a year, a semester, and went to trade school. He got radicalized while he was in trade school. It's nothing. I don't think Trump understands what being trans means. Because he just says transgender for everybody, but he knows his base gets so riled up by it. Like, and it's such an easy scapegoat for, like, MAGA to put things on. Yeah, people are going nuts. My big message is, everybody, let's calm the fuck down, please.
Charlie Kirk, he did not go out and shoot a member of the squad. It's just, how do we reason with these people? It's like it's right there in front of your face. This kid got radicalized and obviously had some sort of a psychotic break. That's the other piece.
It's so irresponsible to be saying, how do we reason with these people? Like, again, I know this is like epitome of soying out, but like, again, massive influences here on the right are saying there's no way to reason with people on the left, from Democrats to social Democrats. It's just, yeah, look, so all that was 2016 Democratic platform. That came and went. You'll find people on Tumblr and Twitter that still care about that, but largely that has come and went. After the Dems lost in 2016, there was a bit of a, oh shit, we went way too hard on this. And there's been a bit of a reckoning. Yeah, in 2016, I was like, yeah, I was pro-Trump. I mean, granted, I was a little shit, but like, I was definitely a believer in they hate the straight white man. Yeah, but it largely has, like, gone away. You voted for him oh. Why? Okay, look. A mistake. It happened. It's in the past. There's next time. Next time we hear someone like Trump talking. That's okay. But I don't know. I feel like Kamala was not an exciting candidate. But man, I feel like we knew. Well, actually, she wasn't an exciting candidate, but she wasn't dangerous. You were essentially voting for the Democratic establishment, which, all in all, is fine. it's better than Trump. Granted, Trump is like 20 times worse than anyone would have imagined. Like, what he's doing right now is like a Proud Boy's wet dream. Like, it's crazy. I think the signs, the evidence was there that this was a very real possibility if you were willing to look for it. He has a good way of saying something that people broadly agree with. It's like, oh, you don't like... It's like, I don't like crime. And people are like, yeah, I don't like crime either. But then he goes and invades cities with the National Guard, which is like, okay, well, that's not how you do that. Again, he can talk to a base of people. You like the National... Okay, the National Guard is a huge overreach of the executive branch. I don't agree with that phrasing. You can spend more on the police force, create incentives for better policing, for more training, for a bigger police presence. The National Guard is an overstep. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be increasing a police presence or a law enforcement presence. I'm saying specifically it should not be the federal government. Yes, I agree. I want more security, but there's ways to do that without having the federal government go into cities against the will of the state governor and the mayor. So I'm just saying, like... I'm just saying, more policing would be better for the way things are right now. I don't know if there needs to be an increase in brutality. I think there needs to be an increase in presence and in accountability. I don't know. I think when you have a stronger police presence, that does most of the work. You kind of preempt it. I don't necessarily know. No, if you have a violent police force, you're gonna have it swing against police again, like pretty hard. Because again, it doesn't look good to have a cop like beating somebody, no matter what they've done. More police is not necessarily bad at all. I think that's a bit of a misnomer. I think more accountability is good, but I also think there is a crime problem, and the way you fix that is by having a greater police presence. Like, it's uncomfortable. It is. But at the same time, crime rates, I would say, in the US are too high. Yeah, that's kind of it.
How many times do we have to see this shit? Like, I'm not surprised one bit to learn he was 22. Not even a little. That he was a young man. We've seen this happen over and over. I am disturbed to see.
Yeah, that
he
is awful.
Appears to have come from
that happened. Look, I'm not arguing that crime is good. Crime is bad, and it does happen. No. Okay, but that's the thing. The military is meant to defend from foreign adversaries or help in, like, natural disasters. You can increase police presence without sending in the National Guard. If the states or the towns were like, look, we have no control over this, we can't enforce the justice system, please send the National Guard, then it's fine. Then that's A-okay. But in California, they were like, look, we've got this under control, we're bringing in more people, like, we got this. And then it's chilled out, and then the National Guard arrived. Okay, there's been a lot of talk about police reforms and some action, so yeah, you can have both of them. No, police... They're not failing. Trump is just claiming that they're failing and sending the National Guard anyways. Again, you would not need, like... I don't know. I think body cams are a good thing. You don't need a brutal police force. You just need a present police force. I disagree with you wholeheartedly. I think they are a good method of accountability. You don't want a police force that's not accountable for going overboard. That's insane, dude. No. I know you're, like, trolling, but Jesus.
A loving, intact family. And just by disturbed, I mean, were there any warning signs? You know, usually you look at like the background and you see something, you see a...
And what happens when there's only 25 criminals in a month and your quota is 50?
Repeated mental health history. And to be honest, maybe there will be one. And I'm not ruling out, oh God, there was that time he killed the family cat. You know, that can still come out. Who knows? But if you look at the family social media profile, it looks like a happy family. It looks like a loving mom and a loving dad.
What I'm saying is, what happens when the quota is higher than the amount of crime that there is? Do you just make up something? Like the fucking Gestapo? Like, what is... What's going on here?
He had 2 younger brothers. There's lots of family photos of them going on vacation and having family dinners. It's just fucking disturbing. Sorry, with the potty mouth. I'm just like... So
you can lower the threshold in which you bring someone in and arrest them. And if you increase the amount of police, there'll be more arrests. Like, you don't need a quota. A quota is unhinged.
So frustrated. And so, you know, it's like, what happened to him? That's really the question. What happened? Here he is with a family dog, maybe on a camping trip of some sort, outside in nature.
What happened to this? Bonus per arrest? You get into a dangerous territory because you don't want the police force making up crimes, or like arresting people for jaywalking, you know? Like, there's a fine balance to be struck. Right now, we're under-policing, so we need to raise it up a bit, but we don't want to go overboard. Okay.
And then there was a video that's really interesting to me. And now I'm going to say something controversial, but I'm going to say it. There's a video of him when he got a scholarship into college. He did not go to this college. He got a scholarship to Utah State, where he did wind up going. This was Utah Valley, was a different university in Utah where he shot Charlie, according to police. But he got a scholarship, and he did a little video, and I just want you to watch it.
Congratulations, you have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters.
Okay, we need to recut that and let it play out because it goes on for another second or two. And we clipped it because the part that I'm interested in is the end.
Okay, but I'm just saying, MAGA is still a large faction. Like, it's not like, politically, it's fringe, but population-wise, I'd say it's probably 30% of the country right now is, like, MAGA.
Congratulations, you have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters.
You can hear his mom, I think, going, woo, like a mom would. And then you see this odd, 17-year-old?
MAGA will do whatever the fuck Trump says. MAGA hated McCain? MAGA went against Pence? MAGA is antithetical to the neocon, like, reasonable Republican. I know he can't run again. I think MAGA is Trump and Trump is MAGA. I think Vance is going to try and keep the movement going. I would not call Vance a reasonable candidate, at least not anymore. I know he was a little bit more reasonable earlier on. I mean, I'm glad the Epstein files have broke your support for him, but I really I think he's a shit human being that talks a talk, but his implementation is self-aggrandizing and ultimately harmful to the country. The tariffs were stupid and Steve Miller is scary, man.
18-year-old, looking very uncomfortable, like awkward, not uncomfortable, but awkward. And then he too goes, woo, in a strange way. And
so? Have you met a teenager before? Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm with Nightbird on this one. I think there's a bit of willing blindness to the efficacy of Trump. Yeah.
I am just going to guess that this kid is someplace on the spectrum. He had a perfect 4.0.
Trump 1.0 wasn't as bad, but it was still pretty awful.
He aced the ACTs, according to his mother online, and there is such an intense awkwardness about him. I'm just going to guess he had some neurodivergence issues. Now, that doesn't make you a shooter. I have somebody in my own family who I absolutely adore and love and am very close to who has pretty significant issues in this realm, and I've numerous times called out people.
Oh, fuck you, buddy. Good for you.
People who jump right to, from the spectrum to violence.
Yeah, I love how he always makes sure to throw in the Hussein.
That's not a thing. That's not a thing. It's just an observation about this kid maybe having had some challenges, and there'll be more to his story. So I await. She's
claiming that this kid is on the spectrum because of a video where he doesn't woo instantly. Like, give me a break. It's a demon.
More to that story. He seems very off to me in this clip. And he appears to have taken the scholarship because he did go, we're told, to Utah State. But Michael Schellenberger was reporting that, Daily Mail, that he enrolled at Utah State for 1 semester in 2021. But then elsewhere online, they've dated that clip as 2022 when he received word of the scholarship. So I don't know what the truth is. But the Daily Mail is saying that Utah State said he enrolled for 1 semester in 2021, though that clip shows he had an 8-semester scholarship.
Okay, is she intentionally or genuinely stupid?
An 8 semester. So what happened? Did he make it in college? Did he complete 4 years of college?
No, you fucking dumbass. Okay. Again, it'd be easy to write this off if it wasn't one of the biggest voices on the right.
And if you only went for one semester, why?
Also, the entire United States would have collapsed if, like, the term too big to fail is kind of real. Like, the U.S. would have collapsed if the banks were allowed to fail. Which sucks that it got to that point. It's almost like we needed more regulation. And if only there was a party that supported regulation.
What happened? The police said that when he was arrested, I believe, at his home, or at least that he was.
Okay, there wouldn't be a United States if the banks had collapsed. Like, I'm sorry. It sucks. It sucks, but the U.S. would have collapsed if the banks had not been bailed out.
At home, when this all went down last night, they described it in the Daily Mail as a $600,000 home with 6 bedrooms in Washington.
Yes. A lot more people should have been arrested. There was like one guy that got arrested. I thought there was one. It doesn't matter if it was 0 or 1. It's clearly not enough. I thought there was one guy they tried to pin it on. But yeah, no. There should have been a lot more accountability. That is true.
In Utah, which is 260 miles south of where Charlie was assassinated.
Why are you calling me a bitch? Shut the fuck up.
Orem, Utah. Now, this is just coming in. More information from the New York Post. The Tyler Robinson, accused assassin of Charlie, threatened to kill himself rather than surrender to authorities. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Before I get to this, I'm just going to set up what happened.
I think Trump's a much bigger bitch.
Okay, no, that's in here.
I know for a fact.
The father recognized his 22-year-old son from the photos of the suspected shooter that were
getting turned in by your. I don't know. I'm not a parent, but man. I don't know. I don't know. I have to watch The Big Short again or something.
Released from the authorities on Thursday. That led the father to confront his son when he returned home to the house, according to sources. This is in the New York Post, and it dovetails perfectly with what Trump revealed on Fox and Friends, which was more, by the way. Trump said to Fox and Friends that there was a pastor, a family pastor, who called authorities, who called some law enforcement official and told them that a father had recognized his own son in...
So the father called the pastor, called the FBI? Is that the path, I think?
These photos. And indeed, that turned out to be true, though at the presser, they did not.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Trump has made, it's like doubled. I think he's made like $2 to $5 billion off his name in the presidency. Not to mention the fucking crypto shit, where he hosted an exclusive private dinner for basically the people that gave him the most money via Trump coin. That is one of the most corrupt things to have ever happened. And, not to mention, the largest holders of his coin all had the FTC suits and investigations against their companies dropped. Like... Man, this... Okay. I mean... I have no idea how anyone has any respect for that guy. It is alien to me.
Will you shut up, man? Listen,
Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. You got to see the Biden blast.
Mentioned the family minister. I think they just said the father contacted law enforcement. But now here the New York Post coloring this in a bit more, and I think CNN
the
had this
Qatari
reporting
jet
as well,
thing.
that the
Forgot
father
about
recognized
that.
his 22-year-old son from the photos of the suspected shooter. By the way, credit to the FBI and local law enforcement for enhancing those photos to a more usable version and then making the decision to put them out.
Dude, fucking the bribe force. Dude, Kash Patel getting up there and saying, This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. Like, what? They didn't do anything. They just set up a tip line. I don't know. It's nuts. Okay.
You know, it was a judgment call they made that it would help advance the search for the killer, and indeed it seems to have done exactly that. They were hoping that somebody would recognize him, that someone would recognize the outfit, that someone would recognize the shape of the jaw, the mouth.
Yeah, the guy
and
who
by
wrote
the way,
the
think
plot
about it. Think about the
against
people
the
who are in
king
your life every day.
Trump.
You know, Monday through Friday at the office,
wait.
or Sunday through.
Yeah, that was wild. GZB, who won the 2020 election? Okay, thank God. My thing is, I will argue and have anyone here as long as we live in the same factual reality, then it's a-okay. But I spent a lot of time on here arguing with people that just have different underlying realities, and there's no coming together when it's shit like that. Like, I spent a lot of time arguing against Tanky, spent a lot of time arguing against MAGA. It's... But, like, what I've realized is that time is more of a blur. 2020, it's a bit of a haze.
Through Saturday at
weren't we getting started with COVID?
your home. If you saw them in this close-up a photo, like the ones revealed by the FBI over the past day.
Master Liberty, I'm telling you, if you care about the Constitution, you should have been running to the polls to vote for Harris.
You know your loved ones, but notwithstanding the fact that they're wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. You know, that's a disguise to a stranger, but not to a loved one. So it was a smart move.
The image was like 4
by
pixels.
Cash and other law enforcement to say, let's put it out there. Let's enhance it so that it's more usable. Because the original versions were very grainy. They enhanced it. AI can be a force for good.
Yeah, you know, I'd agree. I don't know. Calling for your vice president to be hanged is not that cool. You know what? I think that's a pretty good take.
And they put it out there. And indeed, now the Post reporting it was the father who recognized his son, this poor dad, that he confronted the son, that the son confessed to the horrific shooting when his dad asked if he pulled the trigger, but originally refused to turn himself in to law enforcement, according to sources. He told his father he would rather kill himself, leading the father to convince his son to speak with their youth minister. Here it is, who also happens to be a U.S.
You know, the threat of eviction and having to live with a Republican family is a much better motivator and immediate, and the 50-50 chance of collapse that allows for rebuilding is also nice. Wait, sorry. Wait, hold on. Expand upon that. Yeah, the father, I'm sure, must have been fucking devastated. Like, that transcends any sort of ideology or whatever. That is mortifying. Like, what do you do in that situation? And then the minister, the pastor, calling the FBI. Oh, man, it's... Okay, but at the poll, nobody knows. Aren't there any... there's a chance. Although... I forget who it was. Someone said, oh, he was dating a trans girl? He definitely was a right-winger then. Again, it's just internet meme lord. Fucking hell. I don't know. I just fucking hell. Him being a groiper, the thing is, it doesn't matter because the right is gonna say that he's on the left no matter what, and the left has already disavowed the violence before we knew anything about the guy. So what changes? I'd say he's more likely than not like an Antifa type, but he could be a groiper. Who knows? We don't know. But I'm saying the reactions from politicians on the left before knowing the ideology was to say this is a bad thing. There wasn't a mass scramble to figure out what the guy was. Left of Nick Fuentes, maybe. That's crazy. But yeah, the Republicans are gonna internet culture. If you read this, you're gay, Lamau. Well, his family. There's two communities that would do this. It's Antifa or the Groypers, because Groypers fucking hate Charlie Kirk. So, do you think there's not gay Nazis? Dude, I'm sorry. The internet's a wild place. There are so many trans and gay Nazis, or Groypers. Like, it's not even hard to find. Yeah, no, it's like 4 or 5 times as many politically violent events happen from people on the right rather than people on the left. The right has committed far more violence. True, and Groypers have been going to Charlie Kirk's events and trolling him for a long time. This isn't trolling, obviously, but they've been harassing him for a while. The official leader of the German AfD is... I did not know that. Or someone said that in chat a while ago. I just forgot.
Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force officer. So the son said he would rather kill himself than turn himself in. And the father called their youth minister. The minister then called a deputy with the federal agency. I assume they mean the U.S. Marshal Service. And the FBI took Robinson into custody. And the headline here was, accused Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson threatened to kill himself rather than surrender to authorities after his father confronted him about the sickening murder.
Did they ever figure out what was up with that old dude?
I mean, that poor dad. That poor father. You know, and that poor...
True.
Mother. I couldn't help but notice, like, I don't know, I was thinking about, like, the parents of Brian Kohlberger, who also raised an assassin.
Also, only 28% of Republicans trust elections now. Which is a crazy stat.
Now, Brian Kohlberg had a long, long history of severe mental problems. And I don't know what culpability, if any, the family had in unleashing him on the world without paying proper care to those issues. We need to know more about these parents, too. In all these shootings, whether it's a mass shooting or it's a assassination like we saw with Charlie.
The parents were Mormons, Republicans.
We need to know. We have a right.
That's not true at all. Nice try, though.
To know the mental history of the shooter. So we'll find.
You know, there's like a extremely minuscule amounts of voter fraud that happen on any given election. Like, they do arrest and try and persecute these crimes, but it's an infinitesimally small amount. Like, it doesn't happen to any significant degree.
Find out more about him, but while both families.
Okay, but if it was happening all the time, there'd be a lot more arrests being made. It was like 5 one year. Like it's really not it's not even a problem. Yeah, I'm trying to build up my tolerance. I've been doing 4-hour streams, but I'm liking the chat here, so I'll probably stay on for a bit longer. No, we barely even. The way these streams usually go is I have a docket. I have a bunch of things I wanted to cover. We haven't even gotten to this, but we did a little bit of updates on the shooter. We tried to watch Ben Shapiro. I do make YouTube videos. You can check me out at Dustin Gray. I have 2 videos up right now. One is on the chemtrails conspiracy, which is entertaining. The other one's on H-1B visas, which is a lot of information, but not that entertaining. And I also stream on YouTube, but no one's there right now, so the chat's all here on Twitch. But I'm making a video right now on pharmacy benefit managers, which are like these intermediaries between pharmaceutical companies and manufacturers and like pharmacies that take so much money and hike up prices a ton. Hey, I see you in YouTube chat. We need. Jesus Christ, dude. All right, your time in this chat might be short.
Raised a killer. It is not, the parents, you have to have some empathy for them because, my God. Unlike Kohlberger, however, this family did contact authorities and convince their son to turn himself in. The New York Times now reporting that he's being held without bail. That's not a surprise. That he does not have a criminal record.
He didn't get released on cashless bail.
That he was arrested. It's
almost like cashless bail is only assigned to people that are going to actually come back to their court date.
Official charges here on suspicion of aggravated murder. That's a special term, aggravated murder. Felony discharge of a firearm.
Then why didn't you guys have Nikki Haley win in the primaries?
Causing serious bodily harm and obstruction of justice, all felonies, according to an affidavit filed in court. A judge ordered that he be held without bail. Court records indicate he had not been convicted of any crimes in the past. I mean, now one thing to note is he's young, he's 22, and convicted of any crimes. Okay, but has he been arrested? Unclear. And an immediate search would not show you whether he'd been arrested or convicted of a crime as a
You're saying you would take Trump as in everything we know about him now over Nikki Haley.
Juvenile. That all gets sealed. So that's another thing we need to know. When inflation jumped?
Okay, so Megyn Kelly's unhinged. Dude, I don't know who the ideal Dem candidate would be. I think the most likely outcome is that Newsom is probably going to be the candidate. But we'll see. Okay, Master Liberty, I think that is an unhinged take. It's like, okay, well, I know one thing is the worst thing possible, but I don't want to take the chance to do something else. Like, I think you can... Just because something's not a known quantity. I'm not saying you're racist. Dude, Hillary should have won. SMH. God, Tucker Carlson. Wonder if he
Where
had
are you
normal
at
things
right now?
to say. Oh, God. Fucking hell, we already watched the Jesse Waters Tim Pool combo. Now we got Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly. My God. Okay. It's like saying, here's a box where you can get between a 1 cent and $1. And here's a garbage can full of shit. Huh, well, I don't know if I'm going to get the cent or the dollar. I'll take the garbage can full of shit. The Russian spy, Tulsi?
Less than 24 hours later.
No thanks.
Well, I mean, of course, bewildered. I got back last night and stayed.
Tucker looks like he's in bad shape, man.
Up until probably like everybody until 1 a.m, talking to people and texting.
Authentically Russian? They were laughing at her on RT.
People, and then, on X, looking at the reaction. And I woke up this morning and I thought to myself, that's really not the way at all.
So I'm saying authenticity is good. However, when you're authentically dog shit, it doesn't count as much.
To sit and marinate in the hate, which I did. I couldn't help it. It's like pornography or snuff videos or something. You're just like mesmerized by it.
Because she takes Russian propaganda and swallows it whole.
It's like watching.
Yeah, wait. Are you a Tenet Media rep?
A tragedy over and over. Not the violence, but the hate. I mean,
I don't want to vote for a hoot. I want to vote for a stable human being
women
with our country's
celebrating
interests.
Charlie's death, and my first thought was, well, this is obviously some kind of manufactured attempt to divide the country against itself, and it's probably all fake. And then you look, and it's actually not fake. Here's a teacher from an elementary school in Idaho, and here's a yoga instructor from West Hollywood, and these are like real people with real names. And then you realize, boy, I mean, the depth of evil out there is really.
Wow, it's almost like there wasn't any politicians, any large media influences saying this is good. You had to dig through the entire population of the United States to find a couple people that were celebrating it. Okay, I'm gonna give you like gonna take a breather, buddy.
The overwhelming, like what country? What do I know the country? Do I know who lives here? Like what is this? And I was just I couldn't turn away, and I realized when I woke up this morning, that's really hurting me. And I woke up to a group text from my wife, to our family text. Of course, everyone knew Charlie. He was just at our house, and very upset for a bunch of different reasons. And she sent Luke 6, which is like the most radical thing that anyone's ever said. And it's like, no, love your enemies, pray for your persecutors. When someone assaults you, don't fight back. Which is impossible, of course. I mean, no one can do that, and it literally takes supernatural intervention for anyone to live that way, much less to feel that way. And that
I'm not talking about you. The guy, the GZB guy, came in here saying he was center right, and I was like, okay, we can have a conversation. If I'm gonna vote for a woman, at least make her hot comment though. That kind of crossed the line. Yeah, and also definitely not. Yeah. The more police brutality thing, I thought that was just trolling, and I thought it would stop at some point. We'll see. Maybe a 10-minute break will rehabilitate him. Show him the ways. The Nordic system. Moderation.
That's what's called for, is supernatural intervention. I mean, you can take all kinds of steps. We do need to restore order in the country.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Just to recap. Tucker Carlson here is saying, yeah, they're saying not to retaliate, but I would need a divine intervention not to retaliate, so see ya, liberals.
Of course. I mean, no one can do that, and it literally takes supernatural intervention for anyone to live that way, much less to feel that way. And that's what's
not asking you to feel that way. We're asking
intervention.
You to live that way.
I mean, you can take all kinds of steps. We do need to restore order in the country, and no one's kind of done that for the last 50 years. And this is the end result of true disorder. And by order, by the way, that doesn't mean authoritarian behavior or limiting people's constitutional rights or races. There's nothing like that. I mean, order is the key
This is the Russian simp,
to happiness and peace. Order is what God creates out of chaos at the beginning of Genesis. Like, order is a prerequisite for joy. So we need order. We don't.
I mean, it's just, he's right-wing commentator. What is there to understand? Tucker has the unique flavor of looking confused all the time, being a permanent just asking questions Andy, and also got a propaganda tour of Russia, and now he simps for Russia. Like, the line verbatim he says, I looked at their grocery stores, and the prices were so cheap. It's like literally the meme of whatever Soviet Union leader we had in the U.S. showing them our grocery stores, and he bought it hook, line, and sinker. It's so... I would like to say, oh, how the mighty have fallen, but Fox News host to alt media, I don't know.
Don't have it. I hope it's restored. But much more deeply, people need to be transformed and see each other as God sees them, including their enemies, as human beings who are doing bad things but are still created by God. Like, without that worldview, then you descend into...
Yeah, how can you say that right after saying, yeah, but I can't, it would take divine intervention for me not to retaliate? Like, come on.
Into hell. In fact, you already live there, which is
he does
where,
still
in
have a
some
large
sense, we
audience.
live now.
That's true.
And boy, that just became clear because it happened to me. I mean, I was sitting there fuming and despair and like, by the way, what was this? There's always a lot going on in the backdrop, a lot. And I don't know, of course, the answer, but everyone's got an opinion on that. And it really took me away from Charlie, Erica, and their children, and the things that you should be meditating on and praying about. It just totally took me out of that into this place of hate, and I don't want to go there. So let me just say quickly about Charlie. I've known him since he was a teenager, and just an amazing person. But the two things that stick out: he's a Christian man. And we talked about that a lot, including, just the other day.
The famous church separation.
There's a lot of pressure on
state,
public
United
people,
States.
people who run huge, $100 million a year nonprofits, and there are a lot of pitfalls and traps. That's why so many of them are destroyed. And
I think Jordan Peterson is a nut job. Like, early on, he had some good things to say, like 12 Rules for Life isn't that bad. But recently, man, he is off the fucking rails. Did you see his Jubilee interview? Or his, like, roundtable thing? That was nuts. If you haven't seen it, we'll watch watch a clip or two. Because that was fucking crazy.
Charlie really did, without, betraying details, like, he walked the line for real. It was the topic of many conversations between us, because I've seen so many people destroyed. Most people are destroyed by power, and he wasn't. And I just really admire that. I mean, to his last moments, in order, he cared about God.
How did the media report? They started off with he was a right-wing commentator, and a father and all that, and then they were like, some media outlets were like, yeah, but he did say a lot of crazy shit, which he did. He did have some interesting opinions, like, pretty far right. Like, that's just undeniable. Like, all that can be true. He can have opinions that I vehemently disagree with. Still doesn't mean he should have been shot. But yeah. He definitely was a provocative figure. Oh, do you two know each other? Alright. But
his wife and his children, and then his country. So, and that was totally real, completely real.
But now we're doing the American media cycle thing of anytime there's a violent event, or the right tries to pin it on the left, and the left starts apologizing. He insulted me as a filthy communist in another stream. Are you a filthy communist?
I can affirm that because I just talked to him about it so much. And I admire that. And he's a model, really. I mean, he didn't have hate in his heart. And it was funny. And again, it's one of the reasons I couldn't stop looking at these videos last night. People were describing the opposite of what he was. He was filled with hate. No. And if you talk to him about people who had attacked him or who were truly his enemies, up to, and I think including the people who assassinated him yesterday, he would never, ever express hate. Ever. He would always turn to, no, this person has been led astray. This person is clearly possessed by dark forces. This person is a perpetrator, but also a victim of evil. I mean, that really was his worldview. That's the Christian worldview. And he expressed that in public and especially in private.
Love thy neighbor. That's the
and I think that
Christianity
faith, which was completely real, not the fake faith that you see on display so often, but a real one, that was the root of his courage. And he had real courage. He loved being with people who disagreed with him, not theoretically with them, but physically with them, you know, like close enough to smell. He would wade right into the middle of everything. I mean, I could tell you a million stories that I saw, but that was absolutely real. Like, he loved people, even people who hated him, and people he loved. He was the rare person who was willing to tell them what he thought was true. I mean, he really believed, as a political matter, by the way, that, you know, I don't think he had animus toward anybody in no other country, but he really believed in his own country and the obligation of his government to stand behind his country. He was truly America first in the nicest, most decent, non-ideological, but sincere way. He was one of the only people, I mean, truly one of the only people to go to the president whom he loved. He loved Donald Trump, like personally as well. And I think the president really loved him in a real way. But he was one of the only people to go to the Oval Office and say, sir, I totally understand and think Iran's really bad, but a war with Iran is not, you know, is something that could really hurt our country. I mean, boy, that was an unpopular position. He didn't need to express it.
Oh my God. Pierce Morgan versus Andrew Tate? Guys, are we doing that next? Oh, fuck, that sounds amazing. Fuck, I just hate listening to Andrew Tate. Fuck.
Course, and he did it again. He didn't have some weird agenda. He wasn't mad at anybody. He was for
like, this is the washing of Charlie. Like, he was a provocateur. He went to college campuses to, you know, make people upset, to anger people, to have arguments, and, you know, having his rhetoric practiced precisely and then dunking on college kids. Like he was an ideologue. Like we don't need to wash what he did. Like he knew what he did. Everyone knew what he did. Like it's not a capital offense. Yeah, just say unhinged shit, have college kids argue with you, and post clips on YouTube and have, you know, younger, more impressionable, like, people watch those clips and say, look at those stupid liberals getting owned, and then have them vote Republican. It's the Ben Shapiro model. It's all it is.
His country, and he was for doing the right and wise and difficult.
But it's not a capital offense.
Thing, and he said that. He went to the Oval Office to say that. He took massive abuse from his own donors, which is also something that you don't see people. And he loved his donors. It wasn't a hostile thing, but they had a different view. A lot of them, not all, but a lot. And they expressed it to him in a very intense way. I know because he showed me. And he said, look, I understand your perspective. This is my perspective, and we're going to do what we think is the right thing, the wise thing.
In that way, too, he was the voice of young people. I mean, there are no young people in the country anymore supporting this war and wanting Israel to continue its bombing campaign. That's just the truth. Look at the polls. And he was in touch with them. And even where his own opinion may have differed from their opinion, he felt like he owed it to them to bring their message to the sitting president of the United States. I mean, it was, that's what's been snuffed out.
I don't know.
Well, as he has been, unfortunately, but he was one of the very few people.
Yeah, no, I mean, Okay, find me a media source that said he deserved to die. You will not. There's no large figure on the left, either in media or in like political power, that is saying that this was a good thing. That just doesn't exist.
People, very few people I have met who combined a love for everyone involved with strong views. So again, he was not animated by anything creepy or weird. I mean, you knew him intimately, so you know this is true. If you talk to him off camera, he would say, you know, I love whoever I'm talking about, but I think this is wrong. It's immoral. It's bad for everybody involved, both sides. And he would say that, and he could say that because it was sincere. It was completely sincere, but I cannot overstate the amount of attacks he took privately over this, like absolutely for real. And having lived in Washington most of my life and seen people run nonprofits, I've never met one who was willing. Stand up is too strong. He wasn't confrontational, but he would just say, no, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I think this is the right thing. The people we represent, which is mostly young people, they believe this, and I believe it also. It was brave, but loving at the same time. And I'm not sure he made a lot of headway, by the way. I mean, I think he made real enemies in doing that, but his view didn't change. Anyway, he's just
now find me large. Yeah, okay, I'll find you. Who was that Republican senator that retweeted "Nightmare on Wall Street"? The undertone is like that. He had very controversial opinions. Dude, that's just stating a fact. It is true that he had controversial opinions. That's not saying he deserved what happened. Come on. There's a fuckload of people on the right, though, that make jokes when, you know, Nancy Pelosi's husband gets attacked, when Minnesota state senators get killed. Like, these two sides are not the same.
Just a wonderfully decent, loving man. That is true.
When inflation jumps, when you...
No, because again, it's this is Mike Lee. Like, making jokes about a guy that was killing state senators. And had plans to kill more. Let's be real here. This would not happen. This does not happen and did not happen on the left. When Trump got shot, Biden was condemning the violence from the left, from the right. It's like, it's just not the same. Republicans make jokes and skirt responsibility. The left owns preemptively, mind you. People were denouncing the violence on the left from this event before we knew anything about the guy. It didn't matter who he was because the principle was there. I don't think I can do a fucking Piers Morgan video. Especially, oh god, fucking Piers Morgan versus Andrew Tate. My feed is gonna be fucked up. Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah, Tate is disgusting. Dude, Tate's all over Twitter talking about how they're coming after him next and all this. It's like, dude, you're not on the team. Like, you're such a tiny voice. It is insulting, in my opinion, to Charlie Kirk, his size and his reach. Yes, and he is a literal criminal. Yeah. Like, Matt Walsh, Andrew Tate saying, "Yep, I'm the same as Charlie Kirk. They're coming for me too." It's like, I don't know. I'm struggling to put it into words, but there's something really distasteful about that, especially Andrew Tate. Like making yourself trying to prop yourself up and aggrandize yourself off of the death of Charlie Kirk is disgusting. Yeah? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is probably... Let's see if I'll try and sit through this, after this hour and a half that might be streamed, but we'll see.
This. He seems to have fired one bullet with a
couple days
Mauser
ago
model
before we knew.
way.
Only some poor women hating incels like Tate. Yeah, I'd say. Okay, mind you, just 2 days ago. More information's been released since this happened. This debate, or if you want to call it that. It is Piers Morgan, so...
to absolutely guarantee anybody's safety in this world.
It's Joe Kaplan. I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much indeed.
Game to play in the background.
My pleasure.
Well, let me turn now to my panel. A lot of different views here on politics we've all had over many years. I'm sure we're all joined by the same view.
We could do
that this is
Jubilee at some point.
Appalling.
But this panel is likely going to be unhinged. I mean, look at the lineup here.
And the consequence
Although I don't
of it
know who these
could be
two
very
are.
far-reaching. Dave Rubin, let me start with you. You know, this is a cold-blooded, deliberate, pre-planned execution of a high-profile conservative.
Yeah, that's
who,
fine.
Irony
that's a
of
fine
ironies
point,
was the
but you don't
guy
need the
probably
rest
leading.
of it. I hate this thing. It's the same thing with RFK, where it's a mountain of terrible shit, and then people point to one good thing, and they're like, see? It's about 50-50. It's like, no. RFK is huge negative. Just because he doesn't like red dye 40 doesn't undo any of that. And saying, well, I disagree with that, but I like this, implies some kind of equality that just shouldn't be there. Same thing with Tate. Just because he says a bunch of shit and some of it happens to be a decent message doesn't mean that he's a decent guy or deserves any sort of praise for it.
The charge to sit down with people whose views you don't agree with. In other words, almost the opposite of what this shooter appears to believe that he represented. What is your...
That's not true. Also, okay.
Your reaction to it?
You have fun in that
Well, Piers,
world.
before we do the political side of this, I just lost a friend. My friend was assassinated, a man who I spent an awful lot of time with, who I broke bread with many times, who I sat at weddings with, who I toured with and did many of these college shows with, a man who, as I was leaving the left about a decade ago and realizing the hysteria of the progressives, who welcomed me, even though we had various different opinions on very closely held things like abortion and marriage and taxes and death penalty and all of these things. And in the 10 years or so that I knew Charlie Kirk, I never had one bad experience with him. I had only good experiences with him. To your point about the political part of this, yes, Charlie was better at reaching across the aisle than anyone. I like to think that I'm pretty good at it, but as an apostate from...
Again, we don't need to lie. He was not a cross-aisle person. But that doesn't mean that murder is okay. That murdering is okay. Like, no. But you don't have to wash, like, again...
the left, someone who left the left. In some sense,
Yes,
they
you mentioned that
want
already.
less to do with me than even someone like him, so it became harder for me to reach across the aisle. Charlie spent his life trying to widen the tent that is the conservative movement. He wanted the ex-liberals like me and Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, the thing that Donald Trump represents in a wide tent MAGA movement, because it's based in America and freedom. And I don't know anyone, literally anyone on earth, who was doing it better than him. So I mourn deeply deeply for my friend, and I mourn for America, because in your intro you laid it out correctly. There's a lot of anger right now. There's a lot of sadness, I can assure you of that, but there's a lot of anger. And I feel it's incumbent on me, and hopefully guys like you, Piers, to be a little bit better right now, because otherwise this very precious experiment could veer out of control unbelievably quickly.
I think that's completely right.
It's a good start. Let's see if it devolves.
Cenk, you and I have talked a lot about the toxic nature of political discourse in America, and you've been very critical of the woke left, actually, in particular, and the way they've over-demonized everyone, calling everybody Hitler, fascist, and so on. It seems that this 22-year-old shooter had, anti-fascist insignia on his ammunition. It's pretty clear, I think, that he hated Charlie Kirk and wanted to silence him. We don't know his exact political allegiance. That may or may not emerge in the next few hours and days. But certainly, he was behaving like a fascist. A fascist at their heart will stifle dissent by murdering people. And this is exactly what this person has done in the absurd guise of being anti-fascist.
Yeah. So I think that this is a huge problem in America right now. So to the point that Dave's making, look, so Dave changed some of his opinions and didn't change others, right? I didn't change any of my opinions, but Charlie and I had many conversations. He came on the Young Turks at the Republican National Convention and the Democratic National Convention.
This is not the...
I went to America Fest. I got a lot of heat for going to America Fest, but the part of that's left out is that Charlie invited me to it. And not because I had changed any of my opinions, but because I hadn't changed any of my opinions. And then once we had those conversations, what we found out was, yes, we still deeply disagree on many things. State of race relations, power dynamics in America. I could go on and on, right? But it turns out...
I don't know how Cenk came away from this, and I don't know. Wait, no, I'm thinking the Mehdi Hassan one. I don't know if it becomes under RFK, but appointed someone to the... Wait, what? I'm gonna need
we actually did agree on a bunch of things. Housing, paid family leave, how the American people are being taken advantage of by the powerful, corruption, all these things.
What is this?
So you don't get to there unless you have conversations. So I know some on the right certainly were shutting down conversations earlier in my lifetime. Right. Still some today are making that argument. And in their anger today, and then justifiable anger, some were talking about striking back. And then on our side, yes, there's way too much censoring, way too much never talk to anyone else, just stick within your own tribe. Well, how are we ever going to heal a country? Especially if you're from the left, guys. We're supposed to be the side that has empathy. I'm not saying the right doesn't. I'm just saying that we historically have prided ourselves on having empathy and reaching out and having conversations and healing and uniting. So
having conversations, whatever. But I think what I'm realizing more and more is that there's people you're able to reach, and there's people you're not. That's why I think the delineation is, what is the factual reality of the world you live in, and what is the reality of the world I live in? And if we can't agree on the underlying information, I don't think there's much room to have a conversation, because it's just two different worlds. That's why it's just, I don't think it's a good use of time to argue.
You shut up, man. Listen, who is...
Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's my time, or someone on the left's time would be better served talking to someone center or an independent, not trying to reach across the aisle to MAGA. Because, I don't think MAGA is ever going to vote blue. It just doesn't seem like there's a lot of crossover there. There's only so much time you have, so I don't know. It's just some theory I'm working on. I'm like, okay, where do you actually spend your time arguing, trying to convince, coming up with rhetoric for? I don't know.
The way that this country is going and both sides are going is a deep, deep problem. And one of the issues, Piers, honestly, is media and algorithms. It rewards extremists, and the more extreme you are, the more rewarded you are. And so we've got a way to fix that. Man. If we don't fix it, the money and the spinning out of control of both sides' political fervor is going to be an enormous problem for this country. We've got to stop right now. Look, either we could use this moment to hate each other more, or we could use this moment as an inflection point to begin to heal and to unite and realize that we're all Americans together. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing, and we can say that fervently without crossing the line into hating each other, thinking that both sides are Nazis of some sort. And you're right, Piers, even I've gotten called a Nazi by some portions of the left for disagreeing on trans issues 5%. No, that's too much, guys. It isn't about me. It's about the hatred that gets built in and entrenched when we can't even talk to the other side and we can't see each other as fellow Americans.
Sorry. Okay, I don't know if we're going to make it through even half of this video because I'll keep interrupting, but you're not here to watch Piers Morgan, you're here to watch me. So, there is weight to politics. It's not just chat. Like, there's outcomes and effects to policies that people advocate for. So, like, there is weight, especially around politics, to what people say. So it's like, I don't know. It's not just, you know, you argue. Like, Chang's whole thing is, we'll argue and then we'll go have a beer after. That's like, that's a good message of, like, unity and whatnot, but a lot of policy has direct effects on people, and I don't know. I can understand some animosity between sides, I guess. Not violence, because that's ultimately hurtful to literally everybody. But, you know, there's weight to politics. It's like, yeah, I know it's fun, it's a Twitch stream, and it's a Piers Morgan argument, but at the same time, like, there's some weight to the political stuff. Like, use politics to affect outcomes in the real world.
Batty, I want to play a clip. This is of Charlie Kirk on Piers Morgan Uncensored in November 2023. At the time, we just had the start of the Israel-Hamas war. I'd been defending Israel's right to defend itself at that stage. I've obviously become a lot more critical in this year, certainly. But at the time, he talked very pertinently about actually the left, and in particular in relation to campus colleges.
Let's take a look. Coke. I'm so sad.
The very same people who've been behaving in this way, effectively supporting a terror group, have gone out of their way to deplatform and shame and cancel anyone who, mainly on the right, it has to be, on the conservative side, who've deviated from their worldview. So free speech to them seems a very complex issue.
No, that's right. And look, I mean, we have to be disciplined in how we advocate for dialogue and free speech. And when I go to these college campuses, it's come very clear, and you see this now manifesting in some of the larger censorship regime that is taking over the West, that if a young student finds disagreement with a conservative or somebody on the right, they don't just find the ideas objectionable. Some, in fact, a majority by a recent Pew poll, want to use force to try to silence and stifle and even censor those differing ideas.
I mean, how prescient, Batty, those comments seem now, because that's exactly what has happened here. What's your reaction to Charlie's murder, and how do you feel about the way things may go from here?
Thank you so much for having me, Piers. It's obviously still very raw for a lot of us. I'm finding myself very caught between, on the one hand, wanting to honor his legacy of unity through debate and coming together to take down the temperature, and then wanting to honor his legacy of telling the truth. And the truth is, this is not a both sides issue. The killer killed him, according to police reports, because he found Charlie Kirk to be spreading hate. This is a view shared by every single prominent Democrat. Yes, there are people on Blue Sky advocating for violence, but what actually caused this was the utterly quotidian, utterly ubiquitous demonization of the political opposition from the left. And it has just led to violence because they said the other side were Hitler and Nazis. They said that speech is...
Again, this does not go one way. There are plenty of clips. Of Trump calling the left fascists. Like, it's, again...
First, we will put them first. We love those people. And we will put communists, Marxists, and fascists last. And we'll keep them there, too.
Like, again, let's be real here.
Is violence. To combine those two things together is to sign the death warrant of prominent conservatives. And that is what we are seeing again and again and again. And it is utterly facetious to suggest that there is any...
Like, we can't just have conversations if we live in different realities.
A comparison between political violence on both sides. Every example they bring is not actually showing that, whether it's Governor Shapiro, whose attempted assassination was from a Free Palestine leftist, or whether it was the Minnesota assassinations, which were from somebody who said he was operating at the behest of Democrat Governor Tim Walz.
Oh, okay, no. See, this is the thing. If the violence comes from the right, that wasn't us. We don't disavow it, and it wasn't our fault. If it's on the left, look at they're trying to kill. Like, come on. We can have this conversation, but you gotta own your share of it too.
There is a culture among Democrats at the highest level to suggest that their political opposition are a danger, and that suggests that their lives are forfeit. And I want to come together. I do. I love what Shane said. It brought tears to my eyes. I had to reach for a tissue while you were playing Charlie's words. But at the same time, we cannot unite with people who are lying to our faces about who we are, who will not take responsibility for the fact that they suggested that we are Nazis because of totally legitimate views that reflect the majority of Americans. So what I say is, let the left say we were wrong. It is legitimate to vote for Donald Trump. It is legitimate to be pro-life. It is legitimate to believe that there are only two genders, and we were wrong to suggest that that was not the case. We were wrong to say that that is hateful. When they...
Again, they're asking for all concessions, but giving nothing. Like, again, the conversation... Whatever, it's the same point.
They say that, I am waiting with open arms to take down the temperature.
Lewis Goodall, you are on the left, and the one thing that's really struck me about this, I don't dispute for a moment that there are people on the far right that commit a lot of acts of violence and can be equally hateful. That's my personal view.
Thanks, Pierce.
But I have been truly shocked, genuinely truly shocked, by the sheer enormity of brazen, dehumanized calls on social media from people on the woke left, the sort of far left, which has been calling themselves progressive.
That's the only way I can get through this. It's so
how they've reacted to Charlie Kirk's death. We've got a little mashup of some of it.
We have a compilation.
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
We have a compilation of random TikTok accounts. Meanwhile, you have Trump saying, whatever, everything we've already been over in this stream.
We think that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck.
These people are nobody.
I would say pour one out for Kirky Boy, but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Charlie Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah, and I could not be happier.
I will not ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
Fucking stoked right now. You wanna know why I'm so fucking stoked? Fucking yes!
CK got AK.
Yeah.
And he's gone.
This shit's fucked up to say.
Deaths were an acceptable side effect
but also,
of gun rights.
Who the fuck are these people? Nobody knows. Yes, they are disgusting. This is disgusting behavior.
Hundreds, thousands, maybe more examples like this. But we've seen teachers, we've seen hospital executives, we've seen people who want to run places like,
But there's a noticeable absence of politicians making jokes about it, media personalities, anything. Like, again. Yep, you know me. All 7 of us watching here are going to get radicalized.
The Oxford University Union, for example, and so on, all coming out with similar gleeful celebration at the moment.
I want to be tactful around this. Dude, that one guy that came in here named Charlie Kirk, and with his Twitch username, that was crazy. People are unhinged. It's fucking gross.
Murder of a 31-year-old father of 2 young children. I find it utterly despicable, but also quite terrifying, actually.
Brave.
That they're so brazenly doing this. What is your reaction to that?
Well, my reaction is that I think it's reprehensible. And I think it is part of a much wider pattern of behaviour, driven by partly social media, but in particular the hyperpolarization of American politics, which is part of a big trend of legitimizing violence, of making violence an acceptable means of prosecuting your politics. Where I would disagree, possibly with you, possibly with other members of the panel, is that this is somehow just confined to the left, or the idea that this is just happening on the left. Yes, there have been examples of that. We've just seen it just now. I was disgusted at the reaction to what happened with Luigi Manzioni earlier in the year. Very similar sort of phenomenon.
Yeah.
But let's see where it's happened in other parts of the right. Do you remember what happened with Paul Pelosi, for example? Nancy Pelosi's husband almost killed to death What was the reaction?
Wait, okay, hold on. What's the reaction to the people on the panel when he says this?
Manzioni earlier in the year. Very similar sort of phenomenon.
Yeah.
But let's see where it's happened in other parts of the right. Do you remember what happened with Paul Pelosi, for example? Nancy Pelosi's husband almost killed to death. What was the reaction?
Look at that. Shaking the head. Like, is that... this I know this makes sense. How are we supposed to... Okay. Again, the left is wide open to this conversation to tell everyone to calm the fuck down. But again, there has to be ownership when it happens. The left owns it when it happens. Okay? But this shaking the head, trying to wipe your hands of it, isn't going to work. We can't be doing this.
Of not just some random left-wing accounts, not some teacher, not whatever, but Don Jr., Donald Trump Jr. He decided to put out a picture of a hammer and some underpants and say, I've got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume
what the
tonight.
fuck?
This is the wider legitimization of violence that we're seeing. And let's just have a look. I mean, let's talk about some accounts that I've been looking at. You've been horrified what you've seen on Twitter, some stuff I've seen on Blue Sky, some stuff I've seen on X over the course of the last 24 hours. Liberals can never be allowed to run this country again. How can you coexist with people that want to murder you? If you vote Democrat at this point, you're a demonic, evil person. I will support whatever saves our country. Trump has a blank check as far as I'm concerned. I could go on, and I could go on. And I could give a list of all of the many occasions we've seen in recent years of right-wing, hard-right, far-right terrorism that we saw against what happened in Minnesota. I mentioned Paul Pelosi, Josh...
I just... Can you agree that it's in horrible taste after an attempted kidnapping for someone as prominent as Donald Trump Jr.? Oh, I turned up the speed. I can turn it back to normal if you want. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Like, if it was a minor account that made that joke, whatever, I wouldn't care. But again, it's a prominent figure with influence that's downplaying an event that's inspired by his father. Like, yeah, you know.
Shapiro, in fact, I disagree with just as a matter of fact. Investigators found in the Shapiro case online activity and writings that included extreme right-wing, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and rhetoric against Shapiro, who is, of course, Jewish and a Democrat, and in Michigan. And even in the last 24 hours or so, what do we see from Laura Loomer on Ilhan Omar, the Democratic congresswoman, Laura Loomer being a very senior MAGA person? At the end of the day, everyone needs to realize that Ilhan Omar is a bloodthirsty Muslim terrorist sympathizer who has no place in our country. Her presence in Congress is a national security threat, and she's an enemy.
Saying, when I ask you a question, it's not an accusation. It's just like... just trying to communicate that it's different when it's Donald Trump Jr. versus I love Trump 777.
From within. So please, the idea that there is some sort of asymmetry on this, the fact of the matter is, America and indeed the UK as well, we've got into a really negative cycle here where basically the temperature goes up and it goes up and it goes up. And then sometimes some of the people who are responsible for that turn around and go, God, I can't believe it's so hot in here. Everyone needs to pull back from the brink. Social media needs to actually be reformed and needs to be changed. Elon Musk has been pretty responsible for some of this stuff that we've seen as well. So let's not pretend. If we pretend that this is just a problem of the left or of liberalism or of wokeism or whatever you want to say, this problem is not going to be any better or get any better. Let's use this as a moment for all of us to look within ourselves and decide to be better.
Okay, well, we've been joined on the panel by
help me out with the crossword here when we listen to this.
Vincent O'Shaughnessy. Vinny, great to have you back on Uncensored. I'm sorry it's in such awful circumstances that we're talking on this Friday. But your response to what Lewis Goodall's just said, that this is a problem on all sides, that political violence has been ratcheting up and that there's a collective issue that needs to be dealt with.
So let's be...
Well, Piers, thank you for having me, and hello to everybody on the panel. Piers, I'm sorry, but trying to compare a photo of a Pelosi hammer for a Halloween thing to somebody getting shot in the neck in front of his family at a campus.
The photo is comparing the reaction. The act was an attempted kidnapping, and an assault with a deadly weapon. What the fuck? Yes, I agree with you there. The echo chambers, it's not just an echo, it's amplifying. That is true. Or at least from what I've seen.
is unbelievable. The fact that you're trying to make the two comparison is absurd, okay? And if we want to, since you're on the left and you have those beliefs, give me something that the left is positive about. Because from what we're seeing, they're pro-abortion, they're pro-celebrating assassination, they're pro-open border. Give me something positive that the left is running on. Because at the end of the day,
can you tell me what this video is about?
35-year low approval rating. And Piers,
Sorry, post-Musk Twitter is like 75% right-wing shit right now. Like, come on, let's be honest here.
I have to go a little bit deeper. I have to go.
This guy doesn't have any brain
This isn't about right. Charlie was a proponent. He was a Christian praising Jesus Christ everywhere that he went. And I think that's where we are, Piers. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12 says, "For we not wrestle with flesh and blood." Piers, it's principalities, it's evil, it's dark forces in high places. And it drives me crazy, Piers, that we've gotten to this point. And when Tim Walz and these people are like, well, I woke up, I wanted to hear bad news. Hearing TMZ lying when their freaking people are back there cheering of a murder of a guy that did what, Piers?
For clarification, the TMZ thing, there was a police chase happening at the same time, and they were cheering about something that happened in regards to that. Just to be clear.
College campuses, he was peaceful. He just wanted to have a debate,
clue on the crossword?
Conversation,
oh, no.
And it is the left. Okay, when Joe Biden got diagnosed with colon cancer, who was celebrating? How many thousands of people were out there praying and hoping for this guy?
I will. I'll probably do that off stream since we're not really on the RFK segment right now.
That montage that
I'll
you
listen
played,
to it.
did you see the eyes of these people?
Yeah.
They are captured by something dark, and they don't even know it. Piers, that's where we are. And I want to say something, Piers, before I give it back. Charlie was not murdered. He was martyred. And I want to say this in the Bible, and I'm sorry, I never was this guy, Piers, but we're at the tipping point. We are here, and we have to understand that it's God or you're on the opposite side. And Revelation chapter 6,
I do a lot of stuff, like, off stream. I don't do all my politics on stream. Dude, I run a pretty extensive notes-taking thing. Like, I do a lot of thinking and listening to stuff off stream, bro. You should, because the company is being slick with the PR is crazy since you can line the timestamps up. I mean, maybe they were trying to cover up again. They put out a video, like, disavowing it.
Says
if they were celebrating Kirk's death, then that is completely fucked up and unacceptable.
The martyr's blood hits the throne of heaven. It turns the vengeance of the king towards the evil ones on earth. So for all the people that want to get mad and do something, stay calm and be easy, because God, at the end of the day, Piers, has vengeance on all these people that are spilling innocent blood.
Are you really saying that the American right, the Trump right, MAGA, has not got a problem with political violence?
Are you comparing? Wait, are you comparing us, who, by the way,
no, I'm asking
for
whether
how many years have 10 years? Hold on. Are you comparing the two? Hold on. I'm not saying that the right doesn't get violence, but show me where they're celebrating the murder of a father on a campus. Give it to me. Who celebrate Luigi Mangione, where he's in magazines and girls want to marry him and want to be with him?
No, you just have the president of the United States' son. You just have the president of the United States' son tweeting out a picture of a hammer, making fun of a guy who nearly got killed because of a right-wing maniac. Please do not tell me that somehow one side is more morally superior than the other. This is not. And just while we're talking about, excuse me, sir.
Who's doing the murder?
Who is doing the assassination? What about January the 6th? What about January the 6th, where a MAGA mob decided to try to use violence to overthrow democracy? That is the definition of the legitimization of violence in the political process.
How many people? Excuse me, since you're such an American historian, how many people died on January 6th? One, Ashley Babbitt, a fellow United States Air Force. Excuse me, let me finish. A United States Air Force veteran got shot subsequently.
Ashley Babbitt was jumping through a broken window in the Capitol. Am I mistaken?
In her freaking neck. Why? Hold on. Why? Because she was unarmed and she was advancing to a hall. Please, I'm 100%.
Wow, that is certainly a way to frame it.
The comparison is not even close to what the left does.
So let's have some statistics from your own government.
They promote it.
Let's have some statistics from your own government. These are your own government statistics. Now, I know you might not want to listen to the facts, but this is the facts. A study from the US government itself says that the majority of political violence in the United States occurs from the right, not the left, from the right. We have also seen in my own country what happened with the assassination of a Labour MP, Joe Cox. We saw what happened in Norway with Anders Behring Breivik.
Data and evidence
on the right. I do not
You literally had Caroline Leavitt up there when people were saying, yeah, the crime has actually been decreasing. She goes up in front of the American media and says, the statistics don't matter. Here's an anecdote. It's like, what the fuck? What
You seem to say, sir, that one side or other is morally superior to the other. I do not say that there will not be political violence on one side or the other. What seems, and I find
Whenever
curious,
Vinny talks,
is your belief, your fervor, that somehow one side of this debate is uniquely morally repugnant and one is superior. The statistics are wrong. That's not right. Doesn't support what you're saying. And the fact after fact after fact, and occasion after occasion after occasion, shows the same thing. And like I say, January the 6th itself was literally the legitimization from your side of political violence at the highest of levels. And what did Donald Trump do? When he got back into office, he pardoned them all, sending a message that political violence is fine.
Were you, excuse me, are you in the United States? Are you in America?
I just returned to the United States.
What?
I don't need to be in the United States to know what
so
happened
wait,
on January the 6th.
are you an American citizen?
No,
are you an American citizen?
That's the
Are you an American citizen?
Nope.
No, I want to ask you a question because you're looking down here reading stats and facts, and I don't know where the hell your sources are from. As an American, from seeing what they did, excuse me, I let you talk. Please let me talk, okay? From what you mean to tell me what the left, your darling left, has done to the Republican Party and Donald Trump alone for 10 years, the calling for violence, the Hitler, like Batya said, all the negative rhetoric, hold on, to the impeachments, to shooting him in the head. And him saying, I want peaceful protesting, and then the FBI informants, all the confidential human resources inside the freaking cottage January. That's a whole different argument, debate that you don't want to get into. But as an American who lives in America and is a veteran, we see what's happening. I don't care about your ChatGPT stats. The left is the party that is inciting the violence and
there's stats from the U.S. government. Jesus Christ.
causing the problem.
Okay, I want to bring in another guest now who will then join the panel for the rest of the show.
True.
Konstantin Kissin, author and host of Trigonometry.
Look, I know that Vinny is not a representation of a fair representation of the actual arguments, but man, he is crazy.
Konstantin, I've seen from your posts that you've been
he does represent a portion of the population
by the death
not
of
a small
Charlie Kirk. Where does this horrific murder leave us in relation to political discourse and the safety of public figures as a consequence?
Do you know, Piers, I don't know if I've been personally affected, but I know that I've received messages from hundreds of people at this point, ordinary people, many of them nothing to do with politics.
I think Destiny is supposed
never
to
paid
be
attention to politics, never really cared, who were horrified and shocked by this in a very profound way. And I think it's a number of things. You know, you've just had this very fierce discussion about political violence, and we're talking about politicians. But people forget that Charlie was not a politician. This is a 31-year-old guy who went around college campuses, and now his two young children. I mean, I was putting my son to bed last night, and I was thinking of his kids. And I know that millions of people around the world are thinking about that because they didn't see Charlie as a politician. Because I guess with America's history of political violence, all the way back to Abraham Lincoln, we kind of know that these things can happen. But I think what this has done is it's taken violence into a whole new realm. It's taken violence into the realm of people who just have conversations, for God's sake. And I think this changes.
Wait, Roadrunner, is it not? Is it? I thought it was Meep Meep, not Beep Beep.
Profound way.
Hold on.
Of course, it has the potential to chill the debate, to scare people away from saying the things that they believe, the things that they think are important to say. I hope that doesn't happen. I know that my experience and the experience of many other people who do speak in public over the last few days has been a shock and horror and perhaps fear too that has morphed into resolve and an unwillingness to let this become the way that our conversations become silent, which I think is what Charlie would have wanted.
Piers Morgan.
But as for the debate we just heard, look, I'm in a very conciliatory mood, and I think it's important that we're all responsible with our words. But I found it difficult to sit there and listen to this preposterous conversation you've just had. I don't understand what I mean. This time last year, I sat across from one of your guests, Cenk, on that particular occasion, in which he tried to persuade me for 20 minutes that Donald Trump was a fascist. That's how the left talks about their political opponents. And I'm someone who's not politically affiliated. I'm just looking at the facts of what I see.
Centrists
we have had for the last 10 years the word. What has happened?
Just hold on.
People on top, but it's a group of people not on top. It's the people that surround them. They are smart, and they're vicious, and they're fascists, and everything else you can be.
So
it's a nasty.
Well, left gets called fascist. We're like, okay. Sure, that's that kind of rhetoric we expect. The woke right gets called a fascist, and they soy the fuck out, even though it's way more fitting.
Happened to the word Nazi as a result of the woke left's behavior is completely unacceptable.
Dude, yeah. I would take the McCain era Republicans back. I miss them. Man. It's before my time, but Jesus. Like, that video of McCain where that woman is in the crowd saying, like, I'm worried that if Obama's elected, it's gonna issue in Sharia law. And he's like, no, lady. He's a good man. He's a family man. Oh, you mean like the ye olde Republicans?
This is a word that we had for a very specific group of people that was supposed to describe people who believe in national socialism and fascism.
5-6 years from now.
These words have very specific meanings, and the meanings that they had were very important for being able to describe people who are actually of that opinion. And instead, both in America and here across the Atlantic in Britain, we've had, and we're not talking about people on Twitter or people on Blue Sky. I'm talking about David Lammy, who's the current deputy prime minister, talking about a group of conservative Eurosceptics and saying they're worse than Nazis. We've had this for a whole decade now, the complete dehumanization.
That's how it always is. Bush deregulates a ton of shit. The banks crash. Obama has to pick up the pieces. Okay? Trump comes in, delays the handling of COVID. Eventually, once he gets it, has to admit it's real and does something about it. The economy's in shambles. Biden comes in, takes our inflation rate, lowers it, takes our unemployment, lowers it. Trump comes in and tanks it again. At least in my lifetime, the cycle I've observed is a Republican fucks things up, Democrat comes in, spends their entire term fixing it, the next Republican comes in, says it's all shit, and they tank it, and then the Democrat comes back and fixes it. Now, this isn't a perfect thing, but it maps on pretty cleanly to the last, 20 years.
Of people for simply having political disagreements. And so when I see that the killer of Charlie Kirk had these so-called anti-fascist inscriptions on his ammunition, I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked. Of course this would happen. And people like to pretend that this has no consequence. Well, think about it, Piers. You're a man, I'm a man. If you and I thought that fascism was actually here, as we keep being told, wouldn't it be our duty to stand up and fight? So can we really be surprised then when some deranged guy picks up a rifle and shoots someone?
What are this guy's views on
people
Russia,
on the
Ukraine?
Media, people on TV keep saying is a fascist, keep saying is a Nazi, is completely irresponsible. And I'll just make one other point on this, because
British,
we've had
Russian,
this conversation. Lewis has talked about, well, there's violence on the left and violence on the right. He's right, of course. There are deranged people on both sides. In a country with easy access to firearms, there will be that sort of violence like we've seen in our country. It's not just Joe Cox who's been killed in this country. We also had Sir David Ames, an MP, be killed in Britain.
No, Charlie Kirk was not a Nazi. He was not a Nazi. Again, the politics part of this is, as much as we disagree, capital punishment is not within the realm of acceptable. It's just not. That being said, rhetoric like fascist, it's shit slinging. The right shit slings, the left shit slings. But to pretend that One, the right never uses similar terminology. They called Obama a communist. They called Harris a communist. And they called her a fascist. Which, that's crazy. In this realm, right? But to pretend that doesn't happen, and to pretend there's no insightful rhetoric coming from the right, is insane. And then to say, oh, but this rhetoric, we say it and nothing happens, but we don't actually say it. But when the left says it, it inspires murder. It's like, it's insane.
He was a member of the Conservative Party, killed by an Islamist, and on we go. But there's one thing that I've noticed. A great mentor of mine once told me, he said, Konstantin, the greatest insights come from looking at what is not there. And the one thing I have noticed that hasn't been there in my mind, you tell me if this is different for you, Piers, over the last few days, I've had no expectation that there would be burning, looting, riots in the streets, attacks on police officers across America or Britain or the rest of the West. We haven't seen any of that, and we haven't expected any of that. And that's because political violence has been normalized on these far extremes of the left.
Right,
and when you see those people celebrating...
Like, if you're going to attack the left for being authoritarian, at least call us communists.
What they are expressing is now a widely held opinion, particularly...
Dude, the thing is, like, there were no pardons after BLM, right? The people that did shit got arrested. My brain is actually breaking.
Among young people on the woke left, that if they don't agree with somebody, if they're not getting their way politically...
Also, is saying, yeah, they're trying to trans your kids and indoctrinate them and they're all pedophiles, is that not? Like, if someone was trying to mutilate your child, as they say, would that not justify violence? Like, what? I would agree that Nazi carries a harsher connotation than communist does, but fascist and communist, I would say, have relatively equal weight. I'm sure there are people on like Democratic politicians that use the words Nazi, maybe? Although no instances come to mind. I know fascist is common, but Nazi, I think, is over the line. But
they're entitled to use violence to achieve their aims. We took cancel culture away from them when Elon Musk took over X and opened up the conversation and forced other social media platforms to open up the conversation. So now, instead of using cancel culture, we've got violence culture.
Wait, oh fuck, that community note where it's like, this is what you get for calling us and our president Hitler. It's like, and the quote retweet is, there's only one politician that's called Trump Hitler, and it's J.D. Vance. And there's a community note under it, and it's like, this is not true. RFK Jr. also called Trump Hitler.
And everybody has to pull back. And I'm not calling for any kind of censorship, because censorship will not solve this. But the people who have spent the last decade calling their political opponents fascist, Nazis, and so on, they have blood on their hands, and they need to look in the mirror now and stop.
Man, if only we could find a fucking
Dave
instance.
Rubin, I've been on this theme for a long time on this show, and I've got a book called, ironically, Woke is Dead, coming out next month. And one of the themes of the book is how radicalized so many on the woke left have become. And I don't for a moment dispute there are people radicalized on the right. But as somebody who used to identify quite happily as a liberal, I found myself completely disassociated.
Yeah, I try and stream every day at around 12 my time. So around about when I started today. Yeah, I'll usually stream till... I've been doing 4 hours, but I'm going to try and start doing 5.5 more now. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate having you here. It sounds good. See you then. Rest well.
From the woke left in a way I just never thought possible, where people on supposedly my side would start to become science deniers, biology deniers, but also develop this incredibly hateful mindset that if you didn't go along with everything that they believed, you would be cancelled, you'd be destroyed, you'd be shamed, you'd be vilified. And now, as we've seen with Charlie Kirk, you will actually be murdered in cold blood simply for having opinions that they don't like. It is, as I said at the
is labeling more than half of the country as the enemy combatants, and she's calling them all fascists and Nazis, okay? But she's a fascist, okay? She's a fascist. How can Kamala Harris...
He didn't say Nazi.
Too much because nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about when I
but
say Harris.
That's a pretty... It's not a far removal.
It's unnerving. It's quite scary, actually. And when you see those TikTok videos of them so proudly talking about this, joyously celebrating a
They're
murder
nobody.
like that, I really do fear about what is going on.
Well, Piers, it's not even that it's about his actual opinions. It's about the opinions that many thought leaders on the left purport that he has, which are complete lies. So look, I am in somewhat of a reconciliatory mode here.
Do we have to do a day where we actually listen to some of the, shit that Charlie Kirk was saying? I don't know if it's material to my argument. But if people are going to pretend he wasn't saying, relatively hard right stuff, which, again, not a capital offense, but it might be prudent to have some, quotes or more specific knowledge of what he says. Maybe I'll do that tonight.
So I'd like to ask Cenk, I have 10 headlines here he has put up about Charlie Kirk. They are on his channel right now, and let's see if Cenk believes that these are true. Charlie Kirk says prominent black women took white people's spots. Charlie Kirk boasts about his all-white basketball team. Charlie Kirk gives piggish advice to high school girls.
What's this?
Anti-Semitic screeds. And she talked about
where he argues against the far-right religious position on promoting open homosexuality. Yeah, maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Because I'm probably going to wrap up here in a couple minutes. I just want to figure out what this
the evil Israel,
was.
And it's all about the Benjamins. Not a good thing to say. So, that's Omar. That's Omar.
Ilhan Omar, okay.
And by the way, many other things. All you have to do is press the right button on your beautiful screen, and you'll see thing after. You didn't hear this over the last 2 days, though. Did you hear anybody talk about that? Her colleague, Representative Rashida Tlaib, agreed with Omar's characterization of 9/11 and said that members of Congress who support Israel forgot what country they represent. And Tlaib also used the F word to describe the presidency and your president. That's not nice, even for me. She was describing the president of the United States and the presidency.
Wow, it's crazy to see how much his energy has declined. This is 2019. This isn't even 2016 Trump.
The big, fat, vicious, the way she said it, vicious F word. That's not somebody that loves our country. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Jesus, this is wild. I forgot how unhinged the campaign trails were.
Check out her scores, by the way, with her new Green New Deal. The Green New Deal, where did that come from? She's conducted outrageous attacks against men and women of law enforcement. She compared American border agents managing a humanitarian crisis that I always said was a humanitarian crisis, and they said it was manufactured. They don't say it was manufactured, and we're stopping it. And I want to thank Mexico. They've got 21,000 soldiers now stopping people from coming into our country. But Cortez, somebody said that's not her name. They said that's not her name, sir. I said, no. I don't have time to go with 3 different names. We'll call her Cortez. Too much time. Takes too much time. So Cortez also.
Dude, I forgot about
said,
all of this.
Essentially, Nazis are running concentration camps.
Gotcha. Man, it's been a while. I forgot that he used to, like, be animated.
Ex-employee exposes Charlie Kirk's grift. Charlie Kirk embarrasses himself. Charlie Kirk's brain melts explaining anti-vax conspiracy. Charlie Kirk rants about women in their 30s.
Who is this?
People's spots. Charlie Kirk boasts about his all-white basketball team. Charlie Kirk gives piggish advice to high school girls. Ex-employee exposes Charlie Kirk's grift. Charlie Kirk embarrasses himself. Charlie Kirk's brain melts explaining anti-vax conspiracy.
Okay, again, that's titles. That's not murder. That's not condoning murder.
Charlie Kirk rants about women in their 30s.
What were Charlie Kirk's titles? I'm assuming it was just like Ben Shapiro's Charlie Kirk owns stupid radical leftist communists or some shit. I disagree that he's a hero. Obviously, he should not have been killed. Yeah, he's a political voice.
Kirk has literally no clue how the real world works. Charlie Kirk gets triggered, declines appearance over pronouns. Charlie Kirk doubles down on women-hating backlash. I am telling you, peers, Charlie Kirk was one of the best human beings I ever met. He did not have a bone of racism, misogyny, or anything else in his body. But liars lie, and they gin up otherwise good people. From the little bit we know about this shooter, he had a stable household, he was going to college, he was fine. We'll find out where he got radicalized. But please, please, let's not pretend we don't know where this stuff is coming from. And please, let's not pretend that this thing is going both ways, because it is absolutely not. I also have well, you know what, Cenk, I'll ask you a question directly, actually. Do you think Charlie wanted to be martyred? Do you think Charlie wanted to be martyred? Do you think Charlie wanted to be killed? Yes or no?
Of course not.
What kind of question is that?
Wait, what the fuck? You don't, because that's pretty interesting. Because here's a video of you, Cenk, talking when Charlie was at a breakfast.
For these guys, and they don't deserve it. But I do also want to point out, as they're in the middle of crying now, although Charlie was smiling ear to ear throughout the entire video, thinking, yes, I'm now the victim, and I'll get to claim that my rights have been abridged.
Did you catch the beginning of that, Cenk?
That's not at all what... Okay, Cenk has been on my nerves recently. But man, that's obviously about like getting protested at a college campus or something. Not about him getting shot. That's the classic line of, they didn't let me speak at this college campus, or I got banned for a day on YouTube or something. Like, that's... Oh, come on. It's so fucking real. Whatever.
Listen, we'll do it again.
No, I didn't, and that's totally out of... No, we're not going to do it again. Totally out of context. I don't even know what the hell you're...
I think that conversation in chat here has highlighted how divisive our country has been.
No. Listen, brother.
Are you trying to get harm
for
on
1
me?
second.
Is that what you're trying to do,
clown.
you loser?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Wait,
I'm
what?
going to
do conciliation,
exactly
except
what
this
people
guy.
like you
Look at the
have
last
done.
two things of your last two guests said.
Piers.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus,
no,
man.
what they
You
said
guys are
was, yes,
unbearable.
we should have reconciliation, but it is not
Unbearable?
without any
Is that
contrition,
violent?
right? It's not without a mea culpa. Charlie was accosted by Antifa at a breakfast in Philadelphia, and the video that I just played is
He was
you with
also
a cartoon
accosted
of
by
him
Groypers
as
at
Charlie
almost
Brown
every event he went
saying
to.
that he would love to be martyred so he could be the victim. Well, I guarantee you, his wife, who now doesn't have a husband, and his kids who don't have fathers, did not want him to be martyred.
What you just played isn't what I
It's exactly what you
bullshit.
said, brother.
Isn't what
It's
you
exactly
just said
what
it was.
Let's do it again.
No, it isn't.
Let's
we
do
just
it again.
heard it. We just heard it.
It's not.
All
Can we
right,
try and find this
no,
video?
Let's do it again.
Cut this crap out.
Come on.
No.
We'll do it again.
Yes, I agree with freedom of opinion and freedom of speech. That's not being argued against here. I'm just saying he wasn't a hero. He was a political face. Murdering him was completely wrong and is a bad sign for the state of things in the country. But I don't know. But I don't think there's a consistent definition of hero. But I mean, if you like listening to him, then maybe.
Piers, can we talk about reality? This is something he's going
From
back
the
to like
US.
10 years.
Well, I think Cheng should be allowed to respond.
Perverting what I said there.
And they don't deserve it.
It allows for easy martyrdom for these guys, and they don't deserve it. That was when Antifa was going after him at a breakfast in
Okay, so
Philadelphia.
Is the politics section chatters a tight-knit community? Why does everyone know each other?
Let Cheng respond to that.
No, that was about words, you moron. Okay, Jesus Christ, man. All right, so now let's get to reality, okay? Shut up. Let's get to reality, okay? So your last two guests, while pretending to be conciliatory, one of them started talking about me and started talking about blood on their hands. And then this idiot brings out a clip from 10 years ago that's about words and is pretending it has to do with violence. No show in America has called for nonviolence more than the Young Turks has. Oh, hey, can I talk after being accused?
Okay. Yep. Goodbye. Not happening.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is...
Okay, Camps for the Unvaccinated. That is a wild name. That is crazy. Political violence should not be a part of American culture. We should not be at a point where we hate each other so much that we're killing each other. That is a really bad sign for the way things, for the state of things. People get killed for, it's not, I don't necessarily think it's a gun thing, but
of terrible things that I didn't come within a million miles of doing. Who did Charlie invite to have these conversations? Me. Why did he invite me if I'm so bad when it comes to these issues? Jesus. No, it's because Charlie and I understood that we could vehemently disagree. We could, David, let me speak.
I mean,
so
there's one permaban that I did faster than that, and it was a guy came in here named Charlie Kirk and was saying, "Oh, what's this?" That's just so awful. So yeah, no.
Oh, we understood that we could have vehement disagreement, and we often did. And look, guys,
what is happening
but
to
without
my audio?
Jake, are you going to delete any of those videos? Are you going to delete any of those videos accusing him of being a white supremacist?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because, Dave, what you're doing is... Oh. Dave, will you let me talk?
Do you think he was a white supremacist?
Piers.
Was Charlie a white supremacist?
No,
was
listen to me. Listen to me. Well, if you're not going to let me answer, what the hell's the point of this? Okay, listen.
Well, you won't delete them.
Do I still disagree with the things that Charlie said? Of course I do. I'm not changing my opinion on that. And all the titles that you just read were very normal political disagreements. In none of the titles were there call for violence, because there never is on the Young Turks. And I abhor what happened to Charlie. I met his wife.
I want to find this original
This is a
video.
Human being. Look, guys, there's two things that I propose. You guys can go back and forth.
Those headlines imply that Charlie's a racist or a misogynist? Yes,
no, now I talk. Now I talk.
Oh, they don't?
Enough with the accusing and then not letting me talk, okay? So listen, this whole
what is happening to my computer?
Both sides are blind. and Piers, you know this better than anyone. I call out Biden and I say, Democrats, are you crazy? He's obviously old. He's obviously lost his faculties, right? And now this absurdity about how the right are all angels. Are we kidding? You guys didn't see January 6th? You didn't see them attacking cops, raiding the Capitol, chanting, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. But that leads to my point, not that the right is more guilty. And I'm sickened by the trend that has now appeared on the left of violence. I'm sickened by it. So I'm proposing two things, guys. Well, no way should we ever shut down speech. No way. Not right-wing speech, not left-wing speech. You don't shut it down with the government, and you don't shut it down with violence. So first thing is easy. The second one is hard. The first one is on all of our shows, as we do every day, call for nonviolence. The minute you see someone saying something violent, say, don't do that. That is unacceptable. That is not who we are on the left. That is not who we are on the right. That is not who we are as Americans. You can say anything you want. For example, did Charlie say things that were anti-Muslim? He did. Did I still talk to him? Yes. And I got heat for that. But guys, we're never going to convince each other if we never talk to one another. And now, if we start killing each other, it's madness. There's nothing wrong with disagreement, but there's something terribly wrong with violence and shutting down conversations.
I'll find it somewhere.
And then the hard one.
Piers,
I just think the left and the right. There is no such thing. Hold on, last thing.
We're not ready
There's
for the
no such thing as the left or the right. There are people that are a giant range, and we explain this on the Young Turks all the time about the right wing, which is, guys, are they radical right? There are, right? But are they the entirety of all of the Trump voters? Of course not. There's so many good Americans who voted for Trump, who, by the way, some of them voted for Obama before, some of them voted for Bernie before.
Where did you find this?
This guy's a lunatic. Are there extreme left-wingers? By the way, the clip that you showed, Piers, no prominent Democrat or left-wingers on there, but that clip sickened me. It sickened me. So
okay, but Cheng,
elements in the left now,
hang on,
of course,
hang on. But hang on. You mentioned that, and in fact, there are clips though of high-profile people saying that stuff. Matthew Dowd got fired by MSNBC within minutes, literally, of saying this on the night that Charlie got killed.
Thank you. Pierce is actually pulling up the video.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this.
Yeah, that's a dumb thing to say. That's a dumb thing to say. Fireable? Before we knew the state? Like, okay, because I remember this from the day. I don't think we even knew the state Charlie Kirk was in at this point. Dumb thing to say, absolutely. I don't know if that's fire. What do you guys, is that? I don't know.
But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who has
But also, that being an example of condoning political violence that's a really weak argument.
Constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
In other words, Cheng, he had it coming. And I found that despicable. I said it in the moment. He then got fired, and quite rightly. But there were lots of other high-profile people, actually.
It is crazy to say that maybe this is a supporter firing their gun off in celebration. That is pretty crazy to say. I don't know. I'm really on the fence on this one. That's, I don't know. What do people typically get fired for in media? It wasn't condoning it, obviously. It could just be dumb misspeak.
Who weren't just TikTokers saying bad stuff.
Oh, I thought they were. Sorry, I was talking about the clip where he's like, maybe this was just Porter firing off a gun in celebration. Sorry, I missed. Well, let me go back. My bad.
Hate speech or sort of. He's been one of the most. Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
In other words,
I mean, the statement on its face isn't wrong, but the proximity to, like, right after the shooting, I think that's probably fireable. Yeah, I didn't see the whole. I forgot to listen to the rest of it. Yeah, that's. I don't think you could be saying that right after.
Cheng, you know, he had it coming. And I found that despicable. I said it in the moment. He then got fired, and quite rightly. But there were lots of other high-profile people, actually, who weren't just TikTokers saying bad stuff. Just hold fire panel for a moment. I'm being joined now by Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert.
Hey, hold on.
Lauren,
That's
thank you very
also
much
an example.
for
There's accountability. Like, when someone says something dumb on the left, accountability instantly.
Me on Uncensored. What impact is Charlie Kirk's murder going to have on the ability of political figures, either politicians or political commentators, to go about their business talking to members of the public without massively increasing their security? I mean, have you, for example, had to up your security since his murder?
Well, first, thanks for having me on, Pierce, to talk about my friend Charlie and the ramifications of this. I feel like our First Amendment rights were assassinated, or at least attempted to, just a couple of days ago, and it's certainly been difficult. And conversations of security for those of us who are in the public eye have definitely increased. They've been increasing all year. I even talked to my Democrat colleagues. Jared Moskowitz is someone who has also received death threats, and even a man parked outside his home where his wife and children are. And so we have increased some security. I don't believe it's enough. I think that we need more. And the ability that we have right now, the resources that we have right now, won't cover what we need. But it's not going to slow us down. I'm not canceling events. I'm continuing to go exactly where I was scheduled to be and talk to folks. It would be a dishonor to Charlie if I were to close my mouth and sit back and quit now. We have got to continue forward in this movement that he really pioneered the way for, and continue to speak truth. Charlie would bring on his adversaries, folks who disagreed with him, and have that dialogue, have that debate and that discussion, and give them a platform. Even certainly, Charlie has given me a platform over the years, but he gave folks who completely opposed his point of view a platform as well to express that. And I believe that through his vision and his faith, we will continue to see that with the millions of young people that he has touched. I hope that there are 10 million Charlie Kirks who are born from this moment. But certainly the political violence, it has to stop. And we've been saying this for years now. You could have compilation after compilation of Democrat politicians saying to get in their faces, to take them behind the barn and punch them.
What about this one?
Punch them in to get in their faces, to take them behind the barn and punch them in the face, and all of these things by elected leaders. You are called to lead, and you're telling your constituents, your
I don't. Do I need to say anything? I think it speaks for itself. Yeah.
Voters and your followers to actually be aggressive physically. And this is just unacceptable. This is not something that you hear from my conservative colleagues. And, you know, if they do say it, I absolutely condemn that. But this is a time for truth and for standing up. And of course, there are concerns. Listen, Pierce, we had a mandatory in-staff meeting that was called by the Sergeant at Arms at the House of Representatives. They flew to Colorado to meet with all of my district staff. And it was announced in that meeting that I am number 3 on their list for targeted members of Congress. And, you know, we certainly have increased security since then, but it hasn't stopped. And even to add...
Can you think... I'm just going to do it like fucking Dora now. Can you remember another time members of Congress were fearing for their life? Oh my God.
That this week, I would have never expected any kind of calls coming into my office or emails of threatening nature.
They are not supposed to say that shit. I remember it was some politician who said, yeah, you got to confront these people. You got to get in their face. I remember when that went down.
And we have sent in more threats to Capitol Police and FBI this week than in the past couple of months, and maybe even longer than that. And so, you know, when we're hearing things like Charlie Kirk rightfully was murdered and you should be too, this is what has to stop. And I would have...
If we can't protect the children, we can't protect anybody. If you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome.
Yeah, that's unhinged. You shouldn't say that.
The people are going to turn on them. They're going to protest. They're going to absolutely harass them until they decide that they're going to tell the president, no, I can't hang with you.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. But was this denied, defended? Like, I don't know. What was the reaction to this?
Never expected Americans to continue down that path, be joyful that such an amazing Christian, faith-filled father, friend, man, leader was assassinated, executed in front of our faces, and they would continue with that rhetoric and rejoice in it.
Like
this is a disgusting, dark time, and I hope that we could bring light and joy and true unity. We don't need an enemy to unite around. We live in America, which is the greatest country. Sorry, but this is the great. I'm not sorry. This is the greatest country, and we have so much to be grateful for, and honor and respect one another. That alone should be what unites us.
Lauren Boebert, thank you for that. Very fascinating. I mean, disturbing actually that you've had more threats since Charlie Kirk was murdered than you have done for many months.
What's up, Ferns
particularly disturbing thing that you revealed there. But I appreciate you coming on, Sensor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierce.
What to go back
Every time a new chatter pops in, I have to extend the stream another 15 minutes at least. I still believe in this nation. I still believe it's the greatest on earth. We're just going through a bit of a rough patch right now.
Panel, I mean, Batia, the thing we haven't discussed in all this, I guess, is the guns.
I am a liberal patriot.
Every time there's a gun, a big action of gun violence, there's a big debate about it. It's well known that when I was at CNN, got into many debates about this. I got into debates with Charlie about guns. In fact, he tweeted something which, you know, now
Netherlands or
you look
Northern
at it and you sort of wince when you read that. Hey, Piers Morgan, I thought guns don't save lives. And actually he was talking about an Uber driver who'd had a concealed carry weapon which saved his life. So Charlie and I debated guns. We came at it from different perspectives. And I respected that. And he did. And he then came on my show to talk about other things. So we didn't let that mean we couldn't debate things. where are we with guns in America? I sort of felt I learned the lesson
guns
when
are
I
in
was
permanent
debating
limbo.
with the NRA and so on. This is an American problem that can only be resolved by Americans.
That is a pretty hot take.
It's not a UK problem. And actually, we used
that
to
would
have
fix
guns.
Anything. I think you have the most divisive person in all of politics is a single, like, singularly American citizen. I don't think dual citizenship politicians are the problem.
Britain, and we gave them all up. So we don't have a gun violence problem here. Certainly nothing that could be compared to the United States. But, you know, there's always this is not the right time to discuss it, but people are discussing it. What do you feel about the guns debate in this?
Oh gosh, I feel like it's so irrelevant. I mean, one side of the political aisle in America is heavily armed, and it's the other side that commits the vast majority of political violence. You know, there's a tacit admission from
I mean, lobbies have to register with, oh god, what is it called? Is it, oh, I don't, there's something. I know AIPAC isn't, because AIPAC isn't technically of the Israeli government. It's just, American Israelis. Yeah, I mean, foreign, like, influence things do have to register, but AIPAC is domestic. How to fix America, step 1, copy Europe. Where do you think Europe got it? You guys were feudal. Yeah, I agree, honestly. I'm tired of Israel, like, that being a constant topic. Especially given the heated, like, the amount of it's a gun debate. So, like, the gun debate is fine. It's in permanent limbo. I would probably say better background checks, not chicks. But also, I don't think banning specific types of firearms does anything. Yeah, I don't know. And, like, I don't know, there hasn't been much movement on banning guns since bump stocks were banned under Trump.
The left, that their side is the violent side, because if somebody, God forbid, if a big left-wing influencer, God forbid, was killed, what they would be doing in...
I just don't understand why we can't focus on, you know, near World War III happening with fucking Russia flying drones into Poland. Like, is that not interesting enough? Or in America, we have fucking people who are like, well, Russia's, including the president, they're like, Russia wouldn't do that on purpose.
Immediately is boarding up every single major city in America because there would be rioting and looting. People would die. We know that tens, if not hundreds of people died during the BLM riots. And obviously, none of that has happened, and none of that is expected to happen, despite the fact that the right, whose avatar was just murdered in cold blood, is heavily armed, right? So there is this tacit understanding from the left, even as they call the right the source of all the political violence and fascists and Nazis and what have you, that actually 80%. The right will not pick up their arms and turn on their leftist neighbors, right? They rely on...
Again, for the people in the back, it's overwhelmingly a right-wing phenomena. They just refuse to own any violence that happens from their side. Bye.
The the forbearance of their conservative neighbors who are much more heavily armed not to actually take revenge. And we all know that this is happening. They just won't admit it. It is so amazing to sit here and have people bring up case after case after case that has been like thoroughly debunked. You know, just because Josh Shapiro is a Democrat doesn't mean the person who tried to assassinate him was a Republican. That guy did it, he said, because Josh Shapiro is killing his Palestinian friends, okay? And we have cases like that again and again. They have to keep going back to January 6th, which, as Vince pointed out, no one was killed except Ashley Babbitt, who was one of the protesters. To compare a meme posted of a...
Also, am I too soy for this? It's like seeing ghosts, but is furnace operator not like a dog whistle for like concentration camp shit? Am I too soy?
Halloween costume to people actually saying the things that murderers then use to justify their killing.
Fucking, that's Trump. What do you think the guy went after them?
Like the guy who killed that couple outside the Jewish Museum in DC, or like this killer who killed Charlie, saying the exact same things you hear from the most prominent Democrats is facetious. It is facetious to compare.
What prominent Democrats are saying notices bulge? Oh, well, what's this? All right, that's in poor taste. It popped into my mind. It was the demon got the better.
Actual justification for murder that turns into murder with a photo that gets posted. And this is why conservatives are so frustrated, because they know that even as the left is demonizing them, the left is tacitly acknowledging that they're not actually in danger from their conservative neighbors.
Lewis, I know you've got to go. Vinny's had to go as well, sadly. Lewis, you've got to go soon. Just final words from you. Have you been influenced at all by anything you've heard tonight?
I sort of feel, and maybe we all are, maybe this is the problem, Piers, as if I'm living in a different world here. A world where the only invective that we ever hear, the only hostile language, the only violent language, and indeed call to arms, come from one side of the political debate. I'll just go back to this point. US government figures show that a majority of political violence, politically related violent incidents actually come from the right, not the left. Now, I'm not sat here saying that there isn't a problem on the left. I've been the first one, quite literally, to say that. But by definition, if there are politically inspired violent incidents on the right, then what is causing those? Are they all just nutters? Are they all just mad? Or how can it be that the left-wing ones are the ones who are inspired by language? Something must be happening and causing the right-wing violence, and so by definition, presumably, that must be something that is happening in terms of the language of the other side. No, and just let me finish. And I think we heard from Kristen earlier as well, when he said the left have imbibed this idea that to get what you want, you are able and should be able to use violence. Come on. Yeah, go back to January the 6th. Because MAGA, at that moment, quite literally decided to use violence to overturn an election result. And let's just talk about violent language as well for a second here. From the very top, Donald Trump, fight like hell. If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Rudy Giuliani, let's have trial by combat. Republican Representative Mo Brooks, today is the day American patriots start down taking names and kicking ass. On the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot, instead of didn't condemn it. What did Trump do? He said, maybe it was a problem, maybe it wasn't. She locked down her state. Even on Mitch McConnell, his own Senate Majority Leader.
This was right before J6. This was like part of Giuliani's speech right before J6. Again, part of the problem is we can have this conversation. The right just needs to own their part in it.
McConnell, on Truth Social, Trump said McConnell had a death wish for supporting bipartisan legislation. If that's not legitimizing violence, then I don't know what it is.
Constantine, your response to that?
I was late on that one.
I have to agree with Lewis. He is living in a different reality, one that has no connection to actual reality.
What's wrong?
What are you talking about?
Incorrect about what I've just said.
You're comparing
I don't need to say
saying
anything. I could just
like hell in
do the vine
context of a
boom for things I agree with and the buzzer for things I don't.
Explained earlier. Lewis, can I speak now? Are you capable of listening to an alternative point of view? Or do you have to shout down? Well, shut up then. Shut up and listen
Sorry,
if you're
okay,
capable of it.
I'm done.
Now, you can't compare somebody saying fight like hell in the context of a political campaign with what I explained earlier, which is when you call people Nazis.
The campaign was over.
Shut up and listen to an alternative opinion. Why is it that you people have a complete inability to listen to opinions that you don't like? Why can't you just sit there and actually hear what I'm saying?
Because my stupid streamer keeps playing fucking
You can't compare somebody
effects.
saying fight like hell with somebody explaining that the country is an imminent threat of a fascist takeover, because an imminent threat of a fascist takeover is something that would actually legitimize you picking up a rifle and heading.
It's okay. He literally said you're gonna lose your country if you don't fight like hell before they marched into the fucking Capitol building. There's just we need to move forward as a country, but we need to take ownership. The left, let's be real, has taken ownership of their parliament. The right refuses to. There is a path forward, and it's not violent. It's just staying present, holding the ground that, look, you have to acknowledge this. Okay? It's just...
to the front line. So when you and Cenk and people like that call people you don't like far right, hard right, Nazis and fascist,
I don't know, I need like a mirror.
you are creating an environment in which some crazy people, yes, of course they're crazy, will feel that they're entitled to use violence to prevent the fake fascist takeover you keep banging on about. And there is no equivalence between these things. I disagree, by the way. Cenk is entitled to criticize Charlie Kirk and his positions on the show. That's absolutely fine. But when you label and smear people as...
the Nazi label, but like, the Nazi label doesn't come out that often. What's the unbanned request? How do I see that? Oh wait, that's shield mode. Hold on. I'm no good at this Twitch thing. Hold on. Stream manager. Okay, there we go. Hold on. Let me get to it. So I didn't say anything bad at all. It was just freedom of speech. Yeah, can you go ahead and deny that one? I can't. Sorry. My patience is so thin these days.
fascists and Nazis, that is taking it to an entirely different level. And that is where I hope there would be some self-reflection. But I'm not seeing any on this panel tonight, I'm afraid.
No, and it's interesting, I remember the Madison Square Garden rally just before the election. And I went to that because I'd never been to any political rally for anyone. But Trump said, why don't you come down? I went down. And I was really struck by the fact that it was being branded by the left, from Hillary Clinton to MSNBC and others, as a neo-Nazi rally. They compared it to one in the 30s at the Madison Square Garden, which was indeed a neo-Nazi rally. And I thought then it was incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly stupid. There were many Jewish people in the audience. There was a Holocaust survivor, a prominent one, in the audience. Donald Trump, his son-in-law is Jewish. His daughter converted to Judaism. The idea that he is the new Adolf Hitler has always been utterly preposterous. But to take your point, Konstantin, I completely agree. If you are telling people all the time that Trump is Hitler and his followers are Nazis or fascists,
don't get
then it makes
Liberty
absolute
started.
Logical sense.
Or actually do it, boost my chat engagement.
Warped mind that they should be stopped, and that the only way to stop fascists and Nazis is with violence. And actually, in their heads, they are doing society a favor. This is the right thing to do. So the over-demonization constantly of Trump in particular and people that support him, I've always felt is extremely dangerous.
Are we saying that Donald Trump has never demonized his opponents?
Not at all. And in fact, I completely agree with you when you say that there are many examples on the right of violence amongst the far right. But I do think that there is just over-demonization from everybody, and it does lead disturbed minds to believe they are doing the right, good thing. I haven't heard what this shooter has to say. Apparently, he's not cooperating with authorities now. He's, he's
true.
got
I
lawyered
forgot
up and
about
is
the
now
cats
saying
and
nothing.
dogs things.
But if he was to say, I believe that Charlie Kirk is a fascist and that Donald Trump is a fascist, and I was doing this to save America from fascists, then you could understand how his diseased mind is viewing this. And it will be because, Lewis, he has heard repeatedly on the airwaves for a decade now that is the case.
Well, oh my God, we're one follower away from the 80 followers.
Both sides in America, and we're seeing it in the UK as well, increasingly treat, and I don't welcome this at all, increasingly treat every single election as if it is an existential moment. I.e., if our side loses or the other side wins, then the country as we've known it will be gone. Now, yes, the left has, or parts of the left have expressed that in terms of fascism or far right. The right have its own vocabulary and its own way of describing it. And we go back to, again, what Donald Trump said at the time when he said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
I don't think I've ever done that
Piers,
before.
you're talking about what depraved minds here or demented minds here, and they go in terms of violence. That is precisely what we saw with January the 6th. That is what we see again and again and again. And what I just find not only distasteful, but frankly demented, is the idea that somehow we can say that this is a problem which is unique to one side of politics. It's a problem. That. It's a problem which actually begats each other. It's a problem which each side, it metastasizes this problem of political violence. Each side, each time, adds fuel to the fire, and it gets hot. It gets hot inside the building. So the truth is, we've all got to acknowledge. And you're talking about what happens in the far right and so on in different parts of the world.
I'm at peace.
We're braced in London right now for what might happen tomorrow in terms of violent protest on the streets of London with Tommy Robinson. We saw what happened in terms of violent protests all throughout the course of the last year. This is a problem which happens on the left, and it is a problem on the right. And it must be acknowledged in order to do anything and something about it.
Okay, Lewis, thank you for joining us today. I know you've got to leave us, and we really appreciate it. I'll come back to the panel for more in a moment. We're going to be joined now by Alex Marlow, the close friend of Charlie Kirk, Breitbart editor and host of the Alex Marlow podcast. Alex, first of all, my deep sympathies to you as a friend of Charlie's. I wasn't a friend of his.
Always encouraging. I just put out a book.
It's been unhinged today. And I told you and Googly that I was going to be a little more liberal with the banhammer just because, again, there's people that I can argue and disagree with, and then there's people that just live in a different world than me. And I think I'm wasting my time, they're wasting their time if we're just arguing when we don't have the same, factual basis. It sucks. I wish that there could be some consensus there, but I'm sorry. I can't do, the Hamas isn't a terrorist organization types. I can't do MAGA. There's people that are reachable, that it's productive and healthy to have conversations and arguments and debates with, and there's people that it's just not. I don't mind arguing. Again, it's just you're fun to argue with because at least the basis in reality is there. I would evaporate on this panel out of just brain breaking because I would spend the entire time trying to argue over the fact that there's more violence that comes from the right. I don't know why that point was abandoned so quickly. There has to be reckoning with the reality of things before you can actually argue. Because no one comes away from this changed at all. At all. I understand that's not typically the point. It's really to show the audience. But if you don't hammer on the fact, the underlying facts that we're making all of our our conclusions off, then nothing changes. And I don't know how you convince someone of a fact that they've already built their entire ideology on denying. It's tough. Maybe my way of going about this is wrong. If you can think of a better way, think it is worth it to, spend all this time. Yeah, okay. Spend time arguing over individual facts. Then, yeah, you're more than welcome to make the argument for that. But I don't know. There's only so much time. There's only so many people I can reach. I don't know why I'd waste time with people that will not and have it as part of their personality or like ideology agree or even come to the same consensus on what has actually happened in the world.
And he was one of the most.
I could be wrong on that though.
Encouraging people to go buy it and supporting me. He was always offering encouraging texts, and he knew it was going to be dangerous.
And
to his beliefs, and he's committed to, spreading the word of his beliefs, but also allowing people to debate with him about those beliefs. That's what a democratic society should be about. And yet here he is now, dead at 31, because somebody was incapable of listening to his beliefs without wanting to kill him.
Yeah, Piers, look, this is a guy, I don't talk about it that often. I happen to be gay. It's not a big deal. I've been married for over 10 years, and I've sat with Charlie and my husband and his wife and talked about marriage and talk about the differences.
We've had a lot of new faces.
All of those things, and we talked it out. That's what Charlie was great at.
Like I said, every time there's someone new, I extend the stream a little bit more.
Where this conversation has got heated. It seems to me that everyone agrees that Donald Trump is not Hitler and his supporters are not Nazis. So with that in mind, I'd like to read some other headlines. These are video titles from Cenk's channel. And if in the spirit of reconciliation, maybe he wants to delete these things. Trump cuts anti-Nazi program. Trump spreading Nazi propaganda. Nazis encouraged by Trump's Charlottesville response. Trump defends Nazis, very fine people. That is the
that is true, though.
biggest political hoax ever. Trump retweets a neo-Nazi again. Trump disappoints neo-Nazi supporters. So these things don't come out of nowhere. I only blame one person at the end of the day for these murders, which is the crazy person who does the murders. But pretending that what is wildly asymmetrical, I think I have laid that out with evidence here.
Yes.
Pretending that it's symmetrical is deeply, deeply dangerous. Piers, you know this because we've discussed it on my show. Even on your show, you have found it way more difficult to find rational, decent people on the left who will explain themselves thoughtfully and calmly and everything else, while the panoply of people you get on the right, who shouldn't even be on the right, I would say certainly someone like me, I don't know exactly where Batya considers herself, but people with a variance of political opinions that now
no, far right this time.
Broadly are part of the MAGA thing is because of what I just read you, the endless hysteria of the left that has ginned up people to do crazy things. It's not to say you can't say the worst things. You want to say the worst things, Donald Trump's a Nazi. It's so tough to say. You want to say that, go ahead and say it. It falls on the person who pulls the trigger. But if we're all sitting here saying, it's not true that Donald Trump's a Nazi and it's not true that his supporters are Nazis and he's not Hitler and all of those things, well, then before you get to reconciliation, a little bit of a mea culpa by some of us might be valuable.
Cenk?
Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is disgusting.
Oh, God. Why is Cenk my strongest soldier here?
And I was going to be conciliatory towards Dave if I spoke first. But apparently, that's not what he's doing at all.
Bring Mehdi
so what
Hassan
he's trying to do is
on,
get people angry in a misleading way against me. Are you trying to get
those
people
your
to be
titles?
violent?
Are those the titles of your videos?
This is disgusting.
No.
So, no. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Those are your titles,
No, let me explain. You're asking me a goddamn question, so let me explain while you're trying to get people to do violence against me. You're disgusting. So those are 80% of those titles. I've never called Trump a Nazi. And those titles were about neo-Nazi reactions. So what do you want us to do? Not tell you what's actually happening? And so look.
Did Donald Trump side with neo-Nazis?
Yes, he did.
You're more than welcome to make the case against why, like, I've laid out my arguments for the way I'm applying the banhammer now. You're welcome to propose an alternative hypothesis on how it should go.
So in Charlottesville?
So
Piers, how about you handle this one instead of giving it to me? Piers,
can I just talk?
Okay.
So this monster is trying to egg on violence.
What did Donald Trump say after very fine people?
Even let
I'm
me
not
talk.
talking about the neo-Nazis or the white supremacists who should be condemned completely. It's the biggest
about efficient
debunked conspiracy theory of all time. You're still pushing that now? You're still pushing the very fine people hoax now? I'm shocked even for you.
Dave, shut up and let me answer your stupid question. So on that day, which now we're going back to that for no goddamn reason other than you're trying to get people angry at me for misleading things.
I'm reading your titles. You should be angry at your titler.
He did. Shut up and let me answer.
Jesus.
So did he say there are very fine people on both sides? He did. So that's a fact. Now, who was he referring to? As we've explained on the Young Turks, he might have been referring to the people who were in favor of the Confederacy and came out there to support Confederate generals. I didn't find that to be any better. Those people were in favor of slavery. Those people lynched black people. So I'm not going to ever cheerlead for them, and I'm not ever going to shut
Jake,
up
in the very
about
next
the terrible
sentence, in the
things
very
that
next sentence, did he say, I'm not?
Yeah, I don't want an echo chamber. I just, like, if the political spectrum is... Oh, sorry, where's my camera? If the political spectrum is here, right? I can argue with here. Okay? Like, the fringes just... I get, there's nothing, like, resolution to come to. Just get rid of all native English. True. This stream is now exclusively a Mandarin Chinese stream. 你好，我的朋友。
Talking about the white supremacists
so
or
you're
the
not going to get me
neo-Nazis
to
who should be
shut up,
condemned totally.
and you are against speech, and you're the one trying to smear people. So let me be super clear, and let me outrage everyone
Let me be
on all
clear.
sides.
Oh, I
and then
need
try
that
to
as a
bring people together.
soundboard.
You've already talked. So now, look, if you're on the left, I'm going to say something that's going to piss you off. So Charlie said things that were against Muslims. I'm from a Muslim background. Laura Loomer has said tons of things against Muslims. Ben Shapiro has, etc. So what? We fight back with words. Now, Dave is trying to say, don't fight back with words. Don't fight back at all. The left should unilaterally surrender.
No.
Hell no.
That is
but you fight back
not
with
what I
words. You
said.
don't fight
Piers,
back
is that
with
what I
violence.
said?
That's insane. That's insane.
What did Obama
Shut
say
up.
when he wanted
Now,
to drive the car?
Did I say
Right.
Cenk is blamed
you
for
guys
this?
Are
I said the
pretending
shooter
that
is blamed
Trump,
for this.
Shut up. You guys are
Yeah,
pretending.
I mean, look, the Pierce Morey again. We're not here for insightful political analysis, all right? We're here for slop.
Trump doesn't have authoritarian tendencies. When the man wouldn't get out of office in
I mean, look at the state of
when
this panel, man.
My
Dave
God,
Rubin,
his chief of staff came in
Cenk.
and told him that they were threatening to murder
I
his
don't know
vice
enough
president.
about the person
And
in the
according
middle.
to not me, but Trump
I think you're too
staffers,
generous
he
with the
said that he
30%
didn't
meaningful
mind
conversation,
that Pence
to be
deserved
honest.
it. He's a guy who's super
Let me
vitriolic
hit deer.
and continues to violate due process. I've never called him a Nazi, but if you just say, hey, don't call him a fascist, just call him authoritarian.
I think
Fine,
so.
but I want to call him
that I just
something
read on your
because he
channel.
keeps doing authoritarian things. Okay, so now, finally, to the part that brings us together. Guys.
Wait, hold on.
We're in mine.
Hold on. This is the Obama one. Fuck. Hold on.
This entire
I love gold
conversation's
ones.
framing is wrong. It's not the
Proud
left versus
patron.
the right. 98% of the people on the right and the left are not at all violent and hate the videos that you showed and hate the idea of not leaving after you lose an election, et cetera, et cetera.
England.
Hate what happened to Paul Pelosi, hate what happened to Charlie Kirk. We should all be united against the extremes, extreme right and extreme left. It should be the middle against the
this the one that has-
extremes instead of having the extremes
Yes,
have
okay.
all of
Sorry.
You gave him a nice tip, right?
Yeah.
Because that was gold. Okay, let's move on to the next one. I'm happy with that. You ready? Yeah. What the fuck is the frame rate? Is this GTA Online? It was like double.
Bartender, can I get a beer?
There's no
Is
way.
it
Obama? There's no way this was. There's no way. What's the fucking frame rate?
Oh no, I just hit a deer.
Oh my.
Something in my ear. The pain is severe. Let me ponder this fear. I'm gonna shed a tear. I'm fishing at the pier.
This kind of rules.
I'm about to cheer.
This looks like
I
a
don't know. I saw it in the
2000 Gmod
museum.
video.
What a year.
Like the actual
All right.
document.
Now, let me be clear.
He didn't even fade. Please tell me that.
Okay.
fight one another and pretend that the most extreme elements on the left represent the left, the most extreme elements on the right
cannot
represent
find
the
where
right.
Dave
And on the
Cliff
Young
was,
Turks, we're saying that is not
yeah,
the case.
you should. I think that's a good
great
idea.
majority of Americans are good, decent
What's the British
people,
equivalent of
and
Nicolas
under no
Cage?
circumstances, no matter what our opinions are, and no matter how angry you are about those
What the fuck is going on with the audio?
opinions, should we
Am I out of
ever
RAM?
do violence? Or should we ever think of the other side as evil or devils or any of that nonsense talk. So
just
not
Nazis,
do authoritarian
just a lot of
things,
Nazis, according to
do,
your titles.
And you certainly shouldn't do it on the left either.
Okay,
hey, listen, you're talking about that. Honestly, I get death threats all the time. You know the number one group that I get death threats from? Pro-Israel people. They feel entitled to violence.
Bro, the number one group I get fucking death threats from is pro-Palestine people. Or not pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas people.
Of course, Jack, everything's about the Jews
and my co-hosts.
Everything's about
well,
the
I
Jews
can
with
beat
Drake.
you. I can beat you, Chen, because
again.
I've had death threats from pro-Israelis and I've had death threats from pro-Palestinians. So I've had the whole shebang, which probably means I'm doing things about right. Batia, look, it's been a fascinating debate and conversation.
Two good
but as
answers.
we've just seen, passions still run high. What
fuck,
do
the
we do
YouTube
to
stream
try
is
and
still
lower
in
the
the Obama
temperature?
thing.
Do you agree with Cenk in his summation there?
Can I ask you something, Cenk? Because I agree with the idea that the extremes don't represent the mainstream. Like, I have not tweeted about the blue sky celebrations because I don't think they matter. I don't think they're significant. I don't
for the
think they're
follow. I appreciate
representative.
that.
But I guess, Cenk,
We
my
just hit
question
our
to you would
80
be,
follower goal.
when a shooter
Hell yeah.
repeats the exact
That's fucking
phrasing
awesome.
or language
Jesus.
that is in the mainstream on the left, whether it's the guy, in DC outside the Jewish Museum who was chanting Intifada Revolution and that's why I did it, or whether
Thank you,
it's this
guys.
guy
Appreciate that.
who
We've
his
had a lot of
family
people
said
coming in
that
recently.
they
It's nice.
found
I hope I don't have any skeletons in my closet, so yeah. Hopefully.
he said Charlie Kirk is hateful and hate speech and a danger, which is stuff that
One
you
day
hear
we'll hit
very
100.
much from mainstream Democrats. When language that is in the mainstream on the left
Quite
is
happy.
repeated by killers, does the left not then, the mainstream, have an obligation to do some soul searching about that kind of language? And does Gavin Newsom, who said punch them in the face last week, not owe people an apology? Does Senator Chris
Probably.
Murphy, who said this is war, do
Although,
these people
is there a
not owe some
consistent
sort of
definition of what hate
apology? And
speech
does the
even is?
mainstream of the left
I really haven't
not
heard that term
owe it to the
come up
other
all that
side
often.
to take some stock of its
I think
phrasing?
we kinda
Like,
got
what is owed
tired of
in the
calling
moment
things
that
hate
it is
speech
the
because
conservatives who
everything was
are
kinda
the victims
hateful.
right now? What's owed to us? I'm asking
You're
this
not-
totally, from the bottom of my heart, because I want to get to the unity place. But Dave is totally
Then
right.
own
Like,
your shit.
what is
That's
owed?
the only way to get
what
to unity, man.
acknowledgement is owed?
Cenk?
So I actually think that is a good question, and it will lead to a mea culpa, but let me get there, okay? So we've done a lot of segments on the Young Turks about right-wing language, and nowadays there's a tiny amount of things that I agree with Tucker Carlson on, Laura Ingraham and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and we've had some of them on the
That's
show.
how
et
you know
cetera.
you're doing something
But in the
right,
past,
when you
I
got
think that they
Marjorie
use
Taylor
language
Greene
that
on
you're
your
talking
side.
about, yeah,
Christ.
that got people riled up. And then you see in some of their manifestos, the guy who went and shot Latinos in Texas, Dylan Roof in South Carolina, political manifestos from the right wing. Now, what I said back then was,
oh my
Tucker
God,
should be careful with his language because
Is
it's
that
riling
Jackson
these
or is it
people
mine?
up to do these terrible things. That's what I want to apologize for. So, no, we are not responsible, and Tucker is not responsible. Nobody on this panel is responsible for psychos. We have to make our political points. We cannot stand.
I don't know if I agree with Jay on this, because, I feel like if you have an audience, you have a responsibility to say, make sure you're not saying something that's going to incite someone to do something stupid. Now, can you control everyone? No, but you can make it clear that you are not condoning any sort of violence and that it is a very harmful thing to do. I don't know. I feel like people with influence should own that fact a bit more, that it's... There are definitely psychos watching Piers Morgan. That is true. I mean, we're all here. But, you can't control everyone in your audience, but you can be clear about what you support and what you don't. I don't know. I'll work on how to phrase that, but you have some responsibility for your audience.
Down. We have, and there's
so
nothing
don't do
wrong with
anything
the
stupid.
fights that we have on political stuff, right? And so we have to value freedom of speech. We have to have those conversations. We have to meet in the battlefield of ideas, right? And I can't go and say, hey, I'm adamant about this, but Tucker was adamant about that, and he's wrong and I'm right. No, we are not responsible for the actions of extreme people. But we do have so when I said to the right wing, you guys are responsible for those words, that's what I'm apologizing for.
Okay.
No, we are not responsible, none of us on the right or left, for the actions of these guys. But guys,
I've got to jump in, Shane, because we're actually...
But we've all got to say on our shows, stop the violence.
No, I agree with you. Look, we've run out of time because it's a live show. I've only got 5 minutes left. I've got Reverend Franklin Graham waiting. I want to thank my panel. You've all been great. It's been a really fascinating debate about all the issues here. And I really appreciate you taking so much time to be with me. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, we got to find something to do for 3 minutes. 6-hour stream. God damn. God, I just... Gee, is there a schedule for Piers Morgan stuff? It's gonna be nuts. I don't know. Anyone got any thoughts to get off their chest before we sign off for the day? Hey, it's me. Oh my god, that is crazy. Go Birds. Okay, sure, why not? Trump's how a cat works. What? Man, the unfiltered YouTube recommended is... It's kind of crazy. Oh man, I forgot what it's like to try and kill time. Streaming really is the hardest job when you don't have something going on in the background. Alright, I guess we could do a review. What did we learn today? That the right is refusing to take responsibility for the violence that happens from their side. That I don't know. Okay, yeah. I thought you figured that out like a couple months ago, but whatever. Jesus Christ. And the British are wrong? Okay. It took you this long to learn that? The horrors of alcoholism challenge? That is a this is just a crazy fucking thumbnail and video. Ah. Alright. No worries, brother. I appreciate the thought. Alright, everyone. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow. Probably around... Oh my god! Thank you for the 50 bits. I appreciate that a ton. 50 individual pennies. I still gotta stall for 40 more seconds. I gotta hit the 6-hour mark. Yeah, so... Anyone doing anything fun? Other than watching me, of course. See you, brother. Alright, 20 seconds. Can we... Maybe I'll just do Vine booms.
Now let me be clear.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, go to bed, brother. Rest well. I was going to be reading the Federalist Papers. Have you not already read them all? Alright, good night. Have a good one, everybody. Thank you for tuning in, and I will see you all around. Thanks for 80 followers. I really